Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Games Talks Live, Glasgow 2025. Yeah, let's get some music on. Yeah, let's get some music on. How is everybody doing today? Yeah, we're going, this is the little pre-show before the event starts at 5 p.m. UK time. My name is Harry Petch. I am the online host for Games Talks Live. You might remember me from November 2024 when we ran this. But yeah, I'm back today, here to guide you through another amazing evening of rapid fire talks. So if you've come in here, you don't know what Games Talks Live is. Games Talks Live is a really awesome series of rapid fire talks that are going to happen all throughout the whole evening, covering everything from business development, bit of like, pitching, art, programming, design, games post-mortems, a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, we've been running this over the past few days in Edinburgh and in Dundee, and now our final show in Glasgow, which we're streaming live to you all. And the really cool thing about these events is that it's a great opportunity for networking with the industry, but it's also a great different perspective on seeing all these different games talks, and you get to learn a lot about all the different types of subjects. So yes, hello Dire Prism in the chat. I'm curious to see if anyone in the chat, where are you all tuning in from? I hope it's lovely weather as it is over here in Dundee. But yeah, I'd say if you want a little more info about me, my name's Harry Petch. I'm a games designer based in Dundee, recent graduate out of Abertay University. I've been working with Colin Macdonald and Lucy and everybody on the team, not only just on Games Talks Live, but I've also been working a little bit with Games Jobs Live, which is another thing that we run, which is particularly good if you're interested in a lot more of this stuff like talks or jobs progression, careers stuff. But that's less about what it is today. Today's main focus is just on all the different talks and all the different industry knowledge we can get. And there's a lot up. There's a lot of cool stuff that is up today. We've got lots of people from Philip from the UK Global Screen Fund, Johan Toresson from Raw Fury coming in. Those were some pretty cool talks in general. I want to also highlight later on, Jock MacDonald from Scopely did a really fantastic programming talk, which went really into depth, but in a way that, even though I am not a performant coder, they taught me a lot about great performant code. So stay tuned for that. Awesome seeing people from Dundee, St. Andrews, Denmark. Awesome, great to see. I think, yeah, without further ado, I want to give you a little insight into some of what Games Talks Live is about. I'm going to play one of our previous talks. That's mostly what I'll be doing today, popping in during the little break periods where there's lots of networking. You'll be stuck with me. I'll be showing a bunch of different of our past talks. Hey, if we want to have a chat about them, let's do that. One thing I'm also particularly interested is what kind of disciplines are you all kind of coming from in the chat? Are there any particular types of talks you want to see, like animation, sort of businessy side, pitching things? Let me know, and I'll see if I can find some good talks to put on during the break that might fit the people who are coming in. But let's get started with our first little talk. I want to show off our talk by our videographer who helps us every year with recording all the nice setup, Sarah Gatland. She did this really lovely talk about basically motivation and dealing with rejection, which is definitely a big topic right now in the industry. And it's honestly a really lovely talk, so I'm going to play that one first. I'll see you in about 10 minutes, everybody, and take it away, Sarah.
And making videos. If you have any questions, just let me know. But right now, I'm not here to talk about videos. I'm here to talk about something a little more exciting and a little bit spicier. It's rejection. So but more specifically, rejecting rejection, because we need to think of it in a healthy way, and it is possible to think of it in a healthy way. So let's think about that. So I realized yesterday, after I'd already presented once, that this looks like it's a list of my CV. and it's not. It's instead of intro, I should have written, what are the ways that we can get rejected? So there are so many ways in this industry. You can get rejected from a job, is the really obvious one. You might be applying, submitting your film to a publisher, or maybe you're applying for funding. And so I do film, as I've mentioned. So I sometimes submit to film festivals, and they either get rejected or accepted. But you might be applying a little bit more games-wise. You might be applying for an award. You might get shortlisted. You might not get shortlisted. You might not win. You might win. And you might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, I own my own company. I have a job. This isn't relevant to me. It is relevant to you, because if you are not getting rejected, you are doing the rejection. And I'm going to talk to you later on in the presentation. So the opposite of rejection, obviously, is acceptance. And people don't go out of their way to reject people. Ideally, usually people say, oh, we would love to accept 10 people, but there was only one place. And they do mean that. I know it sounds cliche when they say it, but when someone is looking for a candidate for a job, they want the best candidate for that job. And so if they have to reject 100 people, then unfortunately that's what they have to do if there's only one position. So obviously having a lot of experience can put you much further ahead. That's the main thing that we all sort of think about and look at when we're looking at jobs specifically. Having contacts can be really helpful, mainly to get your foot in the door, because just because you know someone at a company doesn't mean that they're going to accept your game or accept you for a job. But it can help you sort of get past that initial conversation. So I'm going to tell you a couple of stories about how I got jobs in retail that made me reconsider the whole sort of job application process. So one of them, I applied for a job, and it was a chain store that I'd worked at 5 years earlier. And they just accepted me immediately because they went, oh, well, she's worked here before. I'd worked at a different store 500 miles away 5 years earlier. They might as well have trained up a whole new employee. And so if you think about all the other like very well-rounded people who may have applied to that, and I got it because I'd worked there before. Yeah, that was a weird situation for me because they, like I said, they basically had to train me up from scratch. And another job I got, they asked me in the interview, so when can you start? Can you start next week? Can you start tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, I'm free tomorrow, whatever. I wasn't free every day, but I was free that tomorrow. They should have thought about that. But that means that they would have rejected everyone else purely because I was free tomorrow. And again, if you think about that, it isn't that much of an attack on your character to not get a job for like petty reasons like that. But then if you think about the bigger things, such as the experience aspect, if someone else has more experience than you, that doesn't put down the experience that you have. It just means there was a better candidate. So how can we reduce rejection? The main thing to think about is that you make your own luck. So this is a very fun thing to know, which is that just by being here, you are making yourself luckier. So last week I was shooting a film, a video for Alistair Low Tech Games, and I thought to myself, how lucky am I that he chose me out of anyone that he could have chosen to make a video with him. And then I thought, well, Alistair didn't just like throw a dart at a wall and go, oh, I guess it's Sarah. Oh, that's so lucky. He and I met each other years ago at one of these similar events. And we keep in touch with each other. We share work with each other. He's seen videos that I've made here. He's seen other videos that I've made. And so when he needed a video made for him, obviously he thinks, who do I know? I know Sarah. So I had, over the years, without specifically targeting Alistair, I had built up that reputation, and I had put myself in a position where he would ask me to make something for him. So like I said, there are so many things that you can do that can help you become luckier. Coming to events like this, putting yourself out there, really helpful. Also, just look after yourself in general, because if you're eating well, exercising, getting a lot of sleep, I know it's preachy, we all know this, we all ignore it, but it will make you a more successful person. It will put you in a better position to work at your day job, to do your side projects. Just don't forget that that is an important thing to think about as well. But also, this is more how to sort of reduce the mental effect of rejection. Don't back yourself into a corner and put yourself in a worse place than necessary. So earlier this year, I had applied for a job which I really thought I was guaranteed. No one ever told me I was guaranteed it. But I thought to myself, I'm definitely going to get it. I have my interview next week, so I'm just going to cancel my other interviews, because why would I apply for other jobs when I have this one coming up? And I just stopped applying for stuff, and then I got rejected, and I thought, oh my gosh, I have nothing now. I don't have any interviews coming up. I'm not in contact with any businesses. I'm back to square one. I'm basically back at the start of my job search. And I thought, why would they do this to me? But they didn't do that to me. The company did not do that to me. I did that to myself, because I should have just kept putting myself out there, because that's always going to be helpful. We can always get more experience in selling our products, pitching ourselves. Those skills are going to be helpful at any stage in your career. So just keep putting yourself out there. Even if you feel like you've got this, backups are really, really helpful and safe and healthy, and don't make my mistakes. So we also want to just reframe the whole rejection thing, because rather than thinking, oh, another rejection, they hate me, if we can think about the fact that you go, okay, that one didn't work out, what do we do next? So for example, when I got rejected from that job, I thought, what else can I do that's a little bit different? And so I've been doing some QA, some testing, and I've been really enjoying it. And it's really different to the other stuff that I was applying for. I'm very happy to chat about that later if you'd like. Not in my talk, but just networking. So yeah, just think about different opportunities that you might have. Maybe there's like a different fund that you don't know quite if you qualify for. Things like that, just a little bit different. Be creative, and it should be exciting to think, well, we're not doing that thing, but we could do anything now because we're not tied to that. And like I've mentioned, interview experience, all that sort of thing is very, very helpful and is just always going to be useful. Making contacts, you can do that while you're pitching. If someone thinks this game isn't right for now, they might send you a rejection. Maybe 6 months from now, something else comes up and they go, we'd really like to hear from you again. That will always put you forward. And just learning about other companies and the industry as a whole will make you a more successful person and make your game more successful. And don't let yourself forget your achievements. Don't get to the end of a day and go, I didn't get this done, I didn't get that done. Just remember to remind yourself of everything you did get done, because I promise you are more productive than not. So now I'm talking to the people doing the rejections. So I didn't appreciate getting from a high-end Scottish television production an email from them saying, "Dear candidate, I know that you might have hundreds, even thousands of applicants, and that you don't have time to send out a rejection to each of them individually. But very exciting is that there is Microsoft Access, Microsoft Excel, and both of those can do that sort of thing for you with form letters. So you might go, oh, but they're pretty complicated, I don't know how to use them. But you're coders, you can work it out, okay? Another thing is time of day. This is quite a simple one, but last month I was at Colin's birthday party, having a great time at a ceilidh. My phone buzzed. I thought, wonder what that is, had a look at it, and it was a rejection letter. And I thought, who on earth is sending out rejection letters at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night? Poor them, right? Much rather be getting that than sending that. But I know that like a lot of people are busy, and if you really absolutely only can send that letter at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night, just schedule it for Monday morning, because I can wait. I'd rather wait. Let me dance. Also, if you can give feedback, that is invaluable to any of us, whether it's a game that we're pitching, whether it's ourselves that we're pitching. So please do give feedback. Again, I know you might be getting hundreds or even thousands of candidates, but feedback, if someone gets to an interview stage, I think it's really, really polite and kind if you can give specific feedback. So earlier this year, someone phoned me specifically to say, I'm really sorry you didn't get the job. We loved speaking to you in the interview. We had a really nice chat and think that you would be a good fit for other roles. So do get in touch with us in the future. And it did make me feel a lot better about the whole experience than if I had just got a nameless, faceless email from them, because you do sit down and you chat to them and you get to know them. And interviews do go both ways. So if you then leave me feeling bad about that experience, I'm going to think differently about your company. And it does happen that people say, oh, I interviewed at this place and they were really bad about rejecting me and I would never apply there again. So you want to make sure that everyone leaves this experience feeling good, no matter what the outcome is. Yes, I hope you've enjoyed the cat photos as well. It's not a very visually interesting topic, so there's my cat playing VR. And he's just here. And yeah, come and chat with me, like I said. And if I come up to you, don't reject me or I'll cry. And just remember to reframe and reject rejection. Thank you.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you very much for that talk, Sarah. I know you were in the chat a little earlier. So just to check, we are hopefully going to be starting at 5 p.m. Today for the Full Games Talks Live presentation. You can see how the venue is going. It's slowly starting to fill up. Everyone's going to grab all the drinks at the drinks corridor, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, they're going all to the drinks corridor that was brought by our sponsors, who Colin will elaborate on as we get into the show. But yeah, it's really good to see in the chat. Lucy coming in from studying astrophysics, a year out from graduation, but I'm looking to transition into the games industry and game dev, and looking for any general programming stuff. Has a friend in industry mentioning there might be a physics-based stuff in objects or physics-based animation, if there are any talks on that. And also really good to see Diaprism coming in as an indie dev, coming in mostly for the pitching and funding talks. Well, that's good, because the first two blocks are very much the first two blocks, which you can see scrolling along the bottom. We've got the Games Talks Live schedule, which we're keeping up to date, because, you know, these events, they like to run at different amounts of times, and some things can run a little bit later than others, and that should be the most up to date when everything's going to hopefully be. But the first 5 talks are really quite good in terms of the pitching and funding landscape. But what I'll do in between block 1 and block 2 is stick some of the other pitching talks that we have on, because it kind of fits a nice theme, really. But Lucy, you're looking for a bunch of programming talks. I've got a good one here for you. From November 2023, we had Matthias Johan from People Can Fly, who did a really nice technical talk about basically gameplay systems, enemy AI, and that kind of thing. So I want to have a look at this talk, because I don't think I've seen this talk yet. So we'll see you on the other side, everybody.
I'm an AI designer at People Can Fly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about AI prototyping. Don't worry, I made this very accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways that can apply to a lot of other fields. So first of all, what do I do? Well, my role, if I had to define it very briefly, would be that I design the behavior and the abilities of non-playable characters, whether they're your friends, your enemies, neutral, whatever, and how they fit in the gameplay. I work on an upcoming AAA title. I'm in a small AI design cell of 5 people, but I also work in a much bigger AI team with 30 people, with people making sounds, animations, programmers, VFX, whatever. We're really having a lot of fun. On the daily basis, I'd say I make 20% of my time is for GDDs. 10% of my time is to do meetings, play tests, pitching, and then most of my time is doing prototyping, and that's what I'd love to talk to you about. What is prototyping? Very briefly, it can be in-engine or in paper, but I'm going to talk about the in-engine prototyping. It's just building the example of a mechanic to test its gameplay. I think good prototyping should be relatively fast to implement, very cheap to do, so you shouldn't be dependent on that many people, on that many different technologies, and you always have a lesson to learn from it, meaning that whether it makes it into the game or not, it's still a viable prototype. What you search in a prototype is not if it's in the final game, it's what are the takeaways from it. Let's talk. Oh yeah, but first, before going into AI prototyping, we need to talk about AI philosophy. So rule number 1, a robot may not injure a human being. No, that's not it. So yeah, if I had to compile 3 homemade rules to make a good AI, a good NPC. It'd be, first of all, the red thing is bad, the green thing is good. So AIs are not meant to be super smart. I'd say you want to have them like 90% predictable. Obviously, you can play with this number, but it's to creating that kind of loop that the player can understand that you're going to create the fun. And it's through these 10 remaining percent of unpredictability that you're going to add the little spice, which is going to make that NPC interesting. NPCs, AIs shouldn't mirror players. What I mean by that is that they shouldn't have all the same abilities, behaviors. Obviously, I had a little star. That's obviously if they're bots in a PvP game, it doesn't apply. But usually, for any other kind of game, I think that NPCs work better when they have a simple role. When it's to encourage the player to do like a certain play style, or to encourage the player to do a certain action or whatever mechanic. And last but not least, sometimes people see NPCs are as a very different thing, and they're unique in games. They should be treated differently. But from my point of view, when you really rationalize game design, they're just like any other system. The only difference is that they have an appearance, and usually they have hands and stuff. So to me, AIs are more like a personified system. They look like they're different, but actually they're not, and they're just one other tool to make your gameplay loops. In one little sentence, I say that AI philosophy in games should be about promoting player gameplay. It's really about encouraging the player to use actions rather than making like a super smart AI that's better than everyone in the independent world. Like NPCs, for example, in a FIFA, it's not about this, superstar player that you want. It's more about that AI making that smart ball call so that you can make a long pass, and you're encouraged to do that mechanic. In Halo, for example, I know someone loves Halo here. Well, the elite is like that super strong soldier, but at the same time, that it's going to roll. And so it's about predicting, anticipating that roll to, rather than shooting directly at it, throw a projectile where it's gonna roll, where it's gonna head. In Need for Speed, for example, it's always it's not always about making the fastest driver, but when you have teammates with you, sometimes they can be in front of you just so you can draft and be faster, and that's to encourage you to use that mechanic. So it's not just about making them like better than you. So now that you know a little bit more about my AI philosophy, I'd like to showcase 5 takeaways that apply to AI prototyping, and I hope you find some of these useful. First of all, you should think of them as a function. Don't focus on the character when you do the prototype of an AI. Focus on what it does, meaning it doesn't matter if the abilities or the behaviors that you're going to prototype end up on other NPCs. They might be kept for later. They might be disregarded, and that's still okay. What you need to do is to list the functions you want to prototype and questions before prototyping them. And these are the questions that you're going to answer. Does my ability do that? Yes and no. Or, you can add variations, but that's really the kind of mindset that you should head into, not trying to make like the demo of the entire character. Number 2, don't explain. First of all, you need to define the audience of your prototype, meaning to who you're going to show that recording of the prototype. And what I recommend is defining within your team, within the whole production, like your inner group and your outer group. Your inner group is basically going to be all the people you work with very closely, your manager, like a few technical stakeholders, and you're going to explain to them what you want to do, and you're going to make a few iterations. They're going to give you feedback and even suggestions, and with them you can explain everything. But that outer group, which is mainly going to be, the people that really make the final decisions, like the directors, the publisher, etc., you shouldn't really explain everything. You just have to make sure that when the recording of the prototype is good enough, understandable on its own without you speaking, you show it to them, and only then you show it. You don't need to show every single step of the prototype, because else they're going to have kind of a bias, and you don't know anymore if the prototype is understandable or not. So yeah, involve your inner group early on. It's going to be very helpful, and people are truly going to feel blessed to help you, and use that kind of show don't tell mentality for your outer group. Number 3, which is going to help the previous point, is to sign everything. I mean, add sign-in feedback everywhere. So what I recommend doing for this is to build an assets library over time. So mainly, for example, in my case, I have an assets library with VFX, SFX, animations, and I'm going to talk early with their owners, and I'm going to ask if we can have tunable parameters. It might seem costly at first, but when you have them, first of all, they're going to be more in control, and then you're going to require less of their time, and every new prototype you make is not going to need new assets. So that's really handy. And if you cannot have these assets, you can always duplicate what's existing and chop them up, slow them down, tune things. But usually having an assets library really helps. My 4th tip is to isolate, then integrate. So meaning that NPCs, obviously, they're part of a whole. But first, you need to find what they bring individually to the table. Here is, like Mario, for example, in the white box. And I've always heard this legend where, they prototype the controls as good as possible in a white box where there's anything, and they wait for it to be fun on its own before putting it in the level. And you should really have the same kind of mentality where it's just your character, your playable character, and the AI, and you double check that first, and then you place that AI in a real level alone to check how it's gonna interact with the environment, and then you add other NPCs as well. And the last tip I have, which is more like the cheer on the cape, once you've done everything else, it kind of breaks all the other rules, but that's the little thing. It's to make them relatable. So once everything before has been done, add this little flavor of soul, that little pause in between their actions, that little animation when they fail and they get angry, that little voice line when they see you, because it's all gonna make them more relatable and or understandable to the audience, and that's really what's gonna make your prototype stand out. So that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, and yeah.
Awesome, fantastic. Yeah, that was pretty great. Yeah, pretty great stuff. Yeah, to Lucy in the chat, if you're looking for more places for the Discords, we got a few different Discords that I want to share with you. First of all, if you go to our linktree /GamesTalks live, you'll be able to see all the different links, including a link to our raffle, which is a charity raffle for Digital Xtra, which you can go and you can donate £5 to get some raffle tickets. There's some really awesome prizes we have from our sponsors, and also access to the Discord server and the schedule. If you want to have direct access to the Discord, we've got a Games Talks Live Discord with the link down below. However, if you're looking for a bunch of other good servers to join, I will say this event is brought to you by the Scottish Game Developers Association, or SGDA. And if you Google that, you should be able to find their website and our Discord server. And there's going to be a lot of really interesting events happening over the next year and next few years alongside that, because this is one of those SGDA events. And it's a cool place, particularly in Scotland, if you want to meet and find out a few good people on that front. And also, just a little extra shout out to Fergus Coyne, who, if you're, again, a dev in Scotland, I would recommend looking up Hubworld, which I can spell that in the chat during our next talk. Hubworld is a really cool thing that Fergus runs, mostly a lot of events in Dundee, but he's another dev. He helps us with production for Games Talks Live, and we work a lot with them, so it's pretty lovely. Now, taking a quick look at the We don't want to see me. We want to see the room. Looking at the room, people are still filing in. I think we're going to be delaying by about 30 minutes. So we've got a few more talks to go until we begin on the whole side of everything. First of all, what I'll do, I've got a really interesting talk from last year in November 2023. That was from Alex Canaris Sortirio. And he is the creative director and CEO for Polygon Treehouse. And they recently just released an indie game called Mythwrecked, Ambrosia Island. And it's this really, really lovely like animation, like very like animation-based game. It's kind of like a Phoenix Wright style game, which is just quite weird and cool. And it's got like the different Greek gods in it. So he did a really awesome talk last year that was on animation and narrative, and it was a very cool one. I saw this one in person. It's really cool. So I want to show that one off. So I'll show that one off next. All right.
Everyone, I'm Alex, and just pressed the wrong button. Am I going? Let's try. There you go. Welcome to my talk. It's called Games First Storycraft, and I'm a bit of a wanderer, so I'll try and stay behind the microphone. Game First Storycraft for indies. First of all, who the hell am I? Been making games professionally since 2002. Yes, I'm quite old. Worked at PlayStation and Guerrilla Games, and I was named on the BAFTA Breakthrough Thingamabobs. And I'm the co-founder at Polygon Treehouse. Now you may ask, who the hell are Polygon Treehouse? Well, we make art-led narrative games. We've been nominated for BAFTA and the Game Awards. And a couple of years ago, we were relocated from Cambridge, where we founded the company, to Dundee, which we love because I really like mountains. And our debut game was called Rurki. It's about Scandinavian folklore. And you play as Tuve going into the wilderness to rescue your little brother Lars. It was nominated for a couple of BAFTAs and the Game Awards. We won neither of those things, which I'm still recovering from. But we did win some awards, including some for storytelling. Sorry for that face. And our new game is called Mythwrecked, Ambrosia Island. You play as a British backpacker, Alex. And you're taking a much needed break from modern life, going across Europe, shipwrecked, marooned on an idyllic Greek island, and you have to make friends with the long lost Greek gods. So back to my talk. So game first storycraft. It's about considering the story at the inception of the spark of a game. So you might be coming up with different mechanics, different designs you want to try out. And our games are all kind of very narrative focused. So we believe in kind of melding those two things and considering the story right at the start of the project. And the reason for that is so you can evolve it hand in hand with the gameplay. The idea with that is to basically make the gameplay and the narrative feel cohesive and related to each other. So it's not as a disconnect there between your kind of gameplay and your story. And basically to try and avoid it being an afterthought, because it's kind of hard to paste something like that on afterwards and make it feel proper. So here's a quick look at story frequencies and the extremes. So on the left, we have pure visual novel. So imagine something where basically the only kind of interaction you're really doing is pressing to progress the text. And on the right, we have a pure gameplay game. Think of something like Tetris that doesn't have a story apart from the one you may create your little block friends in your head. So most games will have a mix of those. So you'll have some story-like games where you'll have chunks of gameplay, maybe a cutscene, and you'll have some more story-heavy games. There'll be a whole blend of these things. And I think one of the things that we find particularly interesting is basically taking those two things and pouring them into a big vat of story and gameplay soup. I missed the, imagine a trademark there, so for that phrase. And the idea of this is basically just trying to make it so there's not like, okay, now I'm doing the gameplay bit, now I'm watching a story, but to make them feel really interconnected and part of the same thing. So a seamless and intertwined interactive story. You might ask how you do that. And what we like to do And it's probably, I missed the disclaimer at the start. Obviously, this is like how we like to work. Everyone has different ways of working. But one of the things we like to do is to seek out story opportunities within the gameplay. And so here's a few examples. So we like to use story charged items. So rather than the items that you'll find in Rurky or in Mythwreck just being, just the thing, they're kind of items that are loaded with emotion for a certain character, or will have a resonance. They'll be part of the story. So imagine your favorite childhood toy. Yeah, I'm sure that's not just a piece of plastic to you. It's something that actually has, if I took it and threw it in the bin, you probably hit me. It's something that has an emotional value to you. And I think looking at when an item is not just an item, but it's signifying something else. Did you listen to a certain song on your honeymoon, for example? And it's not just a lump of plastic, it's something that has meaning. And one of my favorite things to do is look at characters as puzzles. So rather than a puzzle being just a door that you open, maybe a character can be a puzzle. So here we have Trollhilda from Rurky, and she is blocking the way through a bridge. So rather than just being a door you open with a key, it's actually about trying to work out what's going on with the character, helping them with their problems. And if you can help them, you can then unlock paths deeper into the forest. But in doing the puzzle, you're learning about the character and their story. And we continue this with Mythwreck as well. So you can see Hermes, Athena, Hades, and Ares. So all our characters are puzzles. It's about working out what makes them tick. So as well as getting through the game and finding a way home, you're also learning about the characters as puzzles. You may have spotted they're not a traditional depiction of the Greek gods. We have deviated ever so slightly. So here's another one, exploration as narrative. So rather than I'm doing the exploring bits, I'm doing the narrative bit. We've got this story sandbox system, we call it. So basically, as you examine things in the game world, you'll unlock new topics, and then you'll be able to, you can also unlock them in conversation, speaking to people. That's a statue. It's not an off color. And then you can speak to people about any of those topics that you find in the game. So it's a kind of way of intrinsically linking the exploration. You're going exploring, you're finding things, and then you're able to unlock paths deeper into the story. Kind of really like low level one is kind of core thematic links. So this is some existing games. So Aiko's game about you rescuing someone and getting out of a castle. The actual minute by minute gameplay is you rescuing someone, getting out of the castle. There's lots of interplay with you and the princess. There's lots of you saving her, you both traversing together, lots of cooperation there. And the gameplay really helps you form an emotional bond with the character, which makes the story kind of more meaningful. In Celeste, I almost forgot the name of that one. The characters like overcoming, they're kind of climbing kind of a mountain inside their brain, overcoming personal issues, and in the game you are actually climbing an actual mountain. And similarly in Hellblade, there's a kind of relationship there between someone facing actual demons and someone facing their own demons. So again, even though they're quite low level, there's a link there that makes the story that's being told and the gameplay feel cohesive, kind of have a resonance. So summary, try and consider your story at inception. Try and involve it hand in the gameplay and see if there's any interesting relationships there. You might find that they both feed into each other, and you might kind of go, oh, this is working really well here, and then there'll be a ping pong, and they can evolve hand in hand. And just try not to leave it as an afterthought. And so I am super swift. I did this last week and I overrun, so I've definitely got some time at the end. But thanks for listening. That's the QR code for our game if you want to check it out on Steam. That's me.
Brilliant. Awesome. Good to see some more folks getting in here. Josh Stanley's talking about how Skyrim gets the gameplay story suit perfect, and got to agree. Got to absolutely agree with that. So I'm curious about the more modern like Bethesda Game Studio games. Yeah. Oh gosh. Ollie Bennett. I started Celeste last weekend. Sorry about. I do apologize. I do apologize about that. Honestly, there's a lot that there is a lot that happens in Celeste though. So nothing. I will say nothing more. I'll say nothing more. But instead, because we're starting off at 5:30, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play one of the games talks that happened last night back in Dundee, and we had a couple of exclusive talks. One which I'll show later on from Phil Vaughan from Abate, but for now I'll be showing off another interesting narrative talk from Rich Mooney, who runs a comics business and a comic studio, and he did this really interesting talk about narrative design there, which I think some of you will appreciate in this chat. So take it away, Rich.
A really warm welcome to Rich Mooney, our next speaker.
Hi, everyone. Just want to correct some for the record. I've worked on over 20 games, give or take, but I've not got 20 writing credits. Okay, so how to find your game's narrative or lack thereof. So I'm Rich. You heard there. If you want to find out more about me, you can go to rgm.scot or www.moonwidd.com. In short, I'm a storyteller, audience builder, and somebody with 2 decades of experience in as a cross-media storyteller. So the 3 core parts of your game narrative, or almost any narrative, are what I call the setup. Am I too close? Maybe I'll stand back a bit. The setup, the conflict, the payoff, or the beginning, the middle, and the end. And this can be implemented at your quest level or across the entire game. So in a quest, for the setup, we could tell the player on screen that they have to collect a magic gem from a moon base that's been overrun by zombies. The conflict. The player must fight through zombies and navigate the base to find the secret gem. So what's the payoff? The player is then told via narrative means that their mission is complete, and they can now use the gem to augment their gun. Or maybe there's a twist and the gem doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And the player must now travel to the secret Mars lab for the next mission, where they must fight evil ghosts with the gem and rescue the scientist who found the gem in the first place. So this can also be applied to a game. So your player character is on a routine mission to deliver magical creatures to their castle when suddenly they are ambushed. The creatures escape, flee to all corners of the kingdom. The conflict. The player must recover each of the creatures. So the player searches through each vastly different territory in the kingdom and finds all the animals and delivers them back to the castle. The payoff. The player collects all the creatures, becomes stronger along the way, but realizes the king has evil plans. Oh no, and now must fight alongside the creatures to beat the evil king. It's just storytelling. Setup, conflict, payoff. And your payoff can also be viewed as like a reward or a twist. So now that we've got that down, I want to give further context to each. Okay, so narrative elements. The setup. In most stories, you'll have an inciting incident. This is in games. It's often delivered in AAA games. It's often delivered via an opening cinematic, a gameplay event, cutscene, or text. This gives the basic information along with some hinted information about what's to come. A good example of it is the opening of Final Fantasy VII, the 1997 one and the 2021, when you are playing as Cloud and you arrive and you've got the timer ticking and you're fighting the Shinra forces. You've got no name, you're just ex-soldier. The setting, the timer, the enemy types, they all do a really good job of setting up the tone of the game. choice-driven mobile games like 80 Days throw you right into the decision-making when you are told to decide how to plan your trip, how to plan the trip of Phileas Fogg. So the context, this is the who, what, when, where, why, and how of a story. It's often delivered through NPC conversations, monologues, narrative cutscenes, and so on. Some of this narrative might be deemed non-essential, so it can also be used in side quests and collectible story fragments. The hook, this is the why of what we're doing, the why we fight. Why are we doing what we're doing in the game? What is the overriding reason that justifies everything that happens in the game in terms of narrative? A good way to do this is to provide an emotional anchor. One of the best examples of this is God of War 2018, where the simple justification for Kratos doing all that he's doing is to protect his son, and that theme continues right through up until the game's epic finale. The conflict. Okay, so you can have setbacks and failures. Failures are a bit of a hard sell to developers in terms of story because nobody wants their players to feel like a failure. So setbacks are probably easier, but failures in terms of story are good, but they are quite hard to pull off. But they can add to the drama. But setbacks, so an example of this is, again, Final Fantasy VII, the death of a central character in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is all but inevitable, but the game does do a really interesting exploration of this. So escalation and character development. Is the motivation of the villain or the evil factions changing or developing further? Are the villains, like the player, becoming increasingly stronger and the enemies they fight becoming also increasingly stronger? Do you want the villain to become more relatable? You know, these are all questions that are worth asking depending on the scope of the narrative that you want to convey. Pacing and balance. So a lot of AAA games have high intensity narrative moments where you have high stakes conflict, character deaths, dense drama. An example of this is Dragon Age and Mass Effect, but they also provide some breathing room, you know, to take it easy and weigh up your decisions. And you also want to consider your player agency, because most of what we're going to play is predetermined, and you want to think about if the player will be satisfied with the outcomes of the story that you've set forward. So the payoff. How satisfied is your player going to be with the ending? Are they going to feel rewarded with the narrative you put together? Do you want the ending to be conclusive, open-ended, or a cliffhanger? That's really down to the dev to decide that. But I would say open-ended is good if you want to have a sequel. So is a cliffhanger, but cliffhanger is a hard sell. Simplest is often a clean-cut conclusion with a little bit of peppering of a hint of a story to come. Your character arcs. How has your characters grown? Are they in a better place at the end of the game than they were at the start of the game? Excuse me. Has growth been earned through gameplay and in-game actions? Is your game's core story coming through? Is the thematic resonance paying off? And what if you want to change your direction during the game? Games take years to make, but devs create and people create, and sometimes better ideas, narrative evolution, better ideas come later in development. So right now, we are finishing off the sequel to Gun Queen Volume 1. And it was written years ago, but we have a great idea for an ending that's much more risky, but very narratively compelling. So we're going for it. And I was able to make that decision because, you know, the writer paying for it all by myself. And we are publishing in Spanish and English. Yeah. And while comics lack interactivity in terms of game, the principle of being open to narrative evolution also applies to this medium too. Yeah, I've covered that. So, yeah, I'm aware that many narrative pros, some of the narrative guys I've worked with will say, no, we're not changing the story, that's amateur hour. If we're changing it last minute, that's fine, you know, but the story will be set before a programmer touches the keyboard. Not with me. I'm totally open to changing things last minute. I think that's when the sort of best moments come. And I'll give you an example, but spoiler alert for Avengers Endgame. Tony Stark's I am Iron Man moment. That wasn't in the script. They actually added that after all the principal photography had been done. And then they saw it in the edit. The editor said to the directors, that needs a response. And they said, what about, the editor told the directors, what about I am Iron Man? So they actually shot that, I think it was just a few months before Avengers Endgame was released. And that's like Tony Stark's full character journey. And it happened after everything was made. But yeah, that's that. Find the setup, the conflict, and the payoff. But importantly, allow for flexibility and evolution along the way. That's what makes the difference. Cheers.
Here I am. I'm back. Here we are. Starting to see more people come on in. We've just got enough time for one more talk to go. That was a lovely narrative one from Rich there. I've got one more to show, which is a talk that happened last year in 2024 in November from Phil Foxton, who runs Fox Chicken Grain, and he did like this nice. It's a shorter talk, so just one quick one we can squeeze in. That was all about basically bringing kindness back to games and his kind of thoughts on you know, creating a nicer games industry. So we'll lead into that one, and then we'll be hopping straight into all of the live talks coming up tonight. So thank you for your patience, everybody, and see you in 6 minutes.
Hi everyone. I actually like this venue a bit better than last night. I can see everybody, so it's brilliant. Just a note for you, Colin. Okay, so I'm Phil Foxton. And my talk tonight, if I can get the thing to work, is called Be More Kind. How did the games industry get so negative? Everything's doing that. All right, so about me. Oh, that's how these things start and do. And about me. So I've had 34 years working in various different IT roles across various different industries. A while ago, when I went to work with Stephen, I was the head of operations for Radical Forge. I left there in September of 2023 when that role sadly went the same way as 30,000 others have done in the last 2 years. So in January of this year, I formed, are you taking notes? Fox Chicken Grain. Yes. Okay, got it. Good. There's a story around why, but I've only got 8 hours and not 8 hours. Sorry, you've got 8 hours and 55 minutes of it now. 8 minutes and 49 seconds. So I haven't got time to go through. I'll happily recount it to you at any point. Okay. And I'm a regular around video games events. If you look at me and go, I've seen you somewhere before, chances are it's been at one of these events somewhere in the north. Okay. So it sounds like a song title. You're thinking, are you okay? Yeah. And get some blue paper. Wow. This will look good on here, won't it? Hey. I can hear that on the camera. Excellent. Yeah. Sure, of course it does. The title of the talk sounds like a song title because it is. It's a song by Frank Turner called Be More Kind. But I'll start with a disclaimer. It's not about one single person, rather it's about a whole movement. Okay. When I joined the industry in 2021, the industry was full of people helping one another and little negativity. Okay. People talked, people supported one another. However, once the redundancy started to bite, though the negativity started to once the redundancy started to bite, the bad blood and negativity started to come out of the woodwork. No, I'm not using correlation, confusing correlation and causation. It's just how it was. And this is all in my mind. People stopped talking, which is really, really bad. Why people stopped talking? I'll come to in a little bit. People started being less than excellent to one another. Ghosting became not only commonplace, but almost accepted practice. And this is partly explained by the fact that people who are stressed tend to lose the positive elements of their personality first. So where does that leave us now? You know, another quote in there, in the industry, people are less than excellent to one another. Thanks, Bill and Ted. Appreciate that. There's an increase in the number of people who feel like blowing out somebody else's candle will make theirs shine brighter. Strange, it doesn't. For the industry to survive, though, without ripping itself apart, there needs to be a change to the level of positivity that we have now. As the saying goes, if you want change, you need to be the agent of that change. Supporting one another right now is more important than ever. Why is it important? Because the impact on the mental health of those already struggling with redundancy and the difficulty of finding work is massive. I need to get that down to below 4 minutes. Okay. There are occasional shining lights that show the way. I'm sure that each of you in this room tonight can think of somebody that is in your life or has touched your life that has been a shining light of positivity to you. Be like them. Think what qualities you admire of them and try to be like that. Okay. There we go. So to conclude, all right, what can you do to help stem this tide? Because it's not good. There's only, if we don't do anything, it's just going to get worse and it's going to go downhill. Okay. So what can you do? Try your best not to be the spreader of negative talk. Especially don't be the person to start it. An old mentor of mine, and by old I mean a long time ago, they weren't particularly old at the time, right, would always say to me, before saying anything to somebody else, ask yourself 3 questions. Right? Is it nice? Is it necessary? And is it true? And if you can't answer yes to all 3 of those questions, don't bother saying it. It's not necessary to say it. Okay? The only way we're going to get out of this with a more streamlined but stronger industry is to be, each of us, to be that person. Be the person you would want to have supporting you. There will be shit that hurts you, but try your hardest to turn that around to be a positive. And finally, be the lighthouse for those that are floundering. Because you will come across people that are floundering, sadly enough. But as it says there, it's about the last line, the last section of the song. When you're out there floundering, like a lighthouse I will shine. And you should be more kind, my friends. Try to be more kind. There we go. Thank you very much for your time and your forbearance.
Brilliant. Great. And with that, I think I've timed it pretty perfectly, because if we check how everything's all going, here we are. Yeah, we're just about to get started with Games Talks Live Glasgow, April 2025. So I'm going to, as the music comes back on, I'm going to dip off now. I'll see you all during the break. We're going to start with Colin Macdonald, then we're going to have Simon Brown from Passion Games and Johan Toresson from Raw Fury up to talk in our first block. And then I'll see you during the break. See you in a little bit, everybody.
Hello, good afternoon. Nice to see everyone. Hey. Thank you so much for coming out today. I've not been out for a couple of hours. Is the sun still shining? No. It was when you're like, oh no, the sun's shining. Everyone's going to be sitting in the park having a beer. But so glad you could come along tonight. I've already seen a bunch of new faces, so great to see everyone that's not been along to one of these before. Apologies to the regulars. I'll just do a brief recap of the history for the folk that have not been before. I'm Colin. I've been running these events since before COVID. The brief history is, I was in London one time and I had a meeting with someone and said, is there events in Scotland where we can come up and meet the games community in Scotland? Because we've heard amazing things about their creativity and their technical ability and all the famous games that have been made. And I said, no, it's ridiculous, but we only meet each other in San Francisco and Cologne and Paris and all this kind of stuff. We never meet in Scotland. And they said, that's a shame. And they said the fateful words, because if there was, we could put £1,000 behind the bar. They knew how to get me. So we ran the first event of these. It's changed its name a little bit. We ran the first event in Dundee in April 2019. And the point of these events, as well as getting me a free beer, the point of these events is to provide a whole host of interesting and insightful talks. It's to give companies outside Scotland and companies inside Scotland but outside games a chance to come along. It's kind of just a focus, come along and meet the rest of the industry. But above all else, it's a chance for us as an industry to get together, because sometimes we literally only see each other at conferences because we're all so busy with our own projects and deadlines. So we just want everyone to get together. We've got people that have travelled up from London, from Bristol, flown over from Sweden that you'll be hearing from later on today. Our guest from Sweden is very shy and prudish. We've not managed to make him swear yet. So if anyone, yeah, that's a total lie. You'll find out later on. That first event was 6 years ago. Despite a break for COVID, we've run a couple more since then. And it's because I keep getting great feedback about how useful they are. People end up collaborating, people learn stuff, people get inspired to do things, people start up businesses because of these events, people get publishing deals. The feedback's always amazing, so I just feel guilty. And my poor wife has to live with me organising more of these. So to date, up until last night, when we were in Dundee, was our 36th event. Tonight is our 37th event. So I'm not sure how many games conferences there are out there that have lasted 37 iterations. Hands up if this is your first time you've been to a Games Talks Live event. Whole bunch of people. Excellent. Welcome. We changed the name badges last month to have a little streak going. So if you were at the event in November as your first event and you've come back today, you will have a little medal on your name badge. Hands up who's got one medal on their name badge. Whole bunch of people. Welcome back. Thank you. Who's got 2 medals? Nobody's got 2 medals. Oh, a couple of people got 2 medals. Who's got 3 medals? Couple with 3 medals. Who's got 4 medals? More people with 4 medals. Who's got 5 medals? Yay! Give them a round of applause. 5 medals. We were at the Edinburgh event, and Rebecca and Max that run the Glitchers, the games company in Dundee, Rebecca came up to me and said, Max says he's really sorry he's not here tonight. He did buy a ticket a couple of weeks ago, knowing full well he couldn't make it, but he wanted to maintain his streak. Isn't gamification awesome? I felt a little bit dirty, but also a little bit proud. It was great. It was great. Also on these name badges, if somebody is a host or a speaker or has been in the past, there'll be a little speech bubble as well. This is all kind of just a bit of fun. It's a talking point. We're here to network with each other. So as you're chatting to someone, as you're standing next to them at the bar or something, have a look, see how many times they've been here before, see if they've spoken before, ask them what they spoke about. It's kind of just we want to just encourage people to chat about anything work related and just see what comes out of it. We have a whole host of brilliant speakers throughout the evening, with the brilliant and inspirational Dr. Dan Pinchbeck keynoting us at 9:30. So make sure you stick around for his talk, because there's a ton of well, he says 10, but there's actually probably literally 100 great lessons from his career in game development in that talk. Other than the keynote, all the talks are just 10 minutes, and it's amazingly difficult to fit a talk into 10 minutes. I always feel guilty asking people to do it. They don't realize how hard it is. So hopefully we'll cut out all the waffle, and we'll just cut to the chase with the talks. But although we're starting a little bit later, just to make sure we've got enough people in the room, I would appreciate your help just keeping everything running to time. So we'll try and pull everyone back promptly for the next set of talks after the breaks. To access the live schedule, because it is changing, it has already changed in the last 20 minutes. If you scan this QR code, it's also on your name badge, so you have access to the schedule round your neck. Just scan the QR code on your name badge. That will take you to a page that's got the live schedule, and if it changes over the course of the evening, we'll just keep that updated, so you'll always see what's coming up next. Running events seems to be like games development. Something always goes wrong. It's always running late, but we usually get there. You know, this game will ship. We will get through all the talks. It will be a fun evening. We are live streaming tonight. We did the last couple of nights in Edinburgh and Dundee. We didn't live stream those. We wanted everyone to be focused on tonight. So if you're watching online, welcome. Great to have you join us. We've got Harry, that you've already heard from, being our online host tonight, and I know he's played out a couple of the talks that we've had from the last couple of nights, the speakers that are not able to join us here in Glasgow tonight. So I hope you've enjoyed those talks already so far. If you are online and want to join in the conversation, you can go to our Discord. The link's probably scrolling along the bottom of the screen, but for convenience, in a browser, if you punch in gamestalks.live/discord, that will take you to our Discord server, and you can chat with everyone else that's watching along as well. So I hope you enjoy the stream. I know you're not able to join us for the networking, but Harry will take care of you in the breaks, and we'll play a whole host of past talks as well. So you've basically got 5 or 6 hours of solid gold content coming up. So enjoy all of those talks. For those of you in the room, we want this to be a safe and inclusive environment. There have been some problems in the games industry in the past. There's booze involved tonight, courtesy of our sponsors, so please just take care of each other. Don't leave drinks unattended. If you see anybody looking a little bit uncomfortable, please just check they're okay. Speak to any of us. The volunteers all have the blue hoodies on. A bunch of people whose time it's their first event here. If you see anyone looking a little bit lost, just say hello, make sure everyone's doing all right, and let's just look after each other. Speaking of safety, there's no fire alarm, or not that I've been told about, planned. So if the fire alarm does go off, we'll just go back down the main stairs and out onto Argyle Street. I need to give a massive thank you to the sponsors for this evening. Literally, this event wouldn't happen without their support. And in particular, their support is what helps us keep the ticket prices nominal, because the ticket price doesn't really cover that big a percentage of the cost of running this whole event. We've got a coach going around Scotland, hotels, travelling people up, food, drink, staff, engineering and everything. So a massive thank you to each of Team Terrible, Xsolla, Pocket Size Hands, Blazing Griffin, No Code, Ninja Kiwi, 4J Studios, Hyperluminal Games, UK Global Screen Fund, Game Maker, Rivet Games, Johnson Carmichael, and Speech Graphics. And if you could all join me in giving them a big hand, please. The drinks are literally on them. So as you hand over your drink token, thank the sponsors. How many people have heard of the Scottish Game Developers Association? A good portion, half. Okay, good. So the SGDA has been active in one form or another. It used to be a chapter of IGDA. It's been active for, I think, something like 20 years. Maybe it's not quite that long. It went a bit quiet over COVID, and it was on the brink of being wound up because the last 2-3 years it's not been very active. A few of us have stepped in as the new trustees of it, and we're just in the process of bringing it back to life. One of the things we'll do is these events, rather than these being Colin's events, going forward these will be SGDA events. And all the companies that you saw listed as sponsors previously, rather than me bugging them for a little bit of sponsorship every couple of months, they've now all agreed to be corporate sponsors, just paying an annual fee, and that basically secures the future of these events for years to come, and also gives us the basis that we can do a lot more under the SGDA branding. So hopefully you'll see more events, more initiatives, more going on, more promotion of things, more news in the newsletters and everything going out. So we don't even have a website up yet. That'll go up in the next week or so, but keep an eye out. And if you want to get involved in anything, please do. Speaking of community, these events are long since past the day when it was just me running around doing everything. There's a whole army of people helping out, and I'm super grateful to them. So just to give a few shout outs, checking everyone in on registration. We've got Aidan and Catriona. You literally would not be able to hear any of the speakers if it wasn't for Lucy, our engineer, at the back of the room there. Fergus, that many of you will know, has helped on the back end with the production side of things. Sarah, our videographer's at the back of the room. She'll be videoing some of the event tonight. And Harry is our online host for tonight. They're all here to meet more people in the industry. So please take the time to chat to them over the course of tonight as well. It's great that we're in a venue where everything's in one room, so everyone's accessible. So in the breaks, do chat to Aidan and Catriona on registration and everyone else. And please join me in giving them a massive round of applause for their help in organising this. Excellent, thank you. If anybody doesn't want to be photographed or videoed, just let Sarah know. And if you want to check any of the footage before it gets used, ultimately just drop me a note and we'll let you check anything before it goes out. Those of you that have been here before know that we always raise a little money for a good cause. Because we've been doing this for a number of years, we've now helped a lot of great causes. And it's slightly staggering to realise that the total we have now raised for those causes is £40,000. How amazing is that? So thank you so much if you've donated in the past. We want to keep up doing good work as part of these events. So today we're going to be supporting a charity called Digital Xtra. We'll hear more from Kraig from Digital Xtra later on. But Digital Xtra's goal is for every young person in Scotland to have access to innovative, meaningful and creative extracurricular computing activities, regardless of their gender, background or where they live. As well as the raffle for Digital Xtra, we have a few items of merch that I know some people have bought already. So we have beanies, Games Talks Live beanies. We had these in the winter where they were a little bit more popular rather than on the sunniest day of the year so far. But you know it's going to get cold again before we get into summer. So for £20, all the profits go to Digital Xtra. We take contactless, see Jenny on registration. New for this week, we also have Games Talk Live pin badges. What's better than a Games Talks Live pin badge? A Games Talks Live pin badge that glows in the dark. That's more like it. That's more like it. You can even, oh, I don't have them on. I've converted a couple into cufflinks as well. They're really cool. So these are £5. Again, all the profits go to Digital Extra today. So get them from Jenny on reception. The raffle that we always run, so we'll do that at the end of tonight. You basically donate through the same QR code. So again, it's hanging around your necks. Just scan the QR code on your name badge. It takes you to a Just Giving page. Anything donated there goes straight to Digital Extra. I don't get to get my mucky little hands on it. It goes straight to the charity. The way it works is basically for every £5 you donate to Digital Extra, we'll assign you one ticket in the raffle draw tonight. So you donate £5, your name will go into the raffle once. If you win a ticket, if you win something, that's it, your name comes out. If you donated £50, for example, you'll get 10 tickets. If you win something, that ticket comes out, but the other 9 tickets with your name on still stay in, so you could still win other stuff. We've been doing raffles all this week. Tonight is your last chance to win. We will do the draw after Dan's on last thing tonight. So up until about 9 p.m, buy your raffle tickets, and then that way you'll be in with a chance to win tonight. Just to run through the prizes quickly, we've got some bundles from Super Rare Games. I'll need to work out which games have been won already this week, but basically it's a bundle of a game and a t-shirt from Super Rare Games. It's one of these three. I can't remember which one it is. It's like a lucky dip, isn't it? It's all good. We have got, tonight we'll be raffling 3 bundles of games from PlayStack, so that includes Balatro and Rise of the Golden Idol, so those are Steam codes. P-Cube have given us a bundle of PS4 games. Hooded Horse have given us 2 bundles of Steam codes, so that's for Cataclysmo, Heart of the Machine and Manor Lords. Devolver have given us a bundle of Steam codes as well, so that's Children of the Sun, Talos Principle 2 and Plucky Squire. And Nacon have given us this. I looked this up on Amazon. It's a way more high-end headset than I realized. A high-end headset. What was it? A 600 Pro HS headset. So I don't know if that impresses anyone, but it impressed me once I looked it up on Amazon at least. So to be in with a chance to win any of those, get your donations into the Just Giving page through that QR code just there. I think that's all that you really want to hear from me. I think we want to get on with the talks now, don't we? Probably. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to hand over to our host for this evening. He is a local media composer, sound designer and musician. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Thomas O'Boyle.
Hi folks, hello, hello, hello. Right, we'll keep things moving fairly quickly. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. Hope you're all getting well. Hope you're all doing well. Before we start, are there any? Sorry, I was asked, is there anyone in the any mic in the audience for a mic? Anyone? No. Okay, sorry. This concludes the mic check. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm going to kick things off. So I think I won't talk too long. I think we'll just kick things off straight away. And here to talk with us from Passion Games about how animation techniques can help in game development. Please put your hands together for Mr. Simon Brown.
Hello everyone. Thanks to Colin and the team for having us, and thank you for you all for just listening to this stuff. My name's Simon. I'm head of CG at Passion Pictures. I started off in the industry as an illustrator, and I've worked as an animator, right across the entire pipeline, moving into lighting for film work, worked on Guardians of the Galaxy, various sort of high-end films, and then now ended up back in adverts, which is, games trailers and advertising, which is the most of the work that we do at Passion. But today I'm going to talk about how we've helped numerous game studios by using animation techniques that can help games development. Animation and games development follow different pipelines, but they don't have to be separate. Our animation studio worked outside and inside the game development schedule and pipeline to speed up storytelling, animation, look dev, and asset production. Right, thank you. So what's the differences? I mean, you know, when you're in a game, the main thing is the game, right? Playability, what's in front of the player, and you work in a very sort of a different structure to us in that sense because that's your focus. And obviously narrative and everything is happening around that, but it's kind of, you know, it's asset development can be delayed, and also, you know, you're trying to figure out mechanics and all different sorts of stuff. But for an animation studio, we can hit the ground running straight off the bat with narrative, structured, and we work in a really linear way. So we're like focusing on the assets, on the look, you know, on the look dev, all these kind of the elements that, you know, in typical game development, they're sort of secondary to your ultimate function of making an amazing game. So this is the example of Horizon Lego, and the way it worked was that about 3.5 years ago, Guerrilla came to us, and they were like, we've got this IP, we want to push it into a Lego game. And so before then, they didn't have anyone to make the game. They just wanted to find out how would that work, right? Like, how does Lego, a Lego Horizon Zero Dawn, sort of, how does it translate? How does the abstraction work? And so it was one of the best jobs I've ever had. It was my last job supervising as a CG supervisor, and I did all the look dev and stuff on it, and we kind of, yeah, it was brilliant, and you'll see the trailer in a minute. So we started off with that. Then we came to help them with 20 minutes of in-game cinematics. So we did the animation, we did the storyboarding, we had direction on it to sort of help elevate the comedic elements that Guerrilla wanted to sort of show in the trailers, and that Studio Gobo were working on as well. And with that, at that point, we were working straight into Perforce, sending all our animation straight into the game. And they were rendering it out of Unreal. So then, about half a year later, we got into the teaser trailer. That was directly with Guerrilla. So while Gobo was making the game, we were sort of like, as a side project, started developing it. And what was interesting was that they hadn't made any of the stuff that Guerrilla wanted to show in the game. So again, we were able to look to have another entire environment for them, pass it back to them. And that was really useful as well. We were able to help Gobo sort of solve some of the problems before they hit the ground with that part of their environment. And then at the end, we were contacted PlayStation and Guerrilla again to do the release trailer. So these are some examples of, like, you know, we're in storyboarding, direction, helping with writing. Then we drop into animation. It's the team of animators that have already worked on the teaser trailer, so they know the IP, they know the historic, they know the game mechanics, and then that drops straight into, you know, 20 minutes of in-game cinematic. And on the left there's just two examples of animation look dev that we did for the original teaser, for the original look dev trailer with Guerrilla. Probably did about 400 of them, like across the creatures and the characters. Yeah, the animators had a lot of fun with that stuff, like how do you do Lego, and what's the fun parts of, like, you know, being able to sort of make their wrists rotate. How does Aloy move within this scenario? So then, yeah, straight into sort of, you know, we're look deving straight off the bat. We're using Arnold here. We're pushing like as much resolution as we can, but the assets are ready. You know, we're able to sort of make LODs from them, pass them back to the game so that they've got everything when they're ready, and that includes the animation. We made a lot of rigs with an FBX potential so that they could sandbox stuff in game as well. And so a typical sort of workflow there, I guess, is like Guerrilla's awesome design work at the end. Then we got these master builders in, and they're kind of like Lego savants who can build anything in Lego. And then we made that for real via Bricklink, which you can use on Lego Studio. Then we got into animation tests for the creatures and the characters, and then simultaneously we're starting to look at like how would that look in a potential environment? What is the density of like the environment? How is it all, does it work together, you know, coherently? And then the final shot there. So just a good example on this shot of how it all works together in terms of like, you know, problem solving and the aesthetic, etc. We're figuring out like how does the animation work in the context of the environment. Like everything in this environment moves, it's all animating. That was something that they really wanted to, because it's Lego, you want to keep it alive. And how did that work in game, like in terms of intersection and like rigid and dynamics, and then how to quintessentially like sort of Horizon Zero Dawn stuff, like the fireflies there on the stealth grass, how does that work? So, you know, can you use one pieces or does it look silly, and what's the density? Because Lego's an incredibly dense medium, like how what can you get away with visually, and how do you focus on the character in terms of how much depth of field can you use, how much depth, how much fog can you use to sort of help those situations. And again, with the FX, we're kind of like procedurally building stuff so that we can figure out how vast environments might work that the actual master builders wouldn't have ever had the time to do. So we're kind of looking at directionality and sort of surface area to volume, and figuring out how the pieces would break up into, tiny, big, small ratio work, and just the aesthetics of all that. And so we did a lot of Houdini tooling around waterfalls, fire. Would it be stop frame? Would it be like voxel based, or would it be like popping on and off pieces on twos? And then, all of the FX like explosions and lightning and all that cool stuff. So yeah, sort of the big pictures, you can lock your creative really quick before you even start developing with this kind of a methodology. You can iterate faster. You can have us do all kinds of work around the outside of your core game structure. And we're problem solving buffer before and after production. So this is the trailer, I think. Yeah, this is the trailer we made. It had about 8 months. Probably the team was... probably about 10 of us, plus the master builders. And obviously, plus the working with the direction team at Guerrilla. We were never actually meant to make it. We were just meant to make sections of it where it was like, how would the environment work? How would the effects work? How would the animation work? And then we realized that we kind of had the building blocks to make the trailer. So we did. This was really good for us too. We developed our USD pipeline while we were doing this, because Lego's perfect for that, for instancing and all that kind of good stuff for us. We basically ripped off the 2016 trailer that I think they did at Guerrilla, and we found like shots that we really liked, and then we added all of the game mechanics elements into that trailer. So yeah, I know Kobo were really surprised and pleased to have this level of dev work before they started. One of the big things was like Horizon Zero Dawn is not very funny or playful, and Lego is. So we had to figure out where that balance would work for Guerrilla as well. Okay. Yeah, so just quick conclusion. By combining animation studio techniques with game development, we're able to streamline production and improve storytelling. When this works, we're doing this with a few games companies at the moment. When it works really well, you're just like an internal part of the team. We're all on Slack, we're all working together. It's a really, it's usually a really sort of nice setup in that way. And we also benefited a lot, we're kind of, as we push our pipeline into, we're using Unreal, we're using Unity, we're starting to work in similar ways, and the VFX industry and the games industry are starting to sort of converge a lot. So it's been really useful for us to work with the games guys as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon Brown, everybody. Our next speaker is, and who I'd like to thank very much for helping me to make sure I got his name right, from Raw Fury. Please, to talk to you about self-publishing, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Johan Toresson.
All right, so this is the demonetization part of the stream. I'm terribly sorry for anyone who fucking invested in that. So this whole part is essentially going to be about, you know, do this, blah, 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 but prepare to self-publish. Chances are you probably will. So who the fuck am I? Well, I do scouting for Raw Fury. You find developers or producers in this sort of stand-up situation a lot of the time. How long it's going to take, how long do we have, I don't fucking know. I don't care. I'm in the back, I'm fucking off somewhere. I'm going to go and find something. That's literally my job. Finding things and then making people sad. Yeah, around that time. Essentially, I try to help find the interesting things that we can fund in some way, shape, or form. I try to run it on a very simple principle basis of two things. One, get good games made. Two, preferably with Raw Fury. But if the second part doesn't work out, I'm going to do the first one anyways. So we're going to start by making everyone sad. I enjoy that. It's in Swedish, you know, like to see people cry a little bit. Here's the whole fucking situation with the video games industry. I'm sure you know it. Last year-ish, last year-ish, we had something like 19,000 games come out, and roughly 15,000 of them didn't make enough money to allow them to have Steam achievements, cards, and so on and so forth. So you can probably disregard those fuckers. So it's about around as shit as it was in 2016. So what does it mean? Like, it's tough, period, for everyone. Games with publishers, games without publishers, people that are self-publishing by choice, people that are self-publishing because they don't have any other choice. You know, veterans, whatever the fuck. But why should you prepare to self-publish? Well, in 2020, there were something like 4,600 developers in Europe, roughly 170 publishers. Putting your eggs in that particular basket, and if that's your business strategy, is gonna get you fucked. It's bad. It's essentially praying for hope and hoping that someone's gonna sort things out. It's a flawed and potentially disastrous strategy. And it's not because publishers can't be a great tool. We can, but prepare to self-publish. So, in the sense of like, let's be transparent about things, here's a random year between 2018 to 2024 from Raw Fury. Something like 1,000 to 1,500 informal pitches received that year, which includes literally everything I look at. And that's like very lenient, but that's why you call it informal. So if I pass by your booth when you're expoing and I'm standing there for a while and I'm going, that's an informal pitch. Because I decided at that point that I don't want to pursue this, so I'm fucking off. And then you have another like 600 to 800 pitches that come in some way, shape, or form, either by me finding them or people emailing us, doing cold calls, etc., which goes into our system. Out of those 600, we're talking about roughly 30 of those that goes into what we call wider review, which is when I actually tell someone else in the company that I'm doing work. And it's like, look, this is pretty good. You should probably fucking take a look. And at that point, after that year, we signed 2, which is roughly 0.2% of everything I saw that year. And now you're thinking, shit, my business strategy is to get signed by a publisher, and they sign 0.2% of the games that they see. Shit, am I fucked? No, don't worry. We got you. So, some practical fucking tips and resources. You should make a pitch deck. Even if you're not going to pitch a publisher because you're preparing to self-publish, make the pitch deck anyways. Make it early. Make sure that you got the core, the stuff that's going to go in, everything that's good about your game that you need to tell someone if you potentially hire someone should go in the pitch deck. And even if you're not looking to hire someone and you're a 2-people studio of whatever, so, you know, defining everything that's good about your game and speaking about it, trying to communicate it externally will help you understand what the fuck you're doing, because the likelihood is that you do not know that at the early stages of things. And instead of spending 6 months figuring it out by the coding and shit, spend 20 minutes, sit down and build a deck. There's tons of good resources out there. Gwen Foster has one for Soup Pot, which is pictured here. You can find her on if not now, Gwen. Really good pun. I enjoy that quite a bit. I also made an ugly one that you can find if you go and look for like Raw Fury dev resources, something like that. It's ugly as fuck, but it's got pictures of Charles Bukowski, so it's good. Do your homework. Even if you're not going to pitch a publisher, because you're preparing to self-publish, do your homework. If you are going to pitch towards content creators or whoever the fuck. It's the same lesson. If you're gonna, for some reason, pitch Raw Fury, which I would like you to do, thumbs up and all that, don't pitch me a dark pattern monetization match 3 sort of hentai situation. The likelihood of us signing that is fairly fucking low because we haven't, 1, published those types of games previously, expressed interest in publishing porn games, and 3, generally think that people that do dark pattern monetizations can go fuck themselves. So, also, if you at that point are looking to pitch publishers or content creators, pitch everyone that's relevant at the same time. We do expect it. If you're not doing it, you're fucking yourself over because you have a limited runway and you're waiting for a lazy person sitting on the other side who's suddenly ending up in Glasgow talking to people to look at your email, and it's not fucking going to happen tonight, is it? So, this is a contentious slide. It's really funny. I enjoy it a lot. Get a Steam page up. Some folks, quote unquote, will be publishers probably, will tell you that you shouldn't be getting this up because it will ruin the beat, which is getting the Steam page up and getting the eyes on it, and they can publish it better than you, they can get it up better than you. But you're preparing to self-publish, and you want somewhere you can get audience validation, you want somewhere you can capture that audience that potentially will validate your idea, and you want to make sure that you're not, messing up potential sales. Getting a Steam page up, pushing them towards it, allows you to have a CTA, which is a call to action. And if a publisher tells you, when you're talking to them, for some reason, to not put it up, they can go fuck themselves. Or they can pay for your time. If they want exclusivity and they want the right to publish your Steam page or itch or whatever the fuck, or the reason you're talking about it externally in any way, shape, or form, they should pay your burn, period. Otherwise, they're wasting your time and they're essentially making sure that you can't make the basis of whatever sales you're going to get. I would rather have a game that's been up for 7 years in Steam not fucking making a move and sign that at some point, because I know as a publisher I can get the moments that needs to happen to get those wish lists happening. And if you are for some reason getting velocity, I've never met a publisher that's been like 200,000 wish lists, but you published the Steam page. Yeah, I'm not going to sign that. Fuck them. So let's go on. If you have a phone, take a picture. This is really good. It's going to happen again really, really soon. So be fast. 1, 2, 3, sick. 1, 2, 3, sick. Right? Be brutal. Find someone that can help you out properly. How many of you have a friend? This is an exercise. Put up your hand. Oh, that's very sad, Scotland. Shit. Anyways, find the one friend that is an ass. You all have them. I'm that one from a lot of people. And let them have a look at your game. Let them look at the competition. Let them look at what's going on in this genre, in what you're doing. Look at games that are of similar team sizes, of similar budgets, and make sure that they are being brutally honest about this, right? You got your phones, yeah? If you don't know how to make a fucking comp set, take a picture. It's that easy. It's not good. It's not going to help you out too much, but it's the very basics of, here's a game, this is what it does, this is what we do, this is how we are better, this is how we are worse. It works for me. You send that in a pitch, I'll be happy, and if you don't need to send it to a publisher because you're planning to self-publish, at least you now have a hum of what other people that are doing sort of similar things that you are doing. Even if you're not looking for a publisher, make a build for pitching. It will force you to take out the fluff. It will force you to go to the core. It will force you to show, can you make this fun? The worst thing I see occasionally from folks that have really, really good experience in AAA, they're coming into the indie space and they're going to be like, yeah, we're going to fucking rule this shit. 2 years down the line, they built lots of tech, they built lots of systems, they haven't found the fun. They're like, no, we're going to build it, and we're going to sort it out, and at some point, fun will happen. And no, fun is hard. Systems are hard as well, but not as hard. So make sure that you got your stuff going there. And then, good art will never save bad gameplay. So even if your game looks like Atomic Crops did when we signed it, it's fine for that particular type of game. This is what it ended up looking at the end. And that's roughly it. Good? Sick.
Thank you, Johan. That was fantastic, insightful, and a bit terrifying. And also, those were dynamite finger snaps. We're going to have a 10-minute break now, so if anyone wants to get out of their seat, get a drink, do a few lunges, whatever it may be, and we'll reconvene in 10.
Lovely. Oh, I've disappeared. There we are. 10-minute break, everybody. Wow. Brilliant. Yeah, brilliant talks to just start off. Brilliant talks to immediately start off with. I should have been a bit more quiet there to allow you to adjust your audio back up. How's the audio going for this stream, everybody? Is it good? Do you want like the volume changed a little bit? Because we can, you know, Lucy is also watching this as we're going on, so we can alter it if it's a little quiet or if it's just right. I think it's good currently though. Yeah, I think if you want to know the inside reason, the real reason we ended up delaying the stream by an hour was because Johan was trying his best to demonetize us. But hello, VOD watchers who have inevitably come back to take a screenshot of those notes. Yeah, thank you, Johan, for the views. But yeah, let's go through some of the chat. Like, you know, hello, Will of Frame. Currently watching from Somerset. Hopefully I can attend in person. The talks and pitching fun would be useful. Brilliant. Awesome. Yeah, if you join the Discord, yeah. If you join the Discord, and if you go to Games Talks Live, subscribe to the newsletter, we always send a good few pings out whenever we've got like the next ones running. So you'll be able to see when and where everything is happening. We got some time to fit in one quick little talk because we got a little break. So I'm going to immediately combo this in with a very well-fitting one. It's from Garnet Lee from Raw Fury, and he's talking a bit about pitching. Hey, it's almost like I've thought about this in advance.
Hello. Should I do this first, Colin? Hi, everybody. I'm Garnet Lee, and I'm guilty of what Paul said. I have given that talk about how to write a pitch. And this is exactly the response to that, because having given that pitch, that talk a few times, I thought, well, you know, everyone out here is creatives. You know how to make creative content. You don't need me putting a box around that. I think what you really want to know is, how does a scout at a publisher, which is all I am, it's not a universal answer, look at a pitch? And I started here saying, like, my God, it's full of stars. Anyone 2001 fans? So there's that moment when Bowman is like, wow. And this is what it's like for me every day, looking into the inbox, looking on Twitter, looking on Screenshot Wednesdays, because what you do inspires me. I love what I do. It is one of the greatest jobs I've ever had in my life. It's so rewarding to see all of the things you do. And what I want to help you with here is, there are so many stars in that space. I want you to be able to figure out the way to make them shine to me. What this isn't. This is not an assembly instruction, and it's because you don't need an assembly instruction, but also I want to talk to you about not making assembly instructions in your pitches, because as design teams, you're thinking all the time about what's going to go into my game. How many pieces are going to be here? And it's very easy to start falling into that game design doc and falling prey to, well, I want to show this scout that I know what I'm doing. I want to show them all the pieces. But we know from having built games before that what you're showing me today is not going to be there in 6 months or 18 months or 24 months. Things will change dramatically. So what I'm looking for is that proverbial forest more than the trees. So now imagine Bowman's gone into the obelisk and it's an empty room. You know, you might put that right there, like for placement only, but that's really what's happening in my head. The moment I open your pitch is the first time I see anything. So my headspace is open. It's empty. It's a palette. I don't want you to show me how to build all the pieces of the IKEA room you're about to build me. I want you to show me the IKEA room, right? I want you to put me there on the couch. I've come home from work. I have a beer. I turn on the PS5. I want to play a game. All of those things. Help me build the mental image of what your game will be. And how do you do that? I think that that's an open question. In some cases, it might be key art. In another case, it might be just some concept art or a happy GIF or a moment in time or a snapshot. I would say what it isn't is a lot of words. In the pitch stage, what I really need to get at this early part as I'm getting drawn in, almost like The process for me is almost like what Paul was talking about. I need to get pulled in, and then I need to get retained. And as you'll see here in a minute, this is not going to be just all touchy-feely stuff, but the touchy-feely stuff at the beginning is building the buy-in for me to go further into it, right? Get me into your headspace, because I'm not going to know when we get into the nuts and bolts or the lamps and the couches why they matter unless you get me there. Now, there's one step in between, and that is then getting me a real emotional moment. So look at this picture. Like, even if you don't know anything about the movie, you're like, well, what's going on here? Like, look at the way he's looking at that dragon. Look at that dragon. Are we going to ride the dragon? I don't know. Where are we going to go? What adventures will we have? If you can land that, it gets me hungry. Then I want to see more, right? And here's where we're going to try to move over a little bit to talking about why it's important for a pitch. Because the other thing it shows me is that your team has an idea for where that real emotional hook is. What's my player really going to feel? What's going to get them? I mean, is it going to be, are they Atreyu? Are they Falkor? Is it some combination of the two? But it means that you're thinking in that space of, this is what's really going to land my player. So now you built the room. You've got me with the dragon. So, of course, now we have to go Princess Bride. I mean, if you do never-ending story, you have to go Princess Bride, right? But think about what's happening here. Like, Kevin is completely paying attention, and it's really important. So now you have me, and you can lay out those important signposts in your game. But remember I was saying to be careful about not falling into the trap of being too specific. Princess Bride is a very interesting narrative journey, because the way the story is told allows the fiction part to be all about the moment, all about the emotional experiences. And we come back to the storyteller in order to advance the story across the ultimate plot arc. That's what I would like you to do in your pitches. Be the storyteller and allow space for us when we come back to talk about this, because you've won the pitch, to fill in those blanks, because we'll fill in those blanks together. I mean, when we do our due diligence, we will talk about all of the specifics of how to make the game and what's going to go into it. But what I really want to know is, this could be, for example, one thing that's been very effective right now is showing me what's your daily loop, what's your weekly loop, and what's your monthly loop. Like, those are the mileposts, right? I don't need to know all the individual pieces, but having those beats in there really helps me understand how we're going to build a story that's going to keep using our great moment to build our giant room. So now we have to get down to some really important pieces, and these are the parts that I see sometimes. So if up front, the part that you're all really comfortable in, talking about all the design elements and all the pieces, you've given me lots and lots of detail. When we get to the parts that I need more detail, sometimes I don't find them. So one would be, introduce your cast. And what's important here is, I went through a couple of ideas for slides. I thought first about sports team, because the most important thing is to tell me the positional roles that you have filled. Because if I'm doing my job right, I'm already thinking about, what does a production team look like that can accomplish building this game? Do they need a full-time environmental artist? Do they need a full-time 2D pixel artist? And then I'm going to go and start looking at this and determining, have they planned out the right player personnel that they need to make this game? Do they understand what it's going to take to get there? Give me their roles and give me their strengths. I would caution you against going too much into making it a CV, because if you have someone who is very effective, it comes out of school as a great VFX artist, but you put that they've just graduated school, I might be a little nervous about them just having graduated school. But if you show me or tell me about their great skills as a VFX artist, then I'm going to move right on from that. Because what's really important to me isn't whether they've worked on 2 or 3 games individually. It's together. Has your team been together, able to ship games, able to put together the pieces, and do you have the right pieces? So keep it very relevant and on point here. And then finally, the part that you really don't want to do, but you have to do it, charts and graphs. And so we call it charts and graphs. So what kind of charts and graphs do I want? So one of the things that I see in many pitches is, we're going to be on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. We're going to be $24.99 releasing in April of 2025. How the heck do you know that? It takes us weeks to figure that out with a brand team and a release team and figuring out launch windows and looking at production plans. We have no idea what your price point's going to be, what your platforms are going to be, and all of those elements. So make your production plan about numbered months. Here is how many months from the time that you sign me till we'll be finished. Likewise, in talking about your production plan for people, talk to me about what personnel you need in each phase. I don't need a actual, burn down chart of everything that's going to happen, but I need something more hefty than, well, we're going to play, we're going to work 24 months until we go to gold. It's not quite enough. I need to see phases. I need to, for instance, understand, where do you think you're going to be at alpha? When are you going to be in full production? When do you need more art resources? And when do we need to start thinking about hardening the build so that we can get ready for an eventual launch? So stick to the things that are in your control. The other things that I would say, at least for Raw Fury, we don't need is, don't worry about marketing budget. That's our business. Don't worry about localization, also a publisher role. Don't worry about QA, also a publisher role. We're going to provide all those things. What we need to understand is, hey, developer, for X amount of dollars, you can build this game. We bring that money in over that amount of time. Can we launch this game successfully together and make money? And so that's what I think you want to reach. Thanks very much. If you enjoyed it, there is all of this information on Raw Fury's website. As Paul, I think, said we're one of the places that has a bunch of stuff. We've got a sample budget. We've got a sample pitch deck. That's me on Twitter and on Discord. And please feel free to grab me for questions.
This event, these would not be possible at all without them. So if you could all put your hands together for them, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. And if you could keep that applause going, that would be fantastic. To hear to speak about funding for UK games companies, please put your hands together for Mr. Chris Philip.
Thank you, Thomas. And a fair warning, there is quite a bit of audience participation in this one. But before we begin, I just realized this is the third night in a row that nobody's actually clapped for Colin and the team at Games Talks Live. So let's give them a big round of applause, everybody. We would not be here without them. Like doing this 3 nights in a row, it's quite something. So, I have a question for you. Do you all make games? I didn't quite hear you, Glasgow. Do you all make games? Yeah! That's what I like to hear. And do you think that games are complex to make? Yes. Yeah, lots of people involved in games. Are there any accountants in the room? No accountants in the room. Okay, that's interesting. It's the first time that that's happened. Are there any community managers in the room? Cool. Sound folks? Sound designers? Yeah, quite a few of you. Okay, yeah, so games are complex to make. Are games expensive to make? Yeah? Is nobody looking for funding? Should they just stop talking? Games can be quite expensive to make, right? That's why Johan's here. That's why I have a job. That's why the person behind me who's like coming in after me has a job as well. So yeah, games are quite expensive to make. So what exactly am I going to be talking to you about? I'm going to be talking to you about free money. Free money? Free money. There's an asterisk though, but yeah, it is free money. That asterisk is that free money is there depending on whether or not you know what to do. So first, who am I? I'm Chris. I currently work with the BFI as a fund manager for the International Business Development Strand of the UK Global Screen Fund, say that 3 times fast. But I also helped co-found and run Game Anglia. We're a not-for-profit in the east of England growing the games industry similar to other organizations out there like Games Republic or Hub World and so on. I'm not going to give any other Scottish names in this talk because I don't want to rile people up. But I'm also a full BAFTA member for games, which means that I get to vote on games every year and play a lot of games, which is really great. And I also do portfolio reviews for Escape Studios. So if anybody here is a 3D artist who can give some of their time to do some portfolio reviews, please let me know if you haven't already committed that time to Colin's portfolio reviews. I'm mentioning this not to brag, but to give you an in if you want to come talk to me about any of these. This is an opener for you. But choose your subsidies, right? There's different ways of getting free money in games, competitive and non-competitive. And we're going to start by talking about the non-competitive stuff. the video games tax credit, VGTR, video games expenditure credit, VGEC. These are acronyms. You don't need to worry too much about that. The only thing that you need to worry about is that if you spend money making games in the UK, you can get money back from HMRC. That's non-competitive. Anybody can get it. There isn't a limit. There isn't a pot size. You can apply for as much as you can, depending on some rules that we're going to be talking about. But there is no ceiling. You can get £10,000 back, you can get £100 back, you can get £3 million back. So this is a pie that represents the budget that you spend making a game. £100,000 was spent in the UK actually making the game. £10,000 was spent on marketing, hospitality, and travel. That's not stuff that you can claim back on. You can claim back on core expenditure. More exactly, you can claim back on 80% of core expenditure. You can't claim on 20% of it. Why? I don't know. It's esoteric rules. It's the same for like films and TV and animation across most of Europe or all of Europe. Don't know why they don't like the 20%. But you can claim back on this 80% of core expenditure. So £80,000, the headline rate is 34%. Which would kind of make it sound like 34% of 80%, you should be getting back £27,000 to 100. Now, this would be the part of the talk where I hand to an accountant. I'm like, is that correct? And they'd say, no, unfortunately not. But there's no accountants in the room, so I have to do all of that. Boo, audience participation. So I'm going to ask you instead, can you claim back all 34% of 80%? No. Thank you. And why is that? It's because of corporation tax, because you also need to pay that. But realistically, even after you take out that 20% that you can claim back on, we don't know why, you take out the corporation tax, you're still left with £20,000 for 100 that you can get back from the government if you've spent £100,000 making the game. I've been working across film and TV for the past 5 years or so in addition to games. And if you told me that a company that made a film or a TV series hadn't claimed back their tax relief, I'd be like, surely that's not right. Their budgets genuinely incorporate that in. But for games, it's something different. Like, really, you should be applying to get this money back. This is non-competitive. There is no cap to it. Anybody can get it as long as they do all of these things. So we're going to go step by step. First, you must have a company. That also includes, I believe, being self-employed. So as long as you have some sort of entity that makes the game that is based in the UK. The company needs to be incorporated before full development starts. Now, what full development means, that's going to be up to you and the people you chat with. We don't exactly know, but we know that there's a stage before full development. That in games, that's prototype funding. There's actually somebody in the room who gives prototype funding, and that's Colin. So if you want to learn more about that, you can chat to him afterwards. You need to spend at least some of the funding in the UK, but in our case, we said that we're going to be spending all of it, and the game is intended for supply, which means that people can actually buy it, or that you want to showcase it at a festival, or that there's a demo out, or that you've made a Steam page because you definitely intend to self-publish and not shop it out to publishers, as we found out earlier. And you need to be certified as British through the cultural test. Now, I am aware that opinions on English people are split in the room. However, good news. In order to pass the British cultural test, you only need 16 points. The Union Jack is only one of those. Or like a red post box or something like that. You can pass with just section A, and you don't need to worry about section B, where you would have those cultural contribution sort of things. And more good news. The people in the certification unit, they're my colleagues in the BFI, they're happy to chat with you and talk to you about all of this over the phone, which I still think it's 2025, who still actually makes phone calls, but over the phone or over email, they can also give you an interim certificate. So even if you're in the middle of development and you've already spent some money, you can claim some of that money back, which is really cool, or final certificate if you completed your game. Good news, you can claim back up to 2 years after you finish development. So if you have a game that's just been lying around that you've spent money on making, you can still claim money back on that. I'm not going to go into the attachments because I am aware of the time. Instead, I will tell you about the competitive strand of funding, which is the thing that I manage at the UK Global Screen Fund. We do this thing called International Business Development funding. We've awarded close to £2 million to 24 game companies. We like funding games in addition to film and TV and animation, and we want to fund more of that. So please find me after the break afterwards. We also like promoting games. We have a platform that's called Screen UK. If you have a game that's coming up in the next 6 months or so, please let us know. We'll feature you the same way that we featured Bish Bash Bots. So, UK Global Screen Fund International Business Development Strand. It's a grant. You don't need to pay it back. It's between 50 and 200,000 pounds. It's for a growth strategy, so it's for your company, not for a specific game. Again, the man who's funding actual the actual games is further back. That's Colin. Up to 30,000 pounds to prototype fund, up to 150,000 pounds to content fund, if I remember correctly. You can chat with him more about that. Between 50 and 200,000 pounds for your company, that's me. We can talk about that. The fund opened today. It's closing on the 19th of June. There's only one round per year, so please don't miss it if you're eligible. Now, what is the fund aiming to do? Cool. He dropped the timer, so like I can unlimited time hack. That's what I was looking for. So what are we looking to fund? All of this. What can we fund? All of this. There's one exception here, and that's that we can't fund the core development of your game or overheads and existing salaries and things like that. Because again, there's somebody else in the room who can fund that. So how do this translate into layman's terms? We're looking to see you make more money that is internationally attributable. So increasing your international sales, partnerships, reach, audiences, and the content that you make that is internationally attractive. What we fund, almost anything that you need other than the game itself or existing salaries and rent. And with that being said, there are some eligibility criteria. But if this sounds really interesting, come talk to me afterwards. Again, I've talked about two completely different things. Tax relief, that's non-competitive. Anybody can get that as long as you make a game in the UK and you pay people to make games in the UK. UK Global Screen Fund International Business Development, that's 50 to 200,000 pounds. There is only one round in 2025 that you can apply through. And that closes on the 19th of June. There are some eligibility criteria, such as your company must have been around for a couple of years, you must have already made a game that could be in early access or have a demo showcase at a festival or things like that, and you must be post-revenue. But we can talk about all of that. If it sounds interesting, you can also scan this code and join our newsletter so that you can so that you can get an email once the fund opens or once we have other interesting opportunities come up. Fun fact, we will be taking a delegation of game developers down to Italy in May or June. So I don't know the exact day because I'm not in that. But if you scan this code and you join our newsletter, you will be let know of that. That's my email. Thank you very much. I've been Chris.
Chris, everyone, thank you very much. Looking forward to getting my British cultural points or whatever they are. I'm sure I'll do great. Right, and we'll keep things running now, and then I think we're going to break for a wee bit of scran, if you have food on your badge, of course. But before we do, first I'd like to, just to talk about the current state of games investment in the UK. Please, if you put your hands together for Sam Costello from Hiro Capital.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not going to be nearly as interesting as the previous ones. I'm Samuel. I'm from Hiro Capital. We're a London and Luxembourg-based venture fund. We invest across a whole range of sectors, but primarily games. We've got about 300 million under management, and we've done about 50 investments at this point. Why is it called Hiro? It's actually originally named after the protagonist from the book that came up with the concept of the metaverse. And before you were wondering, we named it way, way before all of the crypto and pandemic hype. It made us look bad, but it was just too late for a name change. So very unfortunate for us, but that's where the name comes from. Here's our team. So the fund was founded by Luke, Ian, and Cherry. Ian was the founder of Games Workshop and IDOS. You know, he's been a big investor in the kind of UK and European game space. I'm making a little cameo down there in the bottom right corner. I'm one of the investment directors at the fund, and I think just main takeaway from this is we're not finance professionals mostly. We come from operational backgrounds, and most importantly, we love games. Like, we're all players. We love playing. I probably play a bit too much in my job, but that's okay. But what's venture about specifically? You know, like publisher funding and venture funding, they can go together, but generally, like, they're sort of designed for different outcomes. If you really want to build a company that can really scale, venture is the funding type for you. And originally, the fund came together because Ian had done a lot of angel investing in the UK. He was the first investor in Mediatonic with Fall Guys, first investor in Playdemic with Golf Clash. And obviously these companies went on to have, you know, multi-billion-dollar exits. But very early in their life, there was seed and angel funding around for them, but they just couldn't scale beyond that. They ended up, you know, Fall Guys obviously had to do the deal with Devolver. They had to do the deal with Devolver. Lots of these people ended up having to give away their IP rights. And so there was this kind of middle gap that was missing. And that's what we came in to try and fill. So just a quick summary of who we backed. We've done 50 investments across the entire spectrum. Your local Scottish publisher with Firestoke. Incredible, if you guys are building a game in Unreal, you'll probably know who this is. And then Keen, who launched Enshrouded last year. They've done about 3.5 million units, so it's been great for them. Yeah, now onto the depressing bit. How did we get here? So look, gaming has enjoyed just really strong growth over the years. And then you can see in this kind of 2019, 2020 section, you know, pandemic, everyone's at home, everyone's bored, everyone's playing Warzone, you know, like business is booming. I think we were a bit naive to believe some of these estimates here on the top right, but, you know, that's kind of how we've got to this point. Yeah, and you know, I think this also reflects the kind of wider publishing landscape, but VC funding is down, publisher funding is down. It's all a bit depressing for everyone. That's by value, this is by number of deals. You know, back in the pandemic, there were lots of generalist funds and people that had no idea about games. You know, they just saw Match and 3 together on a slide and they were, you know, sending millions to people. Those days are gone, so you know it's coming down, but there are still funds in this space who really focus on games. There's makers, there's us, there's Play Ventures, so you know there is still money and deals being done in this space. And I guess, yeah, how do we get here? I mean, you guys will recognize most of these. I think it's been pretty depressing. I was saying to someone when we came in here, I think I think we got ourselves into this situation. Really, I think everyone was like completely over their skis during the pandemic, and I think when you look at these games, I think people have lost their focus for what really matters, which is gameplay. You know, Johan was talking about people building systems and tech, but at the end of the day, like the thing is finding the fun, and we see all these pitches all the time about how they'll do monetization, how they'll do UGC, and it's just like, you know, there's only one thing that matters at the end of the day, which is what the players want about gameplay. But there's good news as well. There's been lots of depressing stuff, but there's also been a lot of hits that's not being sucked up by Counter-Strike and League of Legends. You know, there's been across the entire spectrum, solo developers, Mana Lords. Gorilla Tag just did over 100 million in revenue. I think it started out as one guy and there's only 3 kids now doing it. You know, it's all pretty impressive. So there's still, you know, it's not all bad news. And just thinking about kind of where the market is today, you know, like, I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You know, the underlying strengths of this industry, like more and more people who are growing up now are gaming. You know, the average age of a gamer, they say, is 37. Like that market keeps growing. And I think once we've kind of recovered from this, you know, period of bad weather, you know, I think the industry will just, you know, it will get back to its previous health. This is from Ian, and this is the thing he's always banging on at us about in investment committees, you know, and it comes back to this focus point, which is, at the end of the day, the most important thing is gameplay, and everything else is secondary to that. What are we looking for specifically? We're looking for a great team, you know, people who really want to grow their studio, with people that, you know, we're looking for people that they got a deep moat, great sense of what their game is, of who their target audience is, and you know, I think there's a bit of a stereotype about funds where it's all about like it has to be social, free to play, blah blah blah. I don't think that's true necessarily, but you know, I don't think it can be something super niche. And if anyone is interested in raising funds or talking to us, if you go on our website, you can apply. We actually do look at every single pitch that comes to us, unfortunately for me. But yeah, so fire your picture there and I'll be getting back to you. Thank you.
very, very much. Fantastic. I think we're going to have a quick break now just for some dinner. Before I do, I just want to thank our sponsors. Again, if I could, Creative Scotland and Pocket Size Hands, if you put your hands together for them, that they are making this night possible. So, like I said, if anybody has food, like myself, if anybody has food on their badge, then there is a wee bit of food at the back that you are welcome to. And we're going to come back in about, give or take, 45 minutes, and we're going to, so please mingle, be merry. If anybody wants any introductions or anything like that, feel free to come to me, and I'm happy to introduce you to anybody if that's needed. And otherwise, we'll talk to you again give or take 45 minutes.
Awesome. Wow. Yeah, another great 2 series of talks. Nice to see a few people in the chat. Hello, Brian. Hello, Johan. Yeah, thank you very much. Little thing from Johan. Thanks for coming in and watching. Tons of great stuff on the docket. And there really is. Let's just mute that for the moment. Yeah, so we've got a dinner break for now. Bit of scran. So in the meantime, we've got a few things to continue showing off. Now, I could go straight into showing more pitching things, but there's been a lot of information very quickly. So, I think let's take something a little bit more on the chill side, I'm going to show this lovely presentation from Nick Gripton of, I believe, let me double check my notes because I don't want to say the wrong name. Yeah, from Badger Hammer. He did this talk about making a game dev studio work as a hobby and a side project. So a little bit more of a lax one. Still pitching related, but a little bit more of a lax one this time.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to tell you about my experience making games as a hobby, how I did it all wrong, and maybe how to do it right in the future. So I'm Nick. I run a game studio, which is a hobby game studio called Badger Hammer, with my best friend. He's also called Nick. We do it in our spare time. We make no money, and we've got zero budget. But people do tell us we make good games. So why are we even doing this in our free time? Here we go. Game dev's not a hobby. Game dev's a job. So let's have a look at the definition of these things. A job is a specific task that someone does to earn money. We're definitely not earning any money, so it's a hobby, right? A hobby is something you do for fun when you're not working, but it's not all fun. Feels like work quite a lot. So is it work? Yeah, this is because I'm absolutely shitting myself. So first, I think we need to have a look at how much time I've actually got to spend on my so-called hobby. There's 168 hours in a week. Got my day job. I'm a freelancer, so sometimes it looks like this, sometimes it looks like this, but it's about the same in the end. You've got your chores, you've got to do the tidying up, doing the dishes, take the kids to school, and then spending time with your family and friends, and relaxing, maybe doing some exercise if you can fit it in. And look at that, look at all that time you've got left for your hobby. Except you also need to stay alive. You have to sleep and eat. And it basically boils down to that I've got about 4 hours a week to spend on my hobby. So now we know how little time I've got left. Let's break down the things that are required for my game dev hobby and see how much fun I'm actually having when I'm doing it. And remember, a hobby is something that you do for fun when you're not working. So having an idea, is the best bit. I can't stop doing it. I've got folders and folders and folders full of ideas for comics, games, everything you can think of. Most of it will never get made. It's definitely really good fun. It's a really amazing part of the process. Learning something new is the most important part for me. Setting myself a challenge, adding more tools to my inventory. Without this, I think a hobby's kind of pointless. Collaborating. Find people you trust to help you with your hobby. Learn from them. They can bring something to the table that you can't do. It's like having a band or a five-a-side team. You can't do it by yourself, and you're going to need some other people to help you do that stuff. It's a hobby, and now you've dragged some other people right into it. So game design, how's it going to work? Let's start filling everything in. How are we going to make this? You take these ideas and make them into something concrete. The world building part, it's like incredible, right? This is an amazing part of the process. So programming and art. We're starting down a bit of a slippery path here. I'm an animator for my day job. Nick's a web dev. I love my job, and I love it so much that I've also picked it as my hobby. Why would I do that? No clients. Not yet, at least. So yeah, it's still fun, right? Music and audio. I literally do music as a side hobby. I don't make music that I would put in a game, but you know, still a hobby. It's still a really good, fun part of the process for somebody. So this is a gray area for me. UI, like probably someone does UI for a hobby, but at the very least, I'm learning something new when I do it, but I really don't enjoy it. I actually hate it. and I said to Nick, the next game that we make, I'd really like if it was just a single start button. You press that, and then that's the game, and that's all the UI that's in the game. Like, I think we all know that's not going to happen, but it would be great. So it's starting to drift away from the hobby for me. So there you go. That's it. There's all the things that make your game. Except it isn't. You're in a trap. You're nowhere nearly finished at all, actually. There's something I got taught really early in my career. That was that it takes 10% of the time to get 90% of the work done. And it's nearly always true. Like in animation terms, you've done the keyframes and now you've got to do all the in-betweens. So you got demoing. Taking it to shows and events costs loads of money. You have to pay for transport, hotels, fees to show your games at loads of these events. But like, not like being in a band, you haven't got anything to sell. You can't sell merch. You haven't got a finished product. And everyone that you show it to has a suggestion, and they're all really valid, and you want to try them. And suddenly you've got loads of clients. And the thing is, demoing is amazing because watching someone enjoy something you've made is incredible. So finesse and feature creep. Wouldn't it be nice if it looked like this? Couldn't we add this extra thing? I mean, you're doing it for you, so it should be the best it can be. But you've actually become your own client, and you're the worst client because you're a perfectionist. There's still experimentation and development and fun to happen here, but you know, it's a dangerous area. So from here on, things are going to get dark. Content. Your game is totally empty. About here, you've probably got a vertical slice. Your game needs levels, it needs a story, it needs a narrative, it needs like a script writing. You're going to have to like check all of that stuff for exploits. There's bits here that can be fun, but it's starting to look a bit like a job. QA and bugs. Yeah, your game doesn't work. It's a mess, and you've got to fix that mess. It's a job. Project management. I'm pretty sure no one here does project management in their spare time. Like, does anyone make agile scrum methodologies for a laugh? Don't think so. Another one straight into the job hole. Social media. I don't even use social media for fun. So like now I have to spend a bunch of my hours a week doing it for my hobby. Like you need to have a website, a Steam community, a Discord, and then you have to nurture and look after all of those communities. And it's really hard work. It's actually a job. Paperwork. Some people have actually talked about a lot of paperwork tonight, and there is loads of paperwork to do. To get on Steam, you've got to do forms and forms and forms of stuff. To get any dev kit from anyone, you've got like 3 days worth of paperwork to do. I'm not even kidding. It's a lot of work, and we're still not done. You've got to deal with these people: agents, publishers, accountants, lawyers. Like, yeah, I think alarm bells have to start ringing, right? When you have to pay an accountant and a lawyer for your hobby, something's gone wrong somewhere. So we did it. We finally finished our game. It took us 5 years, but we did it. 4 hours a week for 5 years. It's finished. But why are we even doing this? It hasn't been fun for ages. Like, I literally spent the last year of my game dev hobby making social media posts, filling in forms, making pitch decks, and it really, really feels like a job right now. So what I learned on this journey, and it's why I wanted to do this talk, is that all the fun stuff is really weighted at the start of the project, and the boundary between job and hobby starts to blur at the finesse and content stage, and it's just all downhill from there. So it's a job, you're doing it for free, you've become your own client, and you're the worst client in the world, and you're doing it in your precious free time. So there's a point where you've just got to say, it's all done, right? Next. So what I plan to do from now on is, once the fun starts to drop away, I'm going to set a realistic milestone of completeness, stop the job, free of guilt, start something new that is fun, and then you can always go back later, right? And start it again with a new art style. No. So summing up, it's okay to leave something unfinished. It's okay to spend more time on the bits you enjoy and not the other way around. It's okay for game dev to be a hobby and not a job. So this is my only serious slide. If you're interested to find out what we've been making in our hobby for the last 5 years, you know how these things work. Thanks very much.
Oh boy. Yeah. Oh my God. That was weirdly like a good little giggle, that one. Thank you very much, Nick. That was from our I believe June, was it May? It was either May or June 2024, where we actually had a road show that was in, I believe, Manchester, Newcastle, and Liverpool. So, you know, it's cool that, you know, we don't just do it just in Scotland. We're trying to, you know, expand where we're going. We, again, in the original like bit way back then with Colin, you know, we did 1 or 2 here or there in like Belfast, that kind of thing. So it's all about just expanding out and seeing what's happening. But yeah, with that little palate cleanser, yeah, Willow Flame saying that UI is something I definitely need to work on in my games. We love a UI UX artist. We love them. And also saying super relatable. Been spending the past year working on my pitch decks, etc. I haven't had time to work more on the fun side of game dev. Yeah, I definitely think that's very like relatable. Currently, I'm going through my own sort of journey, working on like my own little like studio company kind of like avenue to get things released on Steam. And there's a lot of business overhead you have to learn and do for that you end up just needing a second you to do the job. But the problem is you need the money to get the job. But Chris from the UK Global Screen Fund, I'm gonna have a chat with him definitely. But yeah, but currently focusing on more of the enjoy of just creating things soon. That's brilliant. So little update, while everyone's off for dinner, we have until about 7:35, so we can get a few good little talks going. Let's keep going down on the pitching and publishing road while we're at it, because there's a bunch of people here who seem to be really using it. We have a great talk that I have lined up from Paul Kildriff Taylor, from Mode 7, which is a pitching and publishing talk. So we've heard from Raw Fury. You know, it's important to note all companies, lots of companies have lots of different things that they do differently to others. So it's good to get a wide scheme of what everyone's doing. Let's react.
Oh, no, thanks. Right. So this talk is called Play to the Audience, Games That Sell and How to Pitch Them. And that's my name. If you have a stupid name like this, you get used to being called lots of different things. For example, Paul Kidoff, Paul Kildoff, Just Kilvus, Paul Kildoff Taylot, and my absolute personal favorite, Paul Kildruff Johnson. So my first point is, if you are making a game, don't call it some fucking stupid, elaborate thing. Please keep it concise. You would be really surprised by how many people are still making this mistake even now. Otherwise, you end up in Golf Magazine Presents 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples territory. No one wants to be there. Couple of quick things about me before we get properly started. As was kindly mentioned, I've been an indie developer since about 2005. probably best known for this thing, and most recently doing indie publishing things with the fantastic Ground Shatter. This is Fights in Tight Spaces. And then consulting and advisory things, probably most relevant for the purposes of this talk is the work I've done with UK Games Fund. So I see a lot of pitches. I think there are some UK Games Fund alums and various people, so hello. Yes, this talk is called Play to the Audience. It's about video games. This is a video game. It is a real video game. I think it's real. We tend to think about games a bit in isolation when we're developing them, and sometimes from a publisher perspective as well. But games have to connect with an audience. That's an audience. You're an audience. You all have individual feelings and beliefs and things, unfortunately. And the games that we make and fund and publish have to actually connect with people. Some quick caveats. This isn't going to be a how to do a pitch deck thing. There's loads of resources on that. You don't need me to tell you about it, and I'm sure you're all very experienced. Also, I'm wrong a lot, so if I say things that are wrong, that's fine. Feel free to disagree with me. I like talking about this stuff. You can talk to me later. And I won't be doing technical budgeting things. This is about stuff you need to convey in a pitch, so it's stuff to bear in mind. All right. They're coming for me. Here are the important parts of a pitch for me. So the catch and hold. This is a reframe of a thing you'll hear every publisher in the world talking about, which is attention and retention. So catch, think about what is going to catch the audience's attention, what is going to perhaps interrupt them from what they're doing, what's going to make them say, what the hell is that? I have to play it. I have to find out about it. A lot of games that are pitched are boring. They don't have any striking elements to them. And it would be better if people thought more about how to directly interrupt and gain attention. And then hold is kind of the long-term version of that. How do you create persistent attention? How do you create a long-term relationship with the game? Micro macro is a kind of slight perversion of a design term. It's kind of the gameplay equivalent of that. So micro would be the moment-to-moment gameplay, maybe how the game feels in an action game, or what are the decisions you're making in a turn-based game. And then macro is the progression. What is the player doing? What is their goal? Where are they going? How does it develop over time? So you need to convey those. I'm not going to be talking about the other two much because this is a very short talk, but validation and value, that's just about how are you going to prove out your assumptions. You need to be demonstrating that in your pitching. And then dev risk is a kind of publisher calculation that will need to be made around, can your team actually deliver on it? So you need to be addressing that too. We're going to focus on the first two today. So these are the components of the catch. The premise of a game is something that used to be kind of considered to be more important. We used to talk about things like core fantasy, but I think it still matters a lot. I've used the example of Untitled Goose Game here, and the premise of that game is that you are an unruly goose. That's a valid premise. There are all sorts of things that are valid. That's an interesting thing that I want to find out more about being an unruly goose. So think about roles and what the player is going to be doing. What are they going to be embodying? Then you have the genre of the game. And genre is just a familiarity heuristic. It's just a set of conditions that people use to decide, am I already familiar with this? Do I know where this is going? Is this something I already like? And then finally, there's the aesthetic, which is a whole world of talks in itself. But from the perspective of trying to attract attention, it's just something that conveys polish and detail in the game. It doesn't have to be realistic or super elaborate, but it needs to convey that attention that you've lavished on your game. That's one of the main things it's actually communicating early on. I really like this idea of familiarity and novelty that's in this book, Hitmakers by Derek Thompson. He did some investigation into pop music, and he found that a lot of the breakout pop hits contained really specific, familiar components, like a familiar rhythmic structure or familiar song structure. And then they had one weird element that was added to that. So maybe like a weird vocal sound or some weird instrumentation or something like that. So if you can show that your game has familiarity and novelty in your pitch, then that's great. Just a couple of examples of games that do that really well. These are ones we all know. Dead Cells, adding stuff to Metroidvania, really easy to take familiar cues from it, but it has this very unique art style. It has amazing progression and amazing depth. Here's a game that I think also does this really well. Yes, Your Grace. You can just see from immediately looking at a screenshot that it's got this very detailed, lavish pixel art sort of narrative world, but it's also got this management world sort of underpinning it. And that's conveyed almost instantly. You can tell everything you need to know about that from just looking at this. Genre. When you are in a genre, it's important to actually look at the games in that genre. And this is a strange thing that's come up in pitches for me a lot, where a company is sort of punting on a genre because it's popular. They're not living in it. So if you're not familiar with those games, you should be going on Steam and reading the extremely cursed Steam reviews that people leave. You should be at least watching streams, looking at how content creators are responding to those games and just delving in. You don't have to copy things, you don't have to take mechanics, but you have to have an awareness of these things because your audience does. Your audience is going to be coming out of the gate, comparing as hard as they possibly can. The first thing humans do when they see something is they compare it to something else. So if you're not already doing that and you're not ahead of that, then you might get some of those negative reviews we all love. Aesthetics, going to cover this really quickly. Obviously, the sort of holy grail of aesthetics is something that stands out or hasn't really been seen before in games, that is extremely vibrant. Like I've got Cuphead here as an example of that. But games that look like this can also do really well. This is Caves of Cud, and its aesthetic is functional. It conveys the depth of the game. So going for either something that can be aesthetic first or something that's really living in its depth can both be really valid choices. So just quickly now moving on from catching attention to holding it. I don't know how many people here have seen the Factorio trailer, Factorio's first kind of release trailer that's on Steam. It's probably the best indie game trailer ever. It starts with this little vehicle going around and some sort of jaunty music, and then very quickly that evolves into this absurd, enormous system that the players build, and eventually a rocket launches from the middle. So this is communicating early on that I'm starting with this certain type of gameplay, but I'm able to build systems and express myself. And that's what a huge amount of that audience, particularly on PC, want to do. They want to create their own systems. They want to put in a lot of detail and express themselves personally. And systems don't always have to be kind of extrinsic. They can be on the character. This is the skill tree from Path of Exile. It's a hyper elaborate version of skill trees from other games. It's one of the things they innovated on at the time, was just pushing this out as big as possible. And this allows for player creativity on the character. And that's something that we don't think about enough. When we talk about systems and building systems in games, we often think about simulations or survival games or things like that. But you can do it sort of internally. So back to that micro-macro idea I was talking about earlier, how you do that within the game. This is fights in tight spaces again. And one of the issues we had with this early on in development was that turns weren't quite interesting enough. And the reason behind that was that movement was sort of too free. So you could do a move and then move out of the way of all the enemies and then move back in and do another move. And James Parker, who's the game director and lead designer on this game, did some brilliant detailed work around getting movement into the cards and taking it away from being kind of completely freeform to make that sort of cognitive load of an individual turn much more interesting and much more challenging. You had much more kind of risk reward there. And then similarly, the macro progression of the game, how builds work, how it evolves over time. That was something where we took a lot of cues from other things in the genre. So we worked on both of those things throughout dev, and it ended up kind of working very well. So massive credit to Groundshatter on that. All right, that's basically it for me. Thank you very much for listening. I'm around later if you'd like to chat about any of this stuff. Enjoy your evening.
Fabulous. Let's take that one off. Another fabulous pitching talk. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, Brian agreeing. Good talk, everything like that. Yeah, I think let's just go on to the next one because we've still got some time. I've got another interesting one that I think Willow Flame. Hopefully, this might help you actually as well. The next talk I'm going to bring up is from Stefan Metaxa from Modus, and this is talk about AAA publishing for indie developers.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm really excited to be here in Dundee. So I'm here to introduce Modus Games. We are a publisher, and our tagline is that we bring AAA publishing to independent developers. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about our group first. So a lot has changed recently and it can be a little bit confusing about who we are. So at the group level, we're Maximum Entertainment. We're publicly traded on the Swedish Stock Exchange, and we have two different sides of the business. So we have the development side, which is known as Modus Studios, and then we have our publishing labels, of which one is Modus Games. So I'll tell you a little bit about those first. So Modus Studios is based all around the world. We have studios in US, Brazil, Sweden, Hungary, and Romania. And we have about 8 games in development at the moment and 120 game developers. So it's grown quite large quite quickly. And they're working on some really exciting projects at the moment, like an American football simulation title. We actually have a game coming out this week called Bramble, the Mountain King. So please support if you can. It's coming out on Steam and all the platforms. And then we have our publishing labels. So Just for Games is based in France. That's kind of the top distributor of physical games in France. And they work with a lot of AAA companies. Then we have Merge, which is based in the UK. They're an indie publisher. And they are actually publishing Bramble later this week. And they also did a game recently called Small Land, which was doing really well on Steam, like an open world survival craft game. And then we have Maximum Games, which is also the company that I represent. We are a top 20 physical publisher in the world, so we do physical copies and lots of cool editions with games like Among Us and Sifu and Kenna Bridge of Spirits, and we do merchandise and collector's editions and stuff like that as well. So what is Modus Games? That's what I'm here to talk about today, and hopefully I can talk to you personally later as well if you're working on any titles. So we're about 50 people in the publishing unit. We've done over 20 games at this point, and we're really flexible as a publisher, so we like to work with lots of different developers around the world on lots of different games. And to tell you a little bit about us, I thought I'd do just a couple of small case studies of games that we've worked on before and how we've worked with them on both the marketing side and the production side. So the first is Super Animal Royale. I wonder if anyone has played this game here. Oh, there we go. One person. So yeah, incredibly popular, as you can see. So with Super Animal Royale, the game had actually already released when we came to help them. But they had this weird system where it was like they had a free demo, but then you could upgrade it to a paid game. And the game is so special and so fun that we thought that this could go to a way bigger audience. So we ended up signing a deal with them, and we kind of had 3 pillars for how we wanted to market the game and revamp the whole thing. So we created a bespoke plan and campaign for the developers. We really made it community and influencer driven. And then we put a big emphasis on basically getting the game in as many places as possible and just marketing it everywhere. So the bespoke plan was basically to make the game totally free to play because, you know, we're an evil publisher and we just love microtransactions, of course. But no, the developers are very, this is their precious baby, and we really were sensitive to their needs and what they wanted to do. But this game just like has the potential to go to such to be so accessible and to go to such a wide audience that we basically revamped the whole thing. And we built out a whole system to make it a live service game. And then we could market all of these cool like seasonal updates and battle passes, and we've expanded it to like over 400 playable animals, which is really awesome at this stage, and still doing more and more. And the way that we did that is really by having a community and influencer base of the marketing campaign. So we contacted a bunch of influencers that seemed like they might be interested in playing the game, and we did loads of cool stuff with them. Like we made them animals in the game that they could play as, and they just went absolutely crazy for that. So I think like doing those really bespoke things for individual influencers really pay off. And then we did a lot of community events and incentivized the community to do a lot of fan art and to get involved with the game, and we grew the Discord to over 100,000 members. And then we went truly multi-platform. We went crazy with the porting and just ported it to as many different places as possible, including Google Stadia, RIP, Facebook. We even brought it to Mac, which we don't use very often. But we really wanted that, like, whenever we were doing this like global marketing, that people could literally play the game wherever they wanted. That was like a huge part of the campaign for us, and so it worked out really well. We have got to almost 40,000 40,000 reviews on Steam now. We've almost reached 10 million unique players as well. And, you know, I can go on all day about how amazingly great we are, but if you really want to make money making games, then just make animals that look like humans in your game. It works every time. Okay, so the production case study I wanted to talk about is In Sound Mind. So this is an amazing game made with a development studio in Israel. And the cool thing about working with them was that they were not super experienced game developers. They were actually recent students, and they used to make games together as kids, and then they just decided to make a game studio together. And that brought up a lot of kind of challenges during the process, but the game was special enough that we really wanted to just go through with it. So we brought in this man here, who is part of our team. He's our VP of production. And his philosophy behind production, and I guess if you're in game development, you will understand this, is that anything that could not possibly go wrong will definitely go wrong. And we have found that time and time again with our games. And so what we're really trying to do is just basically be there for you when stuff does inevitably go wrong. So with In Sound Mind, the way we did that was by focusing on 4 main things. So the first is testing. That's basically a huge part of game development for us now. So we've grown a group to almost 3,000 playtesters on our Discord. And with In Sound Mind, every time they made a new chapter of the game, we were doing a playtest, and we were scoring maybe, we do like predicted Metacritic, and we were scoring maybe like 50 to 60% each chapter, and then through just testing, asking really specific questions about specific parts of the game, we were bringing that score up about 20 points by the end of each playtest. And then it came to porting, so we always like to do multi-platform and global, and the developers were like, it's impossible to port to Nintendo Switch, it's impossible to port to current generation, previous generation like PS4 and Xbox One. We were like, don't worry bros, like we got you, like we're so experienced with this, like yeah, we were totally wrong. So we actually never managed to bring the game to PS4 and Xbox One because it was impossible. We should have listened to them. But after 8 grueling months, we did manage to bring the game to Nintendo Switch. But that was a really interesting learning experience for us. Because the game was actually developed originally on such an old version of Unity that it actually could not pass submission checks. So we had to change the whole game to a newer version of Unity quite close to the end. Similarly with localization, it all went wrong. Usually it's all done in a spreadsheet, but this time it was just done on Microsoft Notepad. So we had to go through and change that whole thing just to localize to different languages, which was a really interesting experience again. But you know, we love the games, and we love each game that we publish, and we want to give it the right amount of time and effort that's necessary to make something truly special and to allow it to reach its potential. And so we really just wanted to give the developers enough time to do it, and we delayed the game a couple times, and that's very common in the games industry and with us also. So here are the results. We managed to get to overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which we were so proud of, and we were so happy for the developers as well. So yeah, we're really happy with that result. Oh. Okay, so just a couple other cool things, I guess, working with us. One is that we do physical releases for most of our titles, so that's really awesome. You actually get to hold a copy of your game once it comes out, which I think is a really special experience. And we can also do merchandise and things like that. And also, you get to see data. This is a slide that maybe would be the least exciting thing ever for some people, but for some people it's also really exciting. So we basically show you all of the data that we have. So like sales, unit numbers, pretty much everything you can see at exactly the same time as us. So it allows you to really run your business in a transparent way where you can see everything going on. So yeah, that's us, AAA publishing for independent developers. Thank you for sitting through this with me, and yeah, hope to chat to you about this afterwards.
We'll stop in a moment. There we go. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to hold a physical copy of a game that I've made in my hands, but those Nintendo Switch 2 game prices, eh? anyone's seen all of that in the news. Yeah. Well, but I mean, hey, that seems pretty cool. So that talk with Stefan from Modus was from our summer. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there we go. Summer 2023 Games Talks live sessions. So do you get in? So do you have a look at what Modus are doing? They might have changed some of their stuff over the past like year or so since that talk was delivered. But they seem like really cool people. Really interesting. So we've got about 15 minutes before the next talk happens. So we can fit in one, and then I think we're going to give us a quick 5-minute little. I'll have a 5-minute break. Really, we'll play some nice lo-fi StreamYard music. We love that. But yeah, what I will be doing is I'm going to show one of the talks which happened yesterday, only in Dundee. So this way, this stream can be the whole compiled entire story of Games Talks Live Scotland. We have Phil Vaughan, who is a lecturer at Aberdeen University and program leader for CoSTAR. And he did a talk essentially talking about this CoSTAR real-time labs facility. He is the best to take it away.
Thank you very much. I'll just adjust this. So tonight I'm going to do a quick overview of the new course that we have at Aberdeen, the MSc in Tech Art and Visual Effects. But really, I want to concentrate on CoSTAR, which is, as Paul said, the new facility which you've opened up down at Water's Edge, which just launched in February. So essentially, the course, the MSc, is really kind of addressing a skills gap that we identified at Aberdeen. And Aberdeen was very well placed to kind of bridge this gap between the creative and the technical side, which is exactly where that intersection of the course lies. We started speccing the course up a couple of years ago, and we just launched it properly in September last year. So we're currently running through our first ever year of the course, and I have to say, been very impressed so far with the standard of work that's been produced, and I'll show you a quick showreel of that work just to give you a flavour of the type of things that our students have been playing with, including some of the kit which is down at Water's Edge at the moment. We really want to collaborate with industry as well, which again I think why this research project is really interesting. This research project is much more industry facing than some of the other funded research projects that the university and other universities have run, and we're part of a much bigger network, which I'll talk about a little bit more at the end of the presentation. We're really keen to make this course very hands-on, very practical. There is some theory, but it's reflective theory on the practice. Our students will be working on mainly project-based work in our facilities in Aberdeen. We are very lucky to have some state-of-the-art facilities, including a cut-down version of a virtual production volume in Aberdeen, and also a motion capture system, a Vicon motion capture system, which we have utilised on a lot of different projects internally and externally, and we're keen to keep doing that as we go forward, and especially in our new space down at Water's Edge. And we are looking at the shifts in patterns in the industry. We are trying to kind of address the dreaded AI word and seeing how that fits into the pipelines and how we can work creatively with that without losing identity, which is a bit of a challenge, but we are kind of really trying to work in an ethical way with AI wherever possible. And we are trying to look at the demand for skilled workforce and trying to see and be reactive to what industry is actually looking for. So this is a short showreel, and I'll keep quiet for a couple of minutes while this plays. So yeah, bear in mind that's term 1. So we've actually not finished the complete run of the year yet. That was from one module, one 12-week module, the introduction module, which was to do a music video in 2 weeks with 1 day in the virtual production studio. Most of the production work in just about all of it was completed in-house at Abertay, the motion capture, the virtual production work, and all the other assets that are generated mostly through game engine work through our facilities just up in Bell Street. But what I want to really talk about, and I'm not conscious of time, I'm going to have to skip through this quite quickly, is actually where we're going next with this, which is the CoSTAR Real-Time Lab, which, as we said earlier, is based down at Water's Edge here in Dundee. It's an amazing space which we launched last month, which is the first kind of production studio of its kind, certainly in this area, and the first for Scotland as well, where we're kind of supporting games, film, television, and virtual production industries. We are really reaching out for industry collaboration, and we're looking to engage with small to medium companies who have never used facilities like this before, but also the big players. Our facilities are big enough that you can produce film and television work in there. And we're really interested about that kind of crossover between games, film, television, and back the way as well, and trying to create kind of that mid-ground where there could be much more crossover between the two different industries. We basically have been granted this award across 5 different parts of the network. Our main hub is down in London and Pinewood Studios, which opens next year. We have one in Belfast, one in Wakefield, which is Production Park, and we are the Real-Time Lab up here in Dundee. We're all part of this national network to try and increase the skill set and infrastructure of an emerging industry. So really, we're keen to reach out. We're keen to promote what we're doing, but also what you're doing as well. And to that end, we have had some calls come out quite recently that are quite interested in getting some activity in these areas. So if anyone does have any ideas or any kind of projects that might work in this space, please give us or myself a shout. We really need this to work with not just the local community, but also Scotland and beyond. We're really keen to open the doors up to the space. Very happy to take people around that space if they're in the area and they want to have a look at the facilities. So that's just about all for me. Anyone who wants any more information about the course, there's a web page on the main Abertay page. But I think what's really interesting at the moment is the current funding call, which we put out, which again, I would recommend you have a look at, because this is a funded opportunity and there's another 41 days of this to run. There's other funding and support available through the website, which is CoStarNetwork.co.uk. All the information about the network and all the other opportunities are on there. And finally, just before I end, we are launching this new virtual production film academy down in the Big Reel space, which is what the space has been branded as, down at Water's Edge. So if anyone with an early career, 2 years after graduate, up to 2 years after graduation, early career or master's students, if you have any ideas that you want to float by us, please have a look on this website here. And this will be a 20-place, basically, competition, a bit like Dare to Be Digital, but for film and TV work. And that's just about me, I think. So thanks very much.
Where am I? Hello. Brilliant. Yeah, Des, brilliant. Dare to Be Digital was brilliant as well. So I am... Ooh. Hold on, apologies, having a bit of a tech error here. But, okay, so, brilliant. Yeah, that was one of our talks from last night. Through in the chat, cool stuff coming in from Brian Willowflame. And Kaylee, so I've taken a look. I think I found the talk that you're talking about. It is the one with Carl Banks, I believe, from 2022. That was one of the first ones we sort of have, like, properly on YouTube as the live streams. I was going to take a break for a few minutes anyway, because we are, it's a bit too late just to set on another talk, because there's only about 5 minutes to go until the next talk starts. So I think I was going to leave like a little graphic on the screen showing our raffle, but in that time, I'll see if I can source that talk for the next break for you. But yes, in the meantime, just a couple quick little things. Again, thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Like this has been really cool. Seeing about like, you know, like 20 to 25, even like I've seen up to 30 people just kind of like tuning in and checking out all these talks. That's fabulous. If you don't know, we've got a Discord, Games Talks Live Discord. If you want to connect with the people who are also at the event and have been to previous events as well, you know, I'm going to do the thing for YouTube where if you like, comment, and subscribe, I've made the buttons do the cool thing. You can do that as well. However, we'll be back at 7:35, so in a few minutes' time. And also, if you go to the link tree, we have a link to our fundraiser for Digital Extra. It's going really, really well, actually, right now. And the prizes, they look pretty cool. Only for UK, only UK for physical prizes. But if you're, you know, coming from anywhere, you might get a good chance at the digital prizes. So yeah, brilliant. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Let's put on a nice little bit of music. Ooh, this is quite nice. See you all in a couple minutes, everybody, for the next talk.
Hello, how are things, folks? Right, I hope you've had a lovely bit of a bite to eat. I mostly have people's attention. I'll take that as a win. We are going to be starting promptly in all of about a minute or two. So if you could all take your seats, that would be fan-dabby-dabulous. That would be fantastic. And we will kick things off then. Thank you all. Right, folks, I think we're all about getting comfy. Excellent. You love to see it. Excellent. So, if we are all ready to start the next fine salvo of talks, then we're going to kick things off, if that's all right. So, yes, if we're all good now, then I'm going to, if you could all give a warm welcome from Xsolla, please put your hands together for Mr. Adam Phillips.
Hey everyone, I'm Adam from Xsolla. I'm a dev relations lead in the UK, working with indies and mid-tiers devs and publishers. I've met some of you already, but I'd love to chat to you about your projects and see what's going on and see if anything on the talk resonates with you guys. So I started in the industry 26 years ago, held a number of roles from that. So I started in QA. I was a producer on Tomb Raider for a while, or one of the producers. And luckily for me, I got to go around the world and talk to the press and meet people and talk on stages. You would never guess it from today. But luckily for me, because there was a rejig at the company, loads of the publishers were let go, and I ended up being pushed into PR, basically, to do this similar sort of thing for the games that we made there. And I stayed in PR for 16 years. And working in a number of roles, and that's what I'm going to be talking to you today, is thriving communities in a changing industry. So when I first started in PR, we would get a big stack of magazines every month, loads of them. Storage was a real issue, but it was really fun reading through them and seeing what they said about the games. And it was really easy to get your games into those pages and on the front covers, but only if the games were called Tomb Raider or Deus Ex and Final Fantasy and things like that. If you were working on a smaller game, it was very difficult to get past the gatekeepers. They were very nice gatekeepers, they were the editors. And the reason for that is that they had limited number of pages to fill. They had deadlines to meet that maybe didn't fit with ours as well. But during the slow, sad demise of print, up came the websites, and things got much easier for PRs because the editors there needed to have articles hitting day in, day out, and you could choose the exact date the articles would hit. You could choose the right time of day that you wanted as well. Life got a bit easier. And at the same time, as the internet improved and got faster, video on demand became a thing, as well as streaming and obviously social media. And the conversation just blew up. Suddenly, fans were talking to each other, they were talking to us, they were sharing articles or slagging us off. It was all going on at the same time. And at that time, new words were coming through as well, like creator and community. There were no teams doing this stuff. It normally fell on the PRs to do that work. So life was good at that point. The gatekeepers had moved away, basically, so we could just do some incredible work. And faster internet led to digital downloads and indie games as we know them today, and then the ability to self-publish as well. But the landscape continues to evolve. For example, I was watching a talk recently where they were saying that even the big websites, their traffic is slowly waning away for some of them, predominantly because people aren't reading articles as much. I'm guilty of this. We watch videos now, but also changes to things like search engines. It actually gives you the answer to what you're asking and not just a list of articles to go and browse. And then AI compounds this even further. I'm guilty of using it too for a game walkthrough or anything like that. You're getting the answer straight away. And arguably, that's better for the user. But for the media and the devs and the publishers, it's much harder to get your message out there, especially when thousands of games are vying for everybody's attention. So discoverability is a real problem. So what do we do? Well, community is the answer. Community is one of those, it used to be a sort of buzzword, but it was here to stay, and things are going really well for those that are really taking care of their community and learning what to do. So a lot of you are game makers today, but especially if you're self-publishing as well, you're going to have to do that community work yourself. So I'm going to try and give you some pointers of what to do, because everybody in the room knows that community is important, but not everyone knows where to start. So, when you've got 100 things to do that week, everyone gravitates back towards what they're an expert in, right? I'm guilty of it too. What the things that you can do easily, and you kick the can down the road again, and you think, I'll do that community thing tomorrow, I'll do it next week. But it's really important to get that stuff right, because it not only drives sales, obviously, but it drives things like media interest. And like Johan was saying earlier, if you've got a following, publishers get interested as well. We have a funding club at Xsolla, and loads of good games come through it, but a game that came through it recently had 800,000 followers, and it was picked up almost immediately. So it obviously works, doesn't it? And there's a distinction to be made between ambassadors and fans too. Ambassadors are the guys that are going out there talking about your game, spreading that word, telling their favorite influencer that they should cover the game. And a fan is great, and they're going to buy the game, but for me, I'd rather have a handful of ambassadors really drumming the drum for me, beating the drum, than 200-300 followers as well. But where do you start? So in essence, I would say start early, but don't rush. I think you've got to take your time on these things to validate and refine your messages and your assets. At Square, we used to take months sometimes many months, sometimes a year to work out exactly what we're showing and when, and testing it as well. We had focus groups and things like that, but you guys don't get a chance to use those things. They're very expensive. But that feedback that you get in that loop, it also steers development, right? You'll see people like this in your game or don't like that. It'll be the same with your messaging. So take time to get that stuff right and create a list of communities that you know or that you think will enjoy your game. You are starting from 0 followers, but you're not starting from 0 completely. You're not starting from scratch because there's millions of players out there looking for the next big game. You just need to bring them into your communities as well. But make posts in those communities in the early days, gain that feedback, make mistakes there and learn. And when you're ready, use those things that were working in those areas, set up your social channels and get cracking basically. Also, don't rush to make a Steam page. I see loads of devs, it's one of the first things they do to get those wish lists going. But again, if you're following what I'm saying, now you're sort of seeing the reaction that it's having on social and you're tracking, hopefully, the efficacy of those posts. In Square, we used to collect them up in a spreadsheet and we wouldn't just capture how many views it got or shares and stuff like that. We would give it a star rating. And a little bit of an explanation of why it got that star rating. And the reason for that is because in months to come, you've got a really good overview of what's going on, because your memory gets hazy, you think this was good or that was bad and whatnot. But when you can look at it and understand, you really realize what's resonating and what's working. It's a real skill set to have and to evolve and adapt and use that knowledge. And don't be afraid to ask your community what they want and give it to them within reason. You know, one thing we used to do as well at certain times was ask the community what they wanted to see next, A, B, or C. But we actually knew we were going to show all of those. We were just letting them choose the order in which they came out. And that was important, right? It made them feel like they're part of it as well. And they are steering things in a way too. So yeah, validate your messaging and then launch the Steam page. And the reason I say don't rush these things is because I think you've got one chance. You've got one chance to impress, basically. If you ask yourself, how often do you go back to a Steam page or back to see a game, once you've bounced off of it, you've got to make sure that even those early people coming in are seeing something they like and making a call to action, following you or wish listing or whatever. So take your time to validate everything and launch the Steam page. At the same time, or a little bit earlier, start to create a full campaign. Loads of devs go into this and they don't quite know how to work. This is a talk in itself. This is another half an hour talk. But create a plan and a calendar of content to try and stick to. It's a foundation and it can change and that's all cool, but it makes sure it extends well beyond launch. And if you're tracking your coverage, you can make sure you can double down on what's working, try new approaches, jump on viral trends, I say. Some games are naturally viral or the way that you're talking about them are, but what we know is really much easier is to jump on a viral trend. You'll see you'll get some traction in that way. And expect the unexpected and embrace it. So lots of devs have a lot of success when they actually pivot. And don't wing it. There's loads of comms people out there. There's a couple in the room tonight as well. Go and speak to them and see if they can help you with what you're doing and get an agency to help if you need. And just quickly, other things to consider. Prepare to self-publish. I won't beat that drum because we've spoken about that already tonight. Choose how open you want to be. Open development, warts and all, isn't for everybody. Don't reveal everything at once. It's really, you get excited and you want to talk about all these things about your game, but really you want to start by just exciting people with a handful of details and get the things moving, educate them slowly over time. You call it peeling the onion with the layers. And then towards the end of launch, you can recap the whole thing where new people are coming in and seeing your game for the first time. Let's keep skipping through for time. But who should run your community? It's really important. At this point, you know what's resonating, you know what's working. You've got a content plan and a calendar, hopefully, if you're following. Now you can put your producer hat on and actually work out how many hours a week does this take to get the job done? And factor that into your dev schedule. Call it a project schedule now. You're not just making a game, it's a project. Factor it all in, see if you've got time to do it. If you don't, get the help that you need. Get it in. and assign someone with time, energy, and skills who's robust. You know, being a community manager, the best ones I've seen in the world are the ones that enjoy being at the forefront of all that stuff and that interface with the fans. But they are also, they need to be robust because people will crap all over your game, and it's hard to take and really send you off kilter for a while. So be robust, and then focus on your dev and your community in equal measures, and dedicate each time. Dedicate time each week to community. So just a quick recap, because I know I'm out of time, but the industry's constantly evolving, but creators are here to stay. It's never been easier to launch a game. You've heard this, it's never been harder to find an audience. But don't rush, learn outside of the limelight, take time to validate and refine your message, and it's same as development, be flexible and agile, because nothing's perfect to begin with. Build a full campaign based upon your learnings, and then bake that into your dev schedule, and lastly, assign a leader who is right for the job. And that's it today, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And so we're going to keep this going now. If I could please welcome to the stage from the... I always mix the words up together. From the Scottish Games Education Network, could you please put your hands together for Amanda Ford?
The joys of being a short, happened before. So, yeah, this talk essentially is something that I am going to be handing over to you at some point, okay? I'm a lecturer by day, and I teach games development. So this is all about you as people who work in the industry, because there's been a lot going on in education over the past 2 years, and I have been trying to make some noise to get things happening. So why am I here tonight? Okay, I've spent about the past 2 years so I've been a games lecturer for probably about 7 or 8 years, and lecturing for probably about 11 years now, computing and then games. And full-time now for 5 years, and the first thing I noticed was nobody talks to each other. And it really bugged me. I couldn't go to other places, couldn't go to other colleges and ask for a bit of help. It was quite difficult. So eventually I came up with the idea of the Scottish Games Education Network, and that is just, collection of educators from colleges and universities who all teach games courses. And I actually managed to get quite a lot of them in a room together for the first time. That was 3 years ago at the Education Symposium, Scottish Games Week Education Symposium. Big achievement, getting university folk and college lecturers, getting everybody together to actually talk to each other, because we soon then realised we've all got the same issues. No money for anything, software's too expensive, hardware's too old, all that sort of stuff. One of the things we did realise though, and that my mission has been, is the qualification, right? At college and university qualifications are obviously different. Right, so the university qualification, it's the university that kind of comes up with that, gets it validated. The college education system, it's the Scottish Qualifications Authority. Just now, in a couple of months or something, it'll be the QSA, whatever they're rebranding as, okay? So it's up to them, so we rely on them. And I kind of noticed that the games qualification that I was teaching from was 13-year-old. Now, in games, that's a long time. So much has changed in 13 years, so much changes in that time, and we've got qualifications, as I'm sure someone in this room will testify to. Game technology. That is really old, and it doesn't seem relevant anymore. Nice wee bit of history, right? But it's not relevant, and we're not keeping up with what's happening out there. So I had my mission, SQA. I started this 2 years ago and tried to lobby SQA. So got my little band of the 6 colleges in Scotland that actually teach the games development course. And that moves on. Then
students can then go to university after that. Okay, that moves on to there, and essentially got us together. We had a talk. We tried to talk to SQA. Things were just really slow moving. I eventually got Scottish Government involved as well to look at this, because I thought this is really important. Our students are needed to be taught something that is up to date and is relevant, but we're not getting anywhere fast. Eventually, about 6 months ago, we got the go-ahead for me to undertake what's called the scoping project, and that was for the whole suite of games qualifications that SQA offer. So basically, I kind of spoke to folk and just says, right, well, what do you think of the qualification you're teaching? Give me feedback. And I then obviously wrote my wee report. And a few weeks ago, I handed that back to SQA to say, this games qualification is outdated. We need something new, and we need it now. Okay. So SQA have actually, they got back to me just a couple of days ago to say that they're really happy with this, and they're proposing that we actually do move ahead. The next sort of a small stumbling block is they've got to put a business plan together. They've got to put their business case. So that's going to take about 2 to 3 months. And all I can do then is turn to praying, or, you know, whatever, to make sure that this gets over the final hurdle, essentially. Once we go over that, we can then get this new games qualification ready. And the plan would be to work on it next year to have it ready for implementation in 2026, for the HNC in 2027 for the HND. And then the students would obviously still move through to university in that way. So we're hoping that this is going to happen. Right, why do I need industry? Well, we've heard the educators' side of things, and what I need to know and what we need to know is, what does industry want from our graduates? What do you want from our students? You know, it's are we teaching the right sort of maths to students? Who knows, right? I don't know. A certain this has been filmed, right? So a certain university on the east coast of this country requires mathematics at a particularly crazy level, right? Which, you know, if anybody's actually been through the college system, you go through the college system because you've come out of school probably with not many hires, and I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I love teaching, you know, I love my job. It's not a detriment to folk, but you're probably coming into college with no hires, or maybe just one hire. But this place requires, even to get into their second year of games course, an advanced hire. If a student came to me with an advanced hire, I'd be saying, I've seen Hamid earlier, I'd be saying, go to Hamid, go to university, right? Because that's obviously where, you know, you're capable, you've got the qualifications, that sort of thing. But that's why we've got colleges. It's to let students who don't get the qualifications they need, it's to give everybody the opportunities they need. And I teach in Paisley, so it's quite a highly deprived area. So we do get a lot of students from, you know, kind of backgrounds that, yeah, they don't have the qualifications that they need. And it really helps that way. So it helps to kind of look at what are we teaching them, right? Are we teaching the right skills for the creative works, the sort of a 2D animation, 3D modelling, my favourite subject, so please don't tell me I'm teaching it wrong. Okay. I'm using Blender, if anybody's. And I started using Blender for 2D animation as well this year, which I'm finding interesting. The soft skills, right, we always go on about the soft skills, right? Probably the most important now. The education symposium that we held, it was just in November. There were actually quite a few students attend this one. And one of the feedback that we're actually getting from students is they want more team working. That doesn't show when they're in my class, no talking to each other. Who's been in a team and, you know, you've got that one person, you've seen that team fall apart. I've been in that team, right, as well at university. I had somebody fall out. I had my best friend fall out with me for 18 months. Bear in mind I was 10 years older than her, but we still fell out for 18 months at that time. We laugh about it now, you know, 15 years later, we'll laugh about it now, and she's quite all right with me telling that story about us falling out. But it's a lesson for other students. You do not work with your best pal, okay? Just don't. So soft skills are definitely something. Learn to talk. Social skills, I could probably go on about all night. COVID has had a massive impact on what we are seeing at the minute, soft skills wise. Are we just teaching the right thing? Are we just, you know, is anything right? What's wrong? So we're wanting to know. The qualification coming up it'll be a next gen, which will be slightly different from the way we do it. There'll be a big project. So rather than kind of little projects, it'll be an overarching project throughout the whole year, and you know, it'll be a team working thing. So it will. So we're kind of looking more towards the team working side of things, because I think that is, for any job you go to, team working is so important. Being able to communicate with others. Doesn't matter what your skills are, but being able to talk to each other is so important. As I discovered when I started the Games Education Network, because nobody was talking to each other, so we're probably the best example, no talking. Now we've got a good wee network going. So yeah, I really need industry's input on this one, okay? Please, let's work together. Education industry, we want this to happen, right? You want graduates, what do you need from us, essentially, okay? And I've just put my details there, so my email's there if anybody wants to get in touch with me, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda Ford, everyone. Fantastic talk, thank you. And again, always important to sort of think of the next generation as well. If we're going to, continue this fairly amazing community. Let's be fair. We have one more talk, and then we're going to have a wee break. Before we have them up again, just to thank you. Just to remind you all, we're going to be having there's a few more things. We have a lot more speakers up, and then we'll have our keynote speech talk at the end of the night. And then of course we'll have our raffle. So again, please bear that in mind, and it would be fantastic if you could take part. And again, it's all in aid of Digital Extra. I'm sure you can all agree that is a fantastic cause. Somebody who I know it would definitely think that is a fantastic cause is our next speaker. So if everyone could be so kind to put their hands together for Mr. Kraig Brown from Digital Extra.
So thank you very much. As you just heard, my name is Kraig Brown, and I am the Partnerships and Development Manager for Digital Extra. So I'm going to speak with you a little bit this evening about the importance of extracurricular activity for young people, something that I know Amanda is very passionate about. We worked together in the past on a few projects. But full disclosure first, I'm not a big fan of public speaking. So, and I said that on Tuesday in Edinburgh, and afterwards someone came up to me and was like, haha, that was a really good bit. I was like, no, I genuinely hate this. I'm bricking it up here, okay? So, but in the past, what that meant was that I would stick to facts, because facts are very easy to memorize, and you can spout them out, and they sound really impressive. So I would say things like, Digital Extra supports the provision of extracurricular tech activities for young people across Scotland. What we do. I would say, that schools and community organizations and colleges can apply for up to £5,000 every year to support an extracurricular tech activity in their community. Another good bit. My personal favorite, over the past 10 years, Digital Extra has awarded over £1 million to 183 projects across the country. And those projects in the first year of delivery engaged over 55,000 young people, including 50% girls and young women. That's my favorite. Yep. And that is the response I get, and I feel good, and I put the mic down and I go home. Except the problem is lately I've been feeling like maybe that explains what we do, but it doesn't really explain why we do it. And let me tell you, if you work in the third sector, if you work for a charity, the why is what's important. It's great to say, we helped all these people, yay! So what? The why is what's important. So when Colin called me up and he said, we'd love for you to be the charity partner for this series of talks, I was like, yeah, great, that's great. He's like, do you want to come along and talk to everybody? And I said, okay, that's fine. But can I try something a little bit different? And he said, yeah, no problem. It's a really friendly group. So you're all very friendly. And I said, I want to be a little bit more informal. So no slides. And by the way, I want my own mic. I'm going to want to walk around. I don't want to stand behind a podium. I want to be able to, hey, how you doing? All right, so, and he's like, yeah, no problem. So here I am, and I'm going to tell you something. I'm also not going to tell you any more facts, at least nothing big and snappy. I'm going to tell you a story about myself, and then hopefully you're going to get from that why we do what we do and why Digital Extra is so important. So you might be able to tell from my accent, I'm actually not from Scotland. I'm from Canada. So I grew up in Canada. The first 20 odd years of my life was there. Moved to Scotland, and I've spent about 20 years here. Haven't lost the accent. It is what it is. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about growing up. We had elementary, junior high, and high school, but just for the sake of making this as easy to understand as possible, we'll stick with Scottish terms, primary and secondary. My primary school years were good. I was a happy kid. I had friends. I would go out and play. I had hobbies. I loved reading. I loved Lego. I was a very curious young man, so I was very into science and technology. I wanted to know how things worked. And that was all great, and it didn't impact my relationships with my friends. And in fact, it was considered probably an advantage in school. I'm sure my teachers enjoyed that part of me. But then when I got to S1, S2, which is junior high in Canada, things began to change, and maybe some of you can relate to this. So those attributes, that curiosity, that inclination to be academic, that interest in science and technology, particularly computing in the 90s when it was sort of geeky and nerdy, and I'm absolutely a geek and a nerd and whatever else, and at that time, I was ashamed of that. Now I'm proud of it. But at that time, I didn't know how to deal with it, and it put a target on my back, and I started to be bullied quite a bit. And it became very detrimental to my mental health. I was not a confident kid to begin with, and that just made it worse. I was also very naive, and I didn't know how to handle it. So what I did two things. One, I purposely started doing poorly in tests so that I wouldn't academically stand out. And two, I started acting out and rebelling in ways that I knew was wrong, but hoped I would fit in. So I remember one time I was in the hallway and someone dared me to pull the fire alarm. So I did. I didn't actually have any idea what would happen. I didn't know the fire brigade was literally going to come up with axes and hoses and be like, where's the fire? But it was a wake-up call, not just for me, but for my family as well. My mom and dad, they were a very big part of my life. They still are. And they went to the school and they said, what is happening to our son? He's not the same person. And it was a big secondary school. It was one of the biggest ones in the city. So, and it's not their fault, but they basically didn't have a great answer for my parents. They had a lot of kids, some of which were probably having a harder time than me. And as a lot of schools, and it's still the case today, sometimes they're just trying to get kids in the door, get them taught, make sure that they've learned what they need to learn and get them out because they've got another cohort coming in the next year. I get it. That's how schools work. But it wasn't good enough for my mom and dad. And so they looked around and they found another school that was a little bit further away, but it was a much smaller school. They said to me, you have this opportunity. You can go to this other school. It's a lot smaller. You can have a fresh start. And I thought, yeah, I'd like to do that, please. Because I didn't really like who I was becoming. And I was only doing it, not because that's who I wanted to be, but because I didn't want to be bullied, which, to be fair, wasn't actually really working either. So I went to this new school, and we're talking S3 now, which is grade 9. And I thought everything was, again, I was naive. I thought everything was solved. It wasn't. Why I thought a new school wouldn't have bullies, I don't know. But they found me. New bullies, new school, but same problems. The things that I enjoyed, science and technology and computing and all that, being academically inclined, they still had a target on my back. And I appreciate, in an ideal world, we wouldn't bully people because of their interests or because they're academically inclined or whatever, but we don't live in an ideal world. So needless to say, grade 9, S3 was one of the lowest points in my life. I still don't look back on it very fondly at all. But one of the advantages of going to that smaller school is I got to know my teachers better. And there was one teacher in particular, and I didn't say her name at the last time, but I'll say it now, Miss Fugier. She was lovely. She was my biology teacher. She came to me at the end of S3, and she said, Kraig, you clearly have an inclination for science and technology. I've got this camp that I would love to send you on. It's a residential camp. It's held by a local university. It's week long. It's in the summer. You go, you stay overnight. What do you think? heck no, I don't want to go to this camp. Are you crazy? This camp is all the reasons why I'm being singled out. It's all about science and technology. Not to mention, I'm not going to know anybody, and my family's not going to be around. What if I go to this camp and I'm bullied there? Yeah, at the time, my first instinct was no. But then I thought about it, and there was an opportunity to do something that I loved, and obviously I smartened up, and I went to the camp. Now, I can't explain this in a way that doesn't sound cheesy or corny, but it blew my mind. I had never had this experience in my life. And I can tell you that, and I mean this in the best possible way. For the first time in, I don't know, certainly as long as I could remember, the things that were a disadvantage for me when I was in junior high in S1, S2, S3 were an advantage. And that gave me a seed of confidence. And I held on to that seed. It changed my perspective of the world. I realized that maybe this camp might not be reflective of what the real world is or will be, but I equally realized that the microcosm that is high school is also not the real world. And what happened within those four walls, within a classroom or within a high school, didn't necessarily have to define who I was or what I could become. And I also realized that you don't just learn in the four walls of a classroom, but you can learn in any number of different situations. And this camp taught me that. So when I went back to high school, I went back to S4. I mean, to be honest, I had the summer of my life, but nothing had really changed. The bullies were still there. They still thought I was the same person, but I wasn't. I had a newfound understanding of who I was. I had new confidence. I held on to it as hard as I could. And I grew it. And I grew it by joining other extracurricular clubs. I joined yearbook. I joined student council. I joined sports teams. I did as much as I could to learn about life and to immerse myself in more than just academics. And I made friends, and I loved it. And I have taken a lot longer than I did on Tuesday, so I apologize. I'm going to skip ahead very quickly and say that basically I went to university. High school was fine. It was great. After that, it got better. It was never great. I went to university and I immersed myself in the same things. I joined societies, I joined clubs, and the same thing happened. I made friends, and when I look back, and the experiences I learned in those societies and those clubs is what defined me as a person. So much so that when I graduated from university, I decided to pack my bag and move to a completely different country where I knew no one and had no plans. And that was Scotland. And that was 20 odd years ago. I was supposed to be here for 2 years. I am here legally, don't worry. I'm married now to someone from Scotland. But that was not part of the plan 20 years ago. Needless to say, what does that mean? Well, I manage a charity now that supports extracurricular tech activities for young people. I hope you understand why they are important based on the story I just told you. Every day when I get up, I reminded myself of that story and why I do what I do. If I'm going into a meeting with a recruiter, maybe I'll talk about the skills gap and why Digital Extra can help solve that. If I'm going to a meeting with government, I'll be really quick. If I'm going to a meeting with government, I might talk about the digital economy and how it's going to drive Scotland in the future. But in my heart, I know that the real reason I do this is because extracurricular activities changed who I was. It gave me a new perspective on life. It allowed me to grow as a person. And for me, I want to give as many young people that opportunity as I can. So what does that mean to all of you? Well, as you very kindly mentioned, thank you, we have a raffle tonight, and it's £5 a ticket. And if you want to buy a ticket because you want to win something, great. More power to you. I hope you win. But if you're not buying a ticket because maybe you don't care about the prizes, maybe buy a ticket because all proceeds from that raffle will go to Digital Extra. And if we sell enough tickets, maybe we'll be able to support one more project. Now, I have 103, literally I have 103 applications in my inbox right now because applications closed last week for the 2025-2026 academic year. I truly wish that we were going to support every single one of those, but we're a small charity and I'm the only one that does fundraising. So over the past 12 months, I've managed to raise enough money to support about 25 to 30 of those. Now, if we sell enough tickets, maybe we could support one more project. But I hear you now. You say, oh, well, what's one more project out of 103? Well, you can ask me, you can ask Amanda. It's not one more project. It's 20, it's 40, it's 60, it's 80 young people who are going to get to go through that project in that year alone. And then it's the project being delivered year after year as more and more young people to get to go in it. And they grow that confidence and they have that world-changing experience that I had. So that's what I'm asking for you today. if you can, come talk to me afterwards because I would love to tell you more. My time's up. My name is Kraig Brown. I'm from Digital Extra, and it was great speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. There's no worse feeling than like having your heart inspired, but also thinking, oh, but I kind of got to keep things to time. Guys, we're going to have a quick break now, and then we've got a few more speakers, and just a couple of wee announcements. Firstly, there is a little bit of food left, so if anybody is feeling a mite bit peckish, then I think that is open to anyone, whether or not you have food on your lanyard or not. The word food, not the. Apart from that, I'd like to, because I've missed anybody, but Johnson Carmichael, the UK Screen Fund, Ninja Kiwi, 4J Studios. Again, I'd like to thank all of our fantastic sponsors with whom this event would not be possible. And if anybody was wondering, and I'm sure you were, which one of the sponsors would be the nicest in my mouth and face? Well, we can kind of sort of answer that question now, because if you, when you go up to go to the bar after this break now, you will see a lovely selection of baked goods and confections, all with the logos of our sponsors emblazoned all across them. So those are yours to have and to hold. I mean, not all of them, share, please. But enjoy, and I hope you're all having a great time, and we will reconvene in about 10-15 minutes.
Wow, those cupcakes were very nice. I will say. So yeah, okay. So thank you for everybody who's stuck around for this whole time for the different talks. We are gonna be moving into a couple of interesting post-mortems and kind of like programming and skill-based ones. So there's gonna be a little 20-minute break now. I've got some talks lined up for you guys, and then we'll have another break after that block. Which will end with our last keynote, which is Dan Pinchbeck, who was the co-founder of the Chinese Room. And that's his keynote talk for lessons from 15 years in the games industry. So you want to stick around for that, because that's a really, really good talk. But for now, while we got 20 minutes, I've got 2 more talks to show you. First talk, thank you, Josh, coming in here asking about the different programming talks. Well, I've got one for you. Last year in November, we had a really nice talk with Amy Elliott, who was a junior programmer at Sumo Leamington, and she did this really nice talk that was all about tools programming. So I'm gonna show that one there. But before I do, I'll just quickly pop on screen real quick the raffle. This is around about close to the last time you're going to be able to join the raffle. If you donate £5 to Digital Extra, then you'll be able to join the raffle. There's a bunch of games that are up for grabs, a bunch of physical stuff if you are in the UK. But yes, and you can check the link down below. But for now, let us play. If I can find where the talk is. I have lost it. Here we are. Let us play Amy's talk from last year.
My name is Amy, and I'm a Unity and C# programmer. I've worked in the games industry for 3 years so far. I've worked on some super cool games and with some cool companies like Sumo Digital and Jagex. And I recently wrote a paper on communication and tooling within the games industry. So I wanted to share some of that with you guys today. This talk is more of an introduction to tools programming, so it's great for any of you guys who are making your own game projects and want to speed up development of them. So by the end of this session, I hope some of you would have learned what and why are tools important, because they're very important. And then we'll move on to how to do some tool dev in Unity, just a very basic example of things to get started looking into. And I'll show you some real world examples. And then I'll move on to how you might get started with making your own tool. And we'll wrap up by learning about how to integrate your own tool teams into your projects and a tool request process. So, what and why are tools important? So, you all probably know what a tool is, but if you don't, they're anything that speeds up a workflow and helps developers create games efficiently. There are many challenges in game development, and these can be fixed by making a tool. These challenges are miscommunication between developers or disciplines, And this miscommunication can cause iteration until the thing is right. And that causes lots of delays. And there's lots of repetitive manual processes within a game development workflow. So these can be fixed by making a tool, and repetitive manual processes can be fixed by automating tasks. And automating tasks enforces correctness of data. So nothing goes wrong because no one's doing anything manually, and that makes everyone happy. And it addresses unique project needs. So if you're working with some wacky hardware, like for example, I was working with a moving chair at one point, or if you're working with a proprietary engine which is relatively new, some tools can help speed up development. And if you're working with data, for example, which only a programmer might know how to work with on the project, you might create a tool which enables other disciplines to access that data and change that data. And doing this aligns technical and creative teams, which makes everyone happy. So here's how you might approach creating tools in Unity, but this isn't the be-all. You can create tools with everything, anything for everything. In Unreal Unity, you can create tools which are standalone, but here is how you might approach it in Unity. So there's a custom editor and the editor window. These are both deprecated approaches to customizing the inspector or making a fancy, pretty floating window to make things a bit easier. But the best approach, I think personally, is the UI toolkit, which is a new toolkit implemented into the Unity engine, which enables you to create cool UI within games and also for the Unity engine. It's very responsive as well. Here are some real-world examples from a super cool game called Stampede Racing Royale on Steam right now, of some tools. So this is the photo shoot tool, and as you can see, it's very visual. So this tool is used by our marketing team to create pretty images for social media, and it's very visual, as I just said, just so it's easily adoptable for the marketing team, because the marketing team most likely don't have Unity experience. So making it as easily adoptable as possible was key with this tool. The next tool I want to talk about is the metaconfig tool. So this goes back to the example that I gave before about data and making it to access for all disciplines. And this tool basically deals with track configurations for the game and makes it easy to change these configurations without opening a text file and then editing things and then making one mistake which breaks everything. You don't want that. So both of these tools automate tasks, enforce correctness of data, address unique project needs, align technical and creative teams, and many more things. So basically, it's really good to make tools. Here's how you might get started with some tips. So you want to identify the need for a tool. Look for any repetitive or time-consuming tasks within your day-to-day workflow, and look over the past week and look for any miscommunication you had with your team members, or any frequent errors. And finally, talk with your team members, because they'll have different workflows and use different tools than you, and they might have a need for a tool which you don't even initially realize because you don't work with their workflows. Designing is also very important, because you would like a good tool so it's as easily adoptable as possible, and part of that is making it as pretty as possible or usable. So look into user-friendly design. So UI and UX, or maybe steal a UI programmer and get them to make things look pretty for you. And iterative testing. So by this, I kind of mean test it as you make it, but also drag the intended audience for that tool to play around with it and use it as they would use it to do the job. So they might try something that you might not try during your workflows. You also want to make sure you're doing regular updates, because as a game progresses, your tool might not work over time, and you want it to work. So just make sure you're always updating it, and you have ownership of your tool. So a good kind of little tip, I guess, is if you've got ownership of a tool, you've kind of got ownership of a section of the game. You're kind of like a feature lead of a tool. And if anyone has a problem with that section of the game, they'll probably come to you to get some help. So that can look really good to your managers and might help you get a promotion. So A tools request process will make programmers happy, because if you have a process in place for requesting tools, the tool programmer or programmers, if you don't have a tools team, will not get spammed by people asking them to make something. So if you've got a process for requesting, it'll make tools programmers happy, and it makes sure there's no bias. Because if you have a request process in place, if you don't have a request process in place, it'll only be like the programmer's friends who are asking for tools. And you want to make it as open as possible to everyone, so everyone can request what they need. But it also encourages collaboration between disciplines. Sorry, let's go back to that because I didn't really expand on that. By that I mean, if you've got a request process and you make it very clear to everyone, it allows people to kind of think of what tools they need as they're developing, and it allows the programmers to work closely with other disciplines. So it's very important to ask your team what they use most and get to know your team, because if you're a tools programmer, if you're with a small team of tools programmers, you'll need to know how everyone works, because you might be making tools for the game, but you might also be making tools for everything else. So getting to know your team is very important. And in this survey, you can see, let's see if I can use a pointer thingy. There we go. Microsoft Teams is the most used within this team. But in this other team, communication tools, basically the same thing, are the most used thing as well. But these things are different. So I guess what I'm getting to is every team is different. And you need to know them to make a tool that works for them. I think that's everything. You can scan my LinkedIn here. I've got business cards as well. But if you've got any questions about tools, just ask. I'm happy to chat about tools, because I really like tools, if you hadn't guessed. But yeah, thank you, everyone.
All right. Brilliant. Yeah, that was a lovely talk from Amy. I'm going to hop us straight into the next talk because we're cutting it just close for time. There's a reason why I'm showing this talk now, because our next speaker, when we come back from the break, is going to be Cillin Farrell from PeatyTurf, talking about the Enjenir post-mortem. And in that, he references his previous talk. So let's watch his previous talk from Scotland in 2023.
Yeah, my presentation today is how we got millions of views promoting our game, The Enjenir, on TikTok. I'm going to skip the first slide because there's a lot of content, and hopefully a video will play. So just for context, The Enjenir is a physics building game. It's completely gridless, completely in 3D, and it has platforming elements to it. People have been describing it as human fall flat meets polybridge, only in 3D, and it's quite a flattering comparison, but it's a good starting point to describe the game. There are a few fundamental differences where physics plays a massive part in the game. The entire game is driven by physics, including all of the building. It's completely gridless and physics driven, as well as the character, who actually uses zero animations whatsoever, so he's completely physics driven. The whole game is a kind of a sandboxy type of game, and is kind of created to have that sandbox element where you can kind of create infinite stuff in infinite different ways. And we actually have a sandbox mode as well. I can officially announce as of today that after 3 years of development, the game is going to launch next month on the 18th of December. So that was a big step for us. For context as well, just because obviously this is a kind of a marketing slide, I'll just give you some numbers. So at the moment, we've got 60,000 wish lists on Steam. We've got 4,600 followers. We follow the rule that every game seems to follow, which is between 10 and 20 followers or wish lists per follower. So if you're interested to guess how many wish lists a game has, that's a good rule of thumb. With regards to the numbers on TikTok, again, this is talking about TikTok, so it's good to show that we have some numbers there. So at the moment, we started TikTok about 18 months ago. We've got 136,000 followers, 26 million views, and 2.3 million likes. We had a good period over the summer where we actively tried to get as many views effectively marketing as we can over a period of time. And I think we got about 9.5 million views over 2 months in about 8 or 9 different videos. And they were kind of spread out in terms of like they all did quite well, which is a big thing. We did well on Reddit as well, but that's a conversation for another day. In terms of a bit of context of the team, just so you can understand how big an operation it is. So we've been in development for 3 years, and there's just two of us. It's me on the left, and that's Neil McKenzie on the right. We're actually civil engineers. We're not game developers, and we work for the last 3 years. We've been working full time as civil engineers, and this is completely a hobby and a passion project for the two of us. The last couple of months, we've transitioned to a 3-day working week, so we've had a little bit more time to work on the Enjenir, but ultimately, user and as a creator using TikTok. So take it with a grain of salt. You know, not everyone's going to have the same experience. There's no real right way or wrong way to post successful content on TikTok. There's a few GDC talks talking about TikTok and marketing for games, and some of them give completely different advice that I give. So again, there's no specific way that's kind of right or wrong. What I will say is that even if people look at my TikTok account, it kind of looks like I've just thrown together some footage and, you know, put a voiceover, and the videos have done well, but they actually take quite a lot of time. There's a lot of editing involved and meticulous recording, etc. So it does take time and effort, but obviously it's worked well for us. I would say that one of the caveats or assumptions, I think that TikTok doesn't really care who you are. I think all content and all games probably have the same potential to go viral. It doesn't actually matter how many followers you have. If anything, the more followers you have, it might actually start getting more difficult. But ultimately, I think every content can technically go viral. Some games will find it easier than others just based on the genre, but depending on how you do it, there's technically any content could go viral. Doing bad or well on TikTok doesn't mean that your game is going to sell badly or well. I know one developer in particular who has sold hundreds of thousands of copies who can't seem to get off the ground on TikTok. And similarly, I've seen some others that have like 800 or 900,000 followers, and then they kind of struggle at launch. So in terms of the tips, this is the bulk of the presentation, just kind of a speed fire, all these different tips. I would say that if you are planning on advertising or marketing on TikTok, just to try and plan them, you know, making a schedule, but also just understanding that different content will have a different purpose. We do game development, you know, like here's how we did this within the Unreal Engine, etc. But we also do like gameplay videos, announcement, community information.
Hello, everyone.
We'll finish this later.
Can I have everyone's attention? Everyone's serious? I mean, we're chatting at the bar. I can respect that. Right, everyone, we are going to... Okay, so we're going to start. We're going to kick off our next round of talks now in all of about a minute. So if we could all take our seats, get comfortable, feel good, be merry, that would be fantastic. If we could make our way to the seats, that would be fantastic. Now, if possible. Hello, hello, folks. I think we're about settling down. Oh, that works pretty well, yeah. Right, folks. As the racehorse said to the jockey with the broken leg, how are you getting on? Thank you. I'll be here all night. I will be here all night. I think pocket-sized hands, not to pick favourites, but I think they might have been the tastiest sponsor. So fair play. Now we'll get things rolling again now. So, Sorry. So, for the next round of talks, to start them all off, from PeatyTurf, I would like to please welcome to the stage game developer and fellow lovely Irishman, Cillin Farrell.
Hello, hello. So today my presentation is a post-mortem on our video game, The Enjenir. It's a post-mortem sort of, since it's still in early access. So for context, The Enjenir is a physics, building, engineering puzzle game with 3D platforming elements to it. The crux of the game is that it's got completely gridless 3D building and everything simulates physics. The players are tasked with building different types of structures, contraptions, and vehicles to complete objectives for a campaign mode, and it comes with a limitless, gridless sandbox mode as well. It was developed by PeatyTurf, aka myself and Neil, who is here as well. And for we're two developers based in Scotland, one in Edinburgh, one in Glasgow. And the game, for the most part, up until launch, was developed in our spare time using Unreal Engine 4, and surprising some people, using blueprints only. We do have 9-to-5 jobs as civil engineers, and as you can imagine, that they started off as a passion project poking fun at our profession. It isn't an accurate representation of our skills as engineers, though. We are fully independent and we're fully self-published. So what was the plan starting off? So we wanted to see, could we make and release a game? Is that something that's even possible for us? We wanted to keep a short development cycle and not spend years and years and years making the game. We were targeting 7,000 wish lists for a launch so that we'd feature on the front page of Steam. And we wanted to do that by making a marketable game. The early access made the most sense for our type of game, so we went down that route. And ultimately, we wanted to break even or not lose money. The most important thing, as cliches as it sounds, we wanted to enjoy the ride. It is a hobby, it's a passion project, so we wanted to do something that was enjoyable. So how did we do? Well, we released The Enjenir in early access in December 2023, and it's got 91% positive reviews on Steam, so mission accomplished there. In terms of short development cycle, the game launched 3 years and 3 months after the inception of the idea. So it's currently 4 years and 7 months because it's been out in early access for about 15 months. So the first 3 years, so up until just before launch, the game was entirely made in our spare time, just evenings and weekends. We are, since just before launch, working on it part-time. For the most part, we did avoid scope creep in terms of the original vision of the game. It is what we always wanted it to be. There's obviously a million new features in it, and that's the benefits of early access. But the benefit of self-funding is that it leads to more flexibility because nobody's breathing down your back or breathing down your neck, but also at more risk because nobody's breathing down your neck. So what might feel like 6 months development time, you end up finding yourselves 4 years later still making the same game, which we are a little bit guilty of ourselves. In terms of wish lists, we launched with 70,000 wish lists, so we definitely hit our target there. And that was in part due to the fact that we did great on the marketing front. The most important fact about this is that the game was designed to be marketable. You got a goofy looking character getting up into all sorts of hijinks and collapsing structures and stuff falling in different ways and emergent gameplay. So it was very, very marketable, and it did incredibly well on social media, specifically TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Reddit, and Twitch streamers when it eventually came out. I actually did a talk a year and a half ago, so just before launch, which was just focused on all of the marketing efforts we did, all the tips and tricks that we did to go viral so many times, and how we got that 70,000 wish lists. So in terms of sales, this is like the juicy slide because we have all the numbers. We don't have a publisher, so we're able to just share all of the sales data, and it's something that I think is always good when I read post-mortems, to see how much games actually make. The big number is we sold just under 35,000 copies, which amounts to a gross revenue of $460,000. People say, have you bought a Lamborghini or a Ferrari? I do point out this is the gross figure. The net figure, according to Steam, is 347. I don't call that the net figure. I call that even grosser because that's before the Steam cut. I don't know why they don't factor that in. So the actual net revenue is $243,000, which is £188,000 net revenue. Now, you can divide that in two because Neil likes to get paid as well. Over a period of 4 years and 6 months, that works out at about £21,000 per year each before the taxman gets involved, not factoring in contractors and stuff like that. The reality is that for the first 3 years, we didn't pay ourselves. It was all just done out of passion and as a hobby. So what we've effectively done is just taken that £188,000, and just put it straight back into our company. And it's that's funding the continued development in early access of the Enjenir, and it's going to be invested in our next project that we're going to be starting soon for the next project. So it does provide sustainable income. It does still sell, which is obviously great. So yeah, £188,000 for someone who's never developed a game before, who does it in their spare time. I can think of worse hobbies that you spend a lot more, well, maybe not that much, but you don't make money out of. I did say the cliched bit was, did we enjoy the ride? So game development was obviously great fun. It's great. You do have ups and downs. It gets quite tough leading up to launch, some of us more than others. But overall, the overwhelming feeling is obviously that we've had a great time, and game development is obviously awesome. In terms of lesson learned, 10 minutes is not enough to try and explain all of the stuff that went well, all the stuff that didn't do well. So I've just broken it down into certain things that's worked for us and stuff that didn't work for us. What did work for us, my little caveat, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you. Obviously the marketing went really well, went viral on TikTok a whole bunch of times, YouTube Shorts, all that stuff, but we did some guerrilla marketing strategies as well. One of them was we did custom GIF intros of the game with the, of PC Gamer, Kotaku, IGN, etc., smashed it in and sent them as emails to IGN. And we caught the attention of IGN just before launch, and they asked to have an exclusive reveal of our launch trailer the day before launch. It actually got 600,000 views on their main channel, and it was one of their most popular trailers in the month or two around our launch, which was obviously great. Understanding YouTuber meta is what I've classified it as. YouTubers, they're businesses, they want to make money. If you don't have money to give them, they need to be able to ensure that they're going to get good views, and obviously one way of doing that is making a kind of a streamer or YouTuber friendly video game. Another thing we did for a couple of YouTubers is we actually, to incentivize them to come back and visit the game, we actually added them into the game. So here we've got Martin Cedo-Pants, which is a big YouTuber, and we've actually put him into the game as a really creepy character. And he managed to get 1 million views on that video, so ultimately that's kind of benefited him in kind as well. So there needs to be an incentive there for them to play your game. For Real Civil Engineer, another YouTuber, we've basically been in contact with them and kind of and for other content creators, giving them ideas like, oh, this is a good type of video that could work, and simplifying the process so that they can make good content that will benefit their channel and then also in kind benefit us. I don't have enough time to tell the story, but I did donate $10 for a text-to-speech donation to a streamer, which basically unraveled within a year, ended up being instrumental in us winning a $25,000 prize. So if you're interested in hearing that story, you can grab me afterwards. We work with a lot of contractors. So myself and Neil are civil engineers, and I don't want to succumb to the cliche, but we're not the most artistic people as engineers. So we have used a lot of contractors from around the UK, the EU, around the world, using sites like Fiverr. There's a lot of rubbish out there, but there's also a lot of amazingly talented people there as well. So there's definitely a lot of help out there that you can use. We also used effective use of asset packs. So just for instance, we've used a couple of Cinti asset packs, which is a low poly 3D modeling platform, or 3D assets. And unfortunately, they get a lot of flack. People see, oh, this game uses Cinti assets, therefore it's rubbish, and people kind of tend to recognize them. The most recognizable feature for me is the faces. They always gives it away. Anytime I see that, I always think, oh, they're using a Cinti asset. So what we did was we took the character, we cut his head off, and we just put a goofy looking guy on him. And not one person has ever recognized the fact that we use a Cinti character. If you're a highly trained professional, you might see where our model starts and where their model ends. Just for full reference, we have had a professional actually remodel the characters, again, a contractor that we got from Fiverr. Another thing that worked for us, so we launched on a Monday, on a day that wasn't busy in December, controversial. That meant that we featured in the #1 slot on the top of Steam for the entire weekend, because it is, once you're in that list, it's sorted chronologically. So basically we were the #1 most popular upcoming game, which meant that we got to feature quite heavily on the front page of Steam and got a load of wish lists, which was obviously beneficial. We had a demo available. It definitely helped our review score, because people got to see, they could play the game and understand, oh, this is for me, this isn't for me. So it definitely helped our review score. Probably cost us a decent amount of short-term sales, because people played the demo first, but definitely helped us in the long term, because our review scores are quite high. It definitely helped to benefit that. 30 seconds left. It's my second last slide. A couple of things that didn't work for us. I think the most important one was the hardcore game design nature. So everyone sees like, oh, it's a building game with kind of goofy elements, and people were picturing it's like Polybridge with human fall flat, and we leaned pretty heavily into that in the marketing. When the reality is, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, it's probably more akin to a kind of a CAD tool developed by two civil engineers making a game in terms of complexity mixed with the QWOP, which is actually pretty accurate because you do control all his limbs. And that probably kind of leans towards explaining why the conversion rate was so low. We still have 100,000 outstanding wish lists on that, and we believe it's because the game is pretty hard. We hired a PR firm. I would say the complete sum of that was negligible, so something we probably wouldn't do again. They were the ones that sent the email to IGN, so I guess that's what we paid for, I guess. So overall, was it a success? We're first-time developers, having never developed a game before in our lives. The game was made entirely in our spare time prior to launch. It's netted £188,000 in net revenue, or $250,000, which sounds way cooler. The company, it now provides sustainable income to fund continued funding of this game and future games, and we've had an absolute ton of fun developing the game. We've also become great friends with a number of our players. We had two of them join us skiing a couple of weeks ago. One of them flew all the way from America just to come see us. And the two T-shirts on the right were actually not made by us. They were made by a fan who sent them to us in the mail. So that was great. So it's been a wholesome and great experience overall. And that is that's me.
Thank you very much. I can say that I've tried Cillin's game, and after doing so, I have been inspired to never be a civil engineer ever, ever, ever. So you've done the world a favor. So I think we'll bring on our next speaker with that being said. So here to speak CPU optimization. Can you please put your hands together for Jock MacDonald from Scopely?
Hello, I'm Jock, a senior programmer person from the Scopely Alliance. Guess that was just said, but that's fine. I'm here to talk to you about performance. People like fast CPU stuff, so we're going to go into that. So we're game developers. We like things going fast, performant, right? There's a lot of reasons for that. One thing's like accessibility. Lowering our hardware requirements means that more people can like play our games. It makes it more, means like we can, like reduce. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So improving our performance will help the player experience as well, which improves our frame rates. It means that we're gonna have a better player experience for everyone. It's gonna make it nice and smooth, schmoozing. The other thing with this is like, I think we have a responsibility to the environment because reducing, the requirements also means that older hardware lasts longer. It means that we use up less battery life, like less power consumption, all that sort of stuff. So we like things running fast. How do we make things run fast? Well, what I think we need to focus in on in making something run fast is really the platform that we're running on, right? When I'm talking about the platform, I'm not talking about the game engine you're using. I'm not talking about the operating system you're using. I'm actually talking about the chip, the silicon that's running on. And the reason for that is because like however many layers that's between your code and the chip, eventually it does actually run on there. So I think for us to fully understand how our code's going to run, we need to have a look at the CPU, actually have a look at what's fast on it, what's slow on it, right? So here is a graph. It's a logarithmic graph. The numbers here aren't necessarily the most accurate, but there's more give like a sense of scale on sort of how long things sort of take on the CPU. So at the top there, you're going to see like sort of maths operations like adds, like floating point, like multiplication, all that sort of stuff. Lower down, you're going to notice things like an L1 read, L2 read, L3 read, main RAM read, right? This is your CPU cache, right? So we really want to be reading from like L1 cache and not main RAM, right? Because you'll notice it's like 100 times slower, right? We don't want to be making those losses in our CPU time. So to understand this and like how we can start using it, let's actually have a look at CPU. So this is a diagram of Lion Cove. It's Intel's like 2024 chip. There's a lot going on here, but we can probably ignore a lot of it just for this talk. The top half here is just, it's like your scheduler and your decoder. The bottom half is the part we're focusing on. It's the execution layer. You can see a lot of stuff there to do with like the actual processing of it. But if you notice right at the bottom, we have our data caches, right? You'll see the L1 cache, the L2 cache, all that good stuff, right? And something I think is like worth noting, there's something here, right, is that things move around in 64 bytes each cycle, right? So it means that when you're grabbing like an int or something, it's like going to cache, you're not just grabbing that int, you're actually grabbing a bunch of data around the int, right? So you're grabbing that whole 64-byte chunk. So ideally, the data that you're reading is going to be, you know, like if you're accessing data, you want it to all be next to each other in that sort of chunk, right? So what about other CPU architectures? Because you might go, okay, Jock, right? That's an Intel chip, right? But what about like a AMD chip? This is Zen 5, you'll notice bottom, same thing, 64 bytes per cycle. What about like ARM? This is the Apple M4 chip, right at the bottom, 32 bytes a cycle. It can sort of change depending on the chip, but it is still a cache line, right? The cache lines sort of vary. We're going to be treating them as if they're 64 bytes for the rest of the talk. And then for a Qualcomm chip, it's also 64 bytes per cycle there. So what can we control to actually, you know, make use of that, right? There's no instruction in like the x86 64 instruction set or the ARM 64 instruction set or any of the extended instruction sets. It's like bung that fucker into the L1 cache, right? So what can we do, right? Well, what happens is when you do like an instruction that's like a fetch and add, when you fetch that data, it puts it into the cache, right? So we can control things like memory fragmentation, right? So memory fragmentation is sort of like when your data is like spread out all over the place, right? So instead of just having your data in like one place, you actually have it like, oh, there's a bit over there, there's a bit over there, there's a bit over there, right? And whenever you're fetching all these kind of different things, you're fetching a separate 64-byte chunk every single time, right? A separate sort of cache line of data. You really want all that data to be next to each other, contiguous, right? Another thing that we can control is memory size, right? By reducing the amount of memory that we use to represent our information, means that we can fit more stuff into that 64-byte chunk, right? Now, what we've been talking about here is like quite abstract, probably hard to follow right now, so we're going to look at like a real example, right? Tetris. Love Tetris. Tetris is one of my favorite games. Absolutely love it. And we're going to be looking at Tetris rotations. You'll notice that Tetris pieces, they need to rotate, right? And we need to represent that in data somehow. So we're going to be constructing a lookup table to show you, how to represent that data, right? So we've got a T piece here. It's got like a, facing like north, east, south, west, usual shit, whatever, right? Now we've got like all different rotations. These are all the things that we need to represent, right? You've got to represent the T piece, the J piece, the L, the S, the Z, I, the O. O's kind of taking the piss. I mean, we're a pretty inclusive lot, so I think we'll let that slide. But yeah, it's fine, it's fine. So we're going to represent our data. So inside here, we've got like, for the X and Y coordinates, we're just going to be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? We've got different coordinates. So let's represent each of the blocks, A, B, C, D. You sort of see that, makes sense. Got to keep moving. It's like very fast presentations you have to do here. So hopefully everyone's here is familiar with C#. Probably not, but it's fine. So we're going to represent our block in like a class, rotation based in class that contains all the blocks, and we've got like an enums representing the tetramino that we're using and the rotation that we're using, right? And then at the bottom here, we're going to store it like in a dictionary that uses the tetramino as a key. That's got another dictionary that uses rotation as a key, and then gets sort of rotation data. Now, a lot of you might be thinking that's a little bit of an absurd way to represent that kind of data. I literally have seen that in real code bases that I've worked in, so it's not as far-fetched as you might think. So let's actually count up the data and how it's actually represented in memory, right? So dictionary, it's not a very simple data structure, right? So a dictionary needs to have at least 2 times the capacity of the number of elements that are in it. So for something that's got 7 elements in it, I'm being very conservative here and saying it's got a size of 14, right? It's probably not, right? But we'll stick with that. And then, that's going to reference the second dictionary there, which is going to store a 4th sort of things, and that's going to represent the blocks there to there, right? So let's just count out the number of different allocations that we've got. So we've got like 1 of those, 7 of those, 7, times the 4 rotations, that gives us 28 of those, and then 112 different blocks, actual individual blocks. So cool. In terms of like data size, we have like at the top there is sort of like 16 bytes because we got a sort of reference to the next dictionary, and then they store like a key value pair. So that means that we're also storing the enum value as well, and because struct alignment comes up 16, same thing at the bottom there, and it's like 8 for a reference, then 4 bytes for each of those coordinates there, and that gives us that total. So let's just add all that up. So that gives us about 3 kilobytes, or about 46 cache lines, and then 148 allocations. Sorry, I might run a little bit late on this one. So this is our target to beat, right? It's pretty shit, to be honest, right? We can do a lot better. So enums, they're really just numbers, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? We could probably just use an array to represent data and just index into it. It doesn't actually really change how we actually access this. We're still just using square brackets and putting the enum values in, and we're good to go, right? So what's that do to the data? Well, okay, we've reduced our actual data usage down to 2 kilobytes, right? It's pretty good. 33 cache lines, yeah. 29% reduction, but we haven't changed anything to the allocations. That's not very good, is it? So what can we do about that? Well, we're storing the blocks and the rotation data as classes. We just use structs, right? Classes are like reference types. That means they're going to be stored in a heap somewhere, going to be referenced. Structs just are by value type, so they're just going to be stored locally, right? So what does that do? It gets us down to 1 kilobyte. You'll see like it's just simplified everything down. We've barely changed anything, right? We've just gone from like a class to struct. That is literally just like 1 keyword difference, right? We're doing pretty good, down to 15 cache lines. But I think we can do better, right? Oh, there's also 8 allocations. That's like a major improvement on that one. So 67% memory reduction, 95% fragmentation reduction. What else can we do? Well, if you think about it, the data, we've got like 7 tetraminos and 4 rotations for each of them, right? That's a rectangle, right? It's a 2D array. So we can just store that as like a one-dimensional array that we like index into with like those parts, right? And that's good, right? Then we get that down to just like a 28 element long array of 32 bytes for each thing, because it's got like 8 bytes for each of the blocks, because 4 bytes for each of those. Nice. That gives us a very nice reduction in memory usage and gets us down to 1 allocation. Okay, so let's have a look at what else we can reduce. So we're using entire ints to represent the sort of x and y coordinates. Well, we're only using values 1, 2, and 3, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So we could just like make those bytes, right? Very small, right? So what does that do? Gets us down to 224 bytes, or about 4 cache lines. Now, the eagle-eyed among you might notice that text is orange and not green. Sorry, I'll be quick. And we can do probably a wee bit better. So let's look at the problem again. We only really need to represent 4 values. So it means that we could just represent that bitwise, right? We need 2 bits for each thing. So if we split the data up into like a short, which gives us like blocks laid out like this, right? We can like get the data down using this code here. You can take a note of it or like watch the recording later if you actually want to look at the codes. And that will get us down to 56 bytes, 1 cache line, 1 allocation by packing it all right down. And that's me. I think, yeah, so we've like gone down from like 3 kilobytes down to 56 bytes just by making like small changes to our code. And that's a single cache line, which is a lot more performant. Here's my socials, if anyone's sort of interested. Cool.
Thank you so much. Genuinely amazing that we've gone from discovering fire to that talk. I mean that is in the grand scope of things. That's actually pretty amazing. Now, pardon me for a minute. I think the next talk is, I think it's like some obscure indie project or something. Sorry. Yes. Could our next? I haven't a clue. I jest. For our next and final talk before we get into one more break, to speak about from Chicken Run to Startup, could you please put your hands together for Jonathan Quinn from Aardman?
so I didn't have to remember this time. Yeah, thanks for that. Well, the joke's on you, because I am actually now in a small indie startup, so yeah, there we go. Hey, thanks so much for having me here. Expectations this talk, you're going to be forced to listen to a quick background on me, but it will be quick. Then a journey through some of the cool things we've been doing at Aardman over the last few years, and then talking a little bit about founding my new studio called Breaking Change. Here we go. So, I'm going to highlight a couple of important roles that sort of relate to these things. I did a PhD and 2 postdocs in visual computing, geospatial computing, and machine learning. Fashionable, obviously. I did a couple of programming jobs, then I joined a startup as a founding employee. We built a robot, like an actual robot with like legs and electronics and stuff. I don't know why it would have to have legs, but anyway. It was the first taste for me of building like a product all the way from the ground up, so hardware, software. Obviously, I was more the software side. It would have been bad if I'd done the hardware, I think. Highlights of that were I went to a Techstars accelerator in the US, which is a bit like YC if you haven't heard of Techstars. We raised $12 million in capital. We sold in Apple stores throughout the world, which was very cool, like going to an airport in a random country and finding your robot. And I was also lucky enough to win like a leadership award from the Royal Academy of Engineering whilst I was in that job. So after that, I moved to Dovetail Games, which I think quite a lot of people here maybe have interactions with Dovetail through various companies. So that's a great studio, really good engineering there. And obviously the focus at Dovetail is on engineering, like a lot. And they also do live ops really well, and I built a small team, and I'll come back to ProcGen a lot here, but I built a small team there, and we built a ProcGen pipeline to really make like laying out the many 100-kilometer routes that Dovetail builds and partners build a bit more straightforward. Then I joined Aardman, where, yeah, I'll talk about that in a bit, but like Aardman's an amazing, obviously, creative studio. Obviously, one guy here with a t-shirt on, so I just want to call that out. So fans in the audience. Yeah, so I joined Aardman. It's an amazing company, really super creative, and that was a kind of passion project for me. Yeah, now I'm going to talk about, sorry, and then the other important thing, I then left Aardman recently and founded a startup, which is maybe crazy. So I'm going to talk first about this game that we are going to launch hopefully this summer. It's pretty much finished. So this is produced entirely in-house at Aardman. I joined Aardman actually to help them found a game studio inside Aardman. So this was an amazing chance to work on a really beloved franchise. The core gameplay is like couch co-op, heist, action, stealth, puzzles. And then the gameplay at some point suddenly switches to you extracting 100 chickens, which sounds pretty grim when I say it like that. But extracting a rescue, sort of military, cool sense, you know. And production was pretty challenging at times on this project. We had a lot of gameplay pivots, but we did have a really robust vision for it that we sort of built at the start. So it kind of made coming back to that more straightforward when we diverged massively on gameplay. So that was cool. So what were the goals of this project? This is actually a slide that is basically pretty much our art director all over the slide. So we wanted to make Aardman, this game really an Aardman production. So like charming, eccentric, and visually unique. It's a brand new story. It takes place after Dawn of the Nugget, the Netflix film. And Frizzle is the hero. Frizzle was a new character in the film. She's a great character. And loads of new characters and locations throughout the game. Chickeny gameplay, which always sounds weird to say out loud, which means kind of comedic, stealth, frantic group escapes. And like, I do just want to point out that like the chickens are obviously, the character hero chickens are like supremely skilled individuals, right? But ultimately chickens, and therefore like goes wrong constantly, and we kind of really wanted to capture that in the game. So we wanted to ensure style and humor consistency through the game. Humor is really hard. So we built it to be cross-platform, so like all the way from like mid-range Android to HD from the get-go, which is obviously really difficult. We just talked a little bit about performance, and this was a challenge throughout. So a little sort of dive into some of the tech we built, because my job was tech director there, so I thought it'd be worth doing. We used gas a lot. I don't know, has anyone here used the game playability system in Unreal? Yes, one, cool, we can be friends. So it's amazing for building gameplay, think like MOBA characters and like really detailed, complicated gameplay. Really extensible, designers can build it, and sort of scalable. Critical for us was like gameplay prototyping on the project and really allowing us to really quickly try and prototype this stuff. So that was amazing. Gas is great. If you want to speak to me about that, like definitely do. We built a really custom extraction. It's just so many puns. I'm tired of puns at this point. That's why I left, because of the puns. No, it's not true. This obviously had to be designer-led, so there's like loads of paths they follow and branches and complexity. Like QA was fun on that. And obviously really hard from a performance CPU, GPU optimization, like different bottlenecks on different platforms was a nightmare. But pretty performant for like hundreds of chickens with fully rigged skeletal mesh as well, sort of mostly. On mobile, pretty challenging. We did some cool stuff with vision cones in really cluttered mobile environments and like a kind of cool soft fog of war here as well that had to look good and have obviously our art director's approval. We also did PCG. So has anyone used PCG in Unreal? Oh, you've let me down, you bastard. Yeah, so PCG is a procedural content generation, there we go, framework in Unreal. It was released in 5.2. We adopted it in 5.2, obviously stupid. And obviously, it's built for trees and rocks and stuff. So we decided to not do that. Thought, no, we'll do it for detailed, dense indoor environments. And obviously we had to write quite a bunch of custom stuff for this, but it is a great framework and it's matured massively since then. So our focus was on designers, iteration time, and reduced stressing time of the levels as well. I guess our novelty on it was we did it with PCG, because obviously loads of different ways to do this. We used Geometry Script, which is cool, which is like a remeshing and geometry recreation framework. Scriptable editor tools we used as well, which anyone who's not used these in Unreal and use Unreal, use them. They're amazing for doing loads of custom user interaction. What else? We did clutter generation, automatic floor generation, and material creation, passages generation, so you can just click and build stuff. So it's all about building stuff quickly. Myself and my technical artist, Ark, did Unreal Fest talk on this, which is on YouTube, so go and check it out if you're interested in this kind of thing. Now I'm going to show you a game quickly that I showed for the first time. It literally hasn't been publicly shown before Edinburgh, so this is the third time it's been publicly shown, so sorry guys. But it is still cool, and you haven't seen it. Well, some of you have as well, so that's grim. Anyway, it's cool and new. This is Blue and the Yellow Thing. It was an amazing IP we worked on for a little while. Sadly, it did not see the light of day. The game is about a little a little yellow ball of energy called Yellow, surprisingly, and a grumpy factory worker, think sort of Homer Simpson trying to not be a shit dad kind of thing. Blue, and adventures through a small open world. It was wonderful, really heavily scripted, but kind of deep, emergent gameplay. And we built some really nice tech for this as well. I keep looping back to that, obviously, because it's me. Really fancy rigs for all the characters, really nice way we handle surface modeling and deformation, and really cool AI for Yellow, novel kind of AI for Yellow, when you weren't playing in co-op. So this was heartbreaking, so kind of cathartic to show some cool art. I mean, the art's so cool, you've probably completely blanked what I've been saying and just been looking at the thing. So that's cool. Ignore what I'm saying. But it was, yeah, it's a cool project. Sad, sad, sad. So this is my new project. This is my new company. It's called Breaking Change. So why did I decide to start a studio now when everyone is like, it's awful? Yeah, it's just going to be a hard sell. So the studio is basically applying everything I've learned from the last sort of 20 years. I would say as a professional, but I probably haven't been very professional for some of that, but, do my best. All the do's and don'ts of those learnings. I've sort of had the bug to start a studio ever since I was in a startup. And I didn't really think I was ready until recently, to be honest. I didn't really think I knew enough or knew enough people and all these things. But there was some critical mass there or stupidity that made me give it a shot. 1 minute, great, good luck with that. Fundraising obviously sucks at the moment, but I don't think it does actually. It's harder, but I think there are really good funds and publishers and stuff, some of whom have talked already today. And loads of really good ways to make an efficient studio. So I'm trying to be positive, but that might be aggrandizing. So there are really good ways to make a startup efficient, not just AI. I think there are loads of good ways to build a studio at the moment. I'm lucky to have great insight from the startup I was in before. And also, there's so much content out there to learn from to help build a studio at the moment. What we're trying to do is obviously pretty engineering heavy. But I was also lucky, I don't know if you noticed, I mentioned them here again, to win a Founders Award from the Royal Academy of Engineering again, so second award. I think they're going to cut me off sometime soon for getting too much stuff from them. Yeah, I'm really close to the end. So what is it? We are prototyping a PvE mech shooter, but the mech is not just a game avatar. And okay, people that are into simulation here, here's the thing, we're going to simulate everything in the mech, but for like a core action game. So for like, core players. This means like obviously rigid body physics, like walking dynamics, power, electrics, hydraulics, everything we can model in real time, accelerated using machine learning. And core to this is that we're going to nail the feel of the mech. So even though this is like loads of complicated tech, what we're looking for is like gameplay. So as was mentioned earlier, I really believe in gameplay. I'm not going to say it 3 times, that'd be a bit weird. But like iteration of gameplay to build something really fun as soon as you can and validate that with players as soon as you can. Obviously, we'll be developing the creative direction and narrative, etc., along the way as well. But we are sort of prototyping engineering at the moment. Very quickly on gameplay before I get thrown off the stage. This is not a stage. It's just the floor. They can't throw me off it. The concept is to really let the player feel the weight of every step. Okay, so like cracking through ground, collisions, obviously, trudging through like sand dunes, stumbling over rocky terrain, all affects movement, moment-to-moment gameplay in like really unpredictable and hopefully thrilling ways. Like lose a mech limb mid-fight and your movement changes instantly. Swamps, lava, everything impacts how your mech responds, and importantly, the game feel directly. But you've also got to physically like mine and harvest stuff, and unlike other games generally, you've got to drag that back to your outpost, etc. Obviously, a lot of the fun comes from the emergent interactions in this game, or it will, but it is going to be a really creatively led project as well, just to be clear on that. And obviously, like the prop gen stuff that I've it's just like resetting a new timer to get up. Obviously, like the emergent gameplay is big, but again, it's going to be like really creatively led, and prop gen, as I've sort of been telling this narrative the whole way, is going to be a big part of this project as well. Right, that is it. I'm done. So please reach out to me about anything here, whether it's like you just want to like geek out over Aardman stuff, or you want to ask about that project, or you want to talk to me about the studio, or I'm not saying that like buying friends is a good long-term strategy, but if you do come and talk to me, I might give you a cool sticker for the company. So that's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Right, folks, we are going to have our final break of the evening, and just so you all know, 5-minute timer. There is 5 minutes left for you to, well, 4 minutes 55 seconds left for you to buy tickets for the raffle. After that, we'll be calculating it all out. And also, there are some lovely cakes at the end that I haven't eaten yet. So if anyone wants to kind of help me to eat less of them, which would be really good of you. There are some left at the back, and that will be fantastic. Afterwards, please stick around. We'll be having our keynote speech from Dan Pinchbeck, and then our raffle, and then, of course, mingling, cavorting, and all those other really good words. Guys, talk soon.
All right. Brilliant. We got one more talk. Yeah. 5 minutes to defuse the bomb, Batman. Indeed, Brian. Indeed. And we've got 5 minutes. So again, you've got 5 minutes. I'm going to leave this on screen just for a few seconds for you guys. If you want to tune in, want to donate to Digital Extra, I'll also obviously leave the yeah, the little Linktree link in down in this bottom for this bit. But we have a few minutes to finish off the talks. We can squeeze in the rest of the Killian talk, I believe, but we won't have time for another, I think. So, Killian, bring us home for the second half of that talk.
Community information, memes, jokes, etc. But you need to have an expectation that not necessarily every piece of content is going to do well. If you post something around the community, or we're launching a Discord or a demo or something like that, TikTok just will not boost it, and it just won't get that many views. And that's fine, because it means that your core audience who are really into the content or into your game, they will see the message. So as I've seen the last 2 months here, we've had every line is another post, and you can see some of them are small, some of them are big, and that's fine. Not every post needs to be a hit. The most important tip I would say is that on TikTok, interesting content is key. The type of content that trends on TikTok is stuff that's really interesting, or it's relatable and funny, or it's just straight up funny, kind of regardless of the context. If it's educational in a fun way, when you're showing a kind of game development thing, here's how this works in Unreal, then that also kind of tends to do well. If you encourage watching, that's also a good kind of strategy. So if you start the video off asking a question, and then they have to they're more interested to see what happens throughout, that's definitely key. So interesting content is often rewarded, and it's kind of key to do well on TikTok. And interesting content straight from the start. So the first 2 seconds of any TikTok is basically the most important, the most important time of that video. You really need to get straight to the action with minimal or no build up if possible, obviously without being too abrasive or annoying and jumping straight into it. So the one on the left is one of our TikToks that didn't do great. You can see that within the first 2 or 3 seconds, we had lost over 50% of the viewers, whereas on one of our better ones, even though you will still see like 20% gone within the first couple of seconds, you can see that it kind of tails off. So keeping the content interesting straight from the start. If you've got like a build up within that takes a couple of seconds, the TikTok community, they're just brutal. They'll just scroll away if it's not interesting straight away. Similarly, outros need to end snappy. Like, so the second that you're finished your message, your joke, your whatever the theme of the video is, once you're done, just end the video. If you've got like an outro, obviously a call to action is usually good, but once you start talking about like your call to action, like, oh, if you want to follow it, people will just swipe away instantly. So we do, in some of our videos, we do include a call to action, but as you can see on the left there, the second you can see exactly where my call to action was in that video, because people just instantly swiped away. So you probably will get a better return on wish list per view, but you're probably hurting your chances of actually going viral or getting kind of lots of views. Good editing is key. Again, it might look like we just throw these videos together, but everything is timed to the beat of the music. Transitions are meticulously done. We do audio, we do video. My workflow is Adobe Premiere, upload it to Google Drive, download it on my phone, and upload to TikTok. I don't recommend editing on TikTok. It's a bit of a nightmare, especially if you've got fat fingers like me. But yeah, editing a good video, it does take time. Oh yeah, a voiceover. So we initially, we were using one of our voiceover artists for the game, and we started using it in TikTok, and it was doing well. Ends up it gets expensive when they're charging you £10 for every 25 words. So invest in getting a good or decent-ish mic, and don't be afraid to use your own voice and personalize your videos, because that definitely does help. But if you are doing that, I would recommend getting a good microphone. So what's trending? So it is good to look at what other content is trending and see what's working, and not just looking at big TikTok accounts, just maybe smaller TikTok accounts that have popular videos, and you definitely will notice trends. Hopping on every trend that happens on TikTok is not really useful in my experience, because chances are if you're seeing the trend, you've probably already missed the boat. Hashtags, I'm not quite sure how important they are. I find videos that are recommended to me that have no hashtags. So TikTok seems to find a way. I recommend trying a vertical video, even if your game doesn't support it. Basically, you can record, just flip your monitor around, record in vertical mode, and it means you can get rid of the black bars on the top and bottom of your screen. So that's definitely a nice trick to try. Split screen is also a good tactic, where you can, if your game supports it, basically if you've got two things that you can show at the same time, like a time lapse, it encourages people to watch the videos over and over again, because they want to see what happened on the top and what happened on the bottom. Recycling content. So if you've got a video that you think should have done better, we've done it before where we've privated our old video and then we've reposted it effectively. The video on the left got 140,000 views in like 2 hours, and then it just flatlined, and we don't know why. So we reposted it a few weeks later with a few tweaks, and then it got 3.5 million views. So I would say if that happens, don't just keep reposting the same video or reposting the same type of video, because basically people will just get bored of your content. We stick to 30 to 40 seconds for videos. Shorter videos tend to do better quickly, but basically they kind of die down. TikTok is promoting longer videos now, so it's worthwhile trying that out. Second last point, accessibility. If you, in Adobe Premiere, you can transcribe your video and create captions. I think that's quite a good one because quite a lot of people actually watch it with no sound. So at least if you have captions or subtitles, people can still follow. If all else fails, just take the mick out of some architects because apparently everyone seems to love that. And our most popular videos are just basically saying engineers are awesome and architects are horrible. So if all else fails, you can try that. You'd be surprised it might work. And that's my 10 minutes are up. So yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'm fighting against the thing. There you go. There we go. There we have it. So we've got a few minutes remaining until the talk. There we go. We've got a nice view. How's the venue doing? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the venue. Yeah, everyone there socializing and all that kind of jazz. Lovely stuff over in Glasgow. Got Colin in the corner over there as well. So thank you everybody who has been who has shown up for this. You know, what games are we playing in the chat? I just want to kind of get to know. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you very much to Willow. Other Brian, hello. Thank you to Josh as well. Thank you to everybody who's like made a reply today. Lucy as well. Johan, of course. Demonic Tuna Fish, as well as Ollie Bennett, of course. Oh, Brian, you're playing Pacific Drive and Repo. Those sound like interesting games. Good stuff. Cult of the Lamb, absolute classic. That's good. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb, another good one. Oh, look, little thumbs up from the camera there. Good little cameo. We love it. Brilliant. Oh, what have I been playing recently? That's a good question. First of all, what have I been playing? I'm playing Lo-Fi. Yeah. Play Pacific Drive, it's great. I will check it out. I've got a whole bunch of stuff on my wish list. Oh boy, I've got a lot on the wish list. It's worrying. Expedition 33, that's out this month. I'm really excited for that. There's also, oh gosh, there is also Death Stranding 2. I don't have a PlayStation 5. I've got to play that game. Yeah, you're doing some trails lately, aren't you? Yeah. Oh gosh, there is also the Trails of the Sky, remaster that they're doing. That looks really good. Should play that. Yes. But yeah, I think if anyone wants a good game recommendation from me, let's see, what game do I want to recommend? There is a brilliant game I've been playing. Some friends of mine in the industry were big parts of the development cycle for this. I Am Your Beast. It's by Strange Scaffold. Lovely game, fantastic indie game. And again, their story as like a developer and like publisher has been really quite inspirational to see, to be honest. So yeah, if you've not seen I Am Your Beast, do check that out on Steam. It's by the same people who made El Paso Elsewhere. Yeah, the main VA for the character in that actually, Brian, the voice actor for the main character is actually Zalabin Nelson Jr., who is the like main director, creative mind behind Strange Scaffold. That's him doing it. He's got a really good voice acting voice. He's really quite good at it. Yeah, I mean, when you've got like a small budget, I think we're about to start going in. When you got a small budget, got one of those things. All right, we've got one more to go. I'll see you all on the flip side. We're going to have the keynote talk now, and then stay tuned because right after there's going to be the raffle. We'll see it all on board. We'll see if anyone wins. If anyone wins from this chat, that's going to be amazing. No, I will not be quiet, Thomas.
Calming ocean noises. Shh. Hey, folks. Hello.
You can't keep me quiet, Thomas.
I hope you're all doing well. I know I am. Shh. Hello. Guys, we are about to start. Exciting news. Our final talk of the night. Shh. Our final talk of the night is about to start. Our keynote. from Dan Pinchbeck, kind enough to grace us with his presence in time. And then we are going to be having our raffle. So please stick around for that. And afterwards, well, I mean, it's and after that we'll have, you know, we'll see what the night brings. But if everyone could take their seats now, get comfortable. That's right. Fantastic. I'm not quite through all the sponsors yet, but I am getting there. I think we're all getting comfortable. Wonderful. Now, right, with all that being said, I hope you've all bought tickets to the raffle. Thank you all for, I think we'll get at the end exactly how much we've possibly raised. Excellent. So, without further ado, or lesser ado, I'm going to stop talking and see if somebody else wants to start. And everyone, please put your hands together for Mr. Dan Pinchbeck.
Hello. Firstly, thanks for sticking around. I used to work in experimental theatre back in the day, and once my boss said to me, everything will be okay if we don't outnumber the audience. And I've always thought that's a really, really good rule in life. So it's only one on me, so we're doing okay. Okay, first thing to say is this is not a talk about designing games. So it's good to start being completely dishonest about that. It's actually really a talk about two things. One is to talk about leadership and management and about how we make games in a more general sense, and particularly around the way in which we organise ourselves, run businesses, run developments, and work with each other as developers, which I do think fundamentally always will lead to designing better games, and probably my sort of like take on that will become clearer as we go along. It's also a talk about asking some questions about the way we assume that things ought to be done, and the way that we sort of tend to run on assumptions of what are good ways of making games. And it's a good time to ask that. And when I did a version of this talk a year ago for Colin in the north of England, version of it. So I took a break from the industry in 2023. I used to run the Chinese room. And I thought it was interesting to loop back round to this again and go, okay, well, another year out of the industry, another year of progress in the industry. Let's kind of look back at these things again and see how well things are going. And Colin's response was, can you keep it light? So there will be a slight dip into the ocean of shit, but then we will pull out of it miraculously like a phoenix and fly towards better times. But it is something that I think is inescapable at the moment, and I think it drives quite a lot of this. So rather than sort of like wallowing in the misery of that, which I think there is a pretty good justification for doing, what we're going to try and do is flip that around and say there has never been a more appropriate or better time for us to ask some serious questions about the assumptions we make about making games. Because the arguments that we should just keep doing it the way we've always done it, it's probably never been more difficult to take those arguments as verbatim. This is the opportunity for us to actually say, where should we be changing, and to really think about that, because the argument that we shouldn't change looks pretty weak. So we're going to be talking about those kind of things. So this is sort of offered in the spirit of honesty. Actually, have we got the timer on? Because I'm terrible at timing myself. I've probably been going back for 5 minutes already, but it's offered in the spirit of sort of honesty and openness. So if I'm pointing fingers at any point during this talk, I have made every single mistake I'm going to talk to you about, even the really embarrassing and uncomfortable ones. So if the finger is pointed anywhere, it's pointed at me first, and I think that's really, really important to sort of say that up front, so it's not a sort of a mudslinging exercise, or if it is, I'm going to end up being covered in the mud. Also, the other final thing I want to say is that from sort of doing a version of this talk before, and from the last couple of nights, and from talking to people around in the space, I'm not going to say anything radical. I can't see that many people will disagree with most of what I say. A lot of it is just simple common sense, but there's a value in bringing all that common sense together in one point. And there's definitely a value of it all being said by someone who's not going to try and either get a job in the games industry or trying to get investment in the games industry anytime soon. So there's a kind of liberating part of that for me as well, that I can say some stuff that might not be as popular. So let's start with these 10 rules then. Let's just start going through them. The first one is this question of why, how, and what. What does this game need is a question that is asked a lot, and it's a really awful, terrible question that leads you to bad places. The better question, of course, is how do we know what this game needs? And where does the understanding of that how come from? If we're asking what the game needs, but we haven't asked ourselves how we know what the game needs, then we haven't really understood what it is we're asking in the first place. A far better question than that, and a question which doesn't get asked enough and should be asked constantly all the way through development, is why does the game need all this stuff again? We often ask about what else it does need. We don't take it back in the other direction. And we should be asking that. And there's actually a question that presupposes that one, which is, why are we making this game again? And then the question which presupposes that is, why are we making a game at all? And it might sound crass, but keeping driving down those questions to why is to really come down to that fundamental thing. We're not talking about vision statements. We're talking about fundamental principles of why these group of people are sat around this table, real or virtual, doing what they're doing and breaking their backs to make something happen. And you've got to return to that point of going, what we're doing is really hard and really complicated, so it's got to be worth it. Not just what things do we need to add, how do we put this stuff in the game, but is what we're doing worth it? And from that, is the way we're doing it worth it? But on a design point of view, I did just want to offer one example. It is actually about game design. And this is so, I'm really quite old. And one of the great things about getting old is you say things like, a couple of years ago, and then someone goes, that was 25 years ago. And you feel like, oh. But a couple of years ago, or a couple of decades ago, someone ported BioShock to iOS, and BioShock for me is like one of the greatest first-person shooters literally ever made. So I was happily playing BioShock on iOS and my iPhone and this sort of stuff, and I got a few hours in before I realized they'd removed the jump function. And that's just like golden no-no. Every first-person shooter has a jump function, right? You've got to have a jump function. But here I am playing BioShock, which did have a jump function. I'm about 4 hours in, and I've only just noticed it doesn't have one. Really, really interesting case study there to sort of take away and go, okay, so does that work? I'm not saying it would work on console. I think there's a lot of player expectations on that, but it is a really sort of interesting question. It's just one of those ones that it catches you out when you go, that assumption which I've always made about design and genre and media schema actually turned out to be an assumption. It wasn't something that was required by a game for it to be still really good and really effective. Okay, right. So there's two versions of this question or this statement. One is comfortable. The comfortable version is, are our team capable of making this game given the time and resources available to them? And we're all quite happy asking that question. The slightly more uncomfortable version of it is when you drop the caveats at the end and you say, are these individuals capable of making the thing they're setting out to achieve? And you have to be hard about that. Because if not, you are lining people up for an absolute kicking if you are asking them to do something you don't believe they are capable of doing. But that's difficult, that's tough, right? Because we're saying, are some people worse at making games than others? And the answer is fundamentally, yes, some people are worse at making games than others. I'm really short-sighted and I can't run for shit. People are better at those things than me. So it stands to reason that there will be some people who will be better at making games or doing the part of their job within making those games than others. And you have to be able to distinguish those. You have to be able to be honest about that, and you have to be able to have those honest conversations with your team about it. Or you are fundamentally doing something extremely unfair and unpleasant to people. The road to hell, I've written, is paved with good intentions. And one of this that kind of tends to trip people up around this one is this: we talk a lot about empowerment, and this is where it gets really uncomfortable and sticky. We've got to empower people to make creative decisions. We've got to empower people to contribute towards the game. We don't. And also, empowering people can be a negative thing if those people are not ready for the empowerment you're giving. Because if you're telling someone they can creatively contribute towards a game, you're also telling them they are responsible for that part of the game, and if it fails, it is somehow on them. That is an automatic, unconscious thing that goes along with giving someone the gift of empowerment. You are also giving them responsibility. Do they understand this? Can they handle this? Will they be able to handle it if it all goes wrong further down the line? We're not talking necessarily about hard skills of making. We're talking about things like people's attitudes and abilities towards confidence, failure, being able to take those responsibilities. And those are really, really important things for you to take on as a leader. It's not enough just to be sort of saying, we'll get this person to make this. Have you thought about what making this might mean to that person if the making of it fails or goes wrong? So you have to be honest about those things as well. We talk an awful lot about passion and enthusiasm in this industry. Passion and enthusiasm are two of the easiest things to exploit in the world, particularly in the games business. And they're very, very, very easy to exploit accidentally. We accidentally exploit our staff's enthusiasm and passion constantly in the games industry, and it's not okay. So we also have to police that in ourselves as well. Are we exploiting our own passion and stuff? We're working until 3 a.m. Yeah, I love it. 10 years' time, you're out of the games industry because you're knackered, you can't do it anymore. So these things are really, really serious. Let's speed up a little bit. Don't let the tail wag the dog. I have undying respect for producers and project managers. I think it's the hardest job in the games industry. It also is a job that, when it goes well, should be completely invisible, because its job is to support developers and then to vanish. If you are spending more time on production than you are making games, you've got a problem. You're not shipping a GDD, you're not shipping a spreadsheet, and you're certainly not shipping a schedule. Your players do not care. So looking at stuff like reporting, looking at things like making sure that every department It's a very corporate structure thing, which I'll come back to. Departments tend to become in the business of looking after that department. It's an unconscious thing that happens. So particularly with production looks for the things which basically make production meaningful. Particularly because producers are usually one that are getting in the neck and getting shit from developers all the time. They're going to erect barricades around that and prove that their job is meaningful. And that can very easily spill over into the tail wagging the dog. I was once told by someone who worked in production, we were working with an agile methodology. I'm quite cynical about agile methodologies. We were working on something, and partway through the sprint, I kind of looked at it and went, this is a waste of time. This isn't going to work. Don't like it. It's not that the team are doing a bad job, just doesn't fit in the game. Went to talk to this person and said, we're just going to shit can this, move on to something else. And they said, we can't change now. That's not agile. Okay, when Ian Livingston said gameplay, 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 he didn't say GDD, 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 and he didn't say mechanics, mechanics, mechanics. Gameplay and mechanics are not the same thing. What players are looking for in gameplay is an overall experience. It's an emotional reaction to what is presented to them in the game. Mechanics are part of that story, but they're not everything. And actually, the mechanics themselves are designed to elicit an emotional reaction in people. Everything happens in translation, or your ideas are absolutely worthless unless you can translate them effectively to the player. Put this in another context. Uncharted is a pretty good third-person cover shooter. When you boil it down to its mechanics, it doesn't really do anything particularly special or interesting. It's world-class in understanding that everything happens in translation, from the way in which the sort of micro details of the animation, the relationships between the characters, everything about that game is geared to make you fall in love with that game. And that's why Amy Hennig is probably the best creative director on the planet, because she understood that, I think, better than anybody else. So be really, really aware of that. It's about what it feels like to the player. It is not about mechanically what it's doing. Now, that is said with the greatest of respect to engineers, because you only get those feels if your engineering is brilliant, but don't get lost in the weeds of that. And you're certainly not. Your GDD it's a tool to get you where you need to be. It is not what is coming out at the end. You should not be shackled to it. You have to change it all the time. It's a live thing. In my experience, I've done hybrid, I've done remote, I've done full teams. Nothing, especially in the early stages, beats a multidisciplinary team of people sat around a table, thrashing it out until it feels good. And by that, I mean an animator, an audio designer, a programmer, a designer, and probably an artist. But you need people like animation and audio in the room, round the table early, as was said in the first talk, which I thought everyone should be really, really listening to that talk, because they're the people that will help you understand what the game's going to feel like to the player at the end of it, who is actually the only person who actually matters. Okay. The law of escalating consequence. So there's a really brilliant writer and philosopher called Douglas Hofstadter. And Douglas Hofstadter came up with Hofstadter's law. And Hofstadter's law is everything takes longer than you think it's going to take, even when you take into consideration Hofstadter's law, which is a wonderful, wonderful law. Addition is not addition, it's multiplication in games. So on the imaginary game complexity scale, if your game is 14 complex and you add something to it, your game has not become 15 complex, it's become 38 or 39 complex. If you then add another thing to it, it's not 40 complex, it's 406 complex. And that accounts for taking things away as well as adding stuff. Every time you do this, the laws of complexity are completely up in the air when it comes to games. It's something that young teams, less experienced devs, one of the big mistakes that always gets made, and we always talk about feature creep, but it's not just about feature creep, it's about a mentality to change. And it's why I'll come back to it a bit later on. Driving change out of a project as early as you can, whilst retaining the ability to be flexible, is fundamentally important. The people who really don't understand this, in my experience, are people that are not directly involved in making the game, but are adjacent to the development, who may have brilliant ideas, but because they are not in the weeds, in the trenches with the developers, have less of a grasp of what the consequences of that escalation might be. So I'm talking about marketing teams, publishers, investors, studio leaders who sit in separate offices. I have a big thing about studio leaders sitting in separate offices. Separate buildings, even worse. Separate cities, get out of here. You've got to be close to it to understand that. But we know this. It's common sense, but it is a hugely kind of important thing that we deal with. Attachment. So we're driven, we're hardwired into it. It's pumped through us all the time. Kill your darlings. You are creative, kill your darlings, kill your darlings, kill your darlings, kill your darlings. What we're not really talked about as much when we're going through sort of management stuff is killing your darlings is very fine and easy, and that's all very well. Killing other people's darlings is a whole other ballgame. And having your darlings killed by someone else, particularly if they don't feel like they've been particularly involved in the culturing and nurturing of your darlings that you've been building up for 6 months, because they empowered you and told you that your creative vision was important to the game, and you don't see them for 6 months, and they come back in and say, you know that stuff you've been working on for 6 months, we're just going to shit can the entire lot, so you can go something else, please. That has a non-negligible, very, very serious effect, not just on the game, but on the sense of dignity, the sense of self-worth, and the sense of ability of that person in that team, and that will radiate out to the people amongst them. So handling change, knowing about escalating consequence, but knowing also that when you're looking at your schedule, and this is where, you know, again, really, really good producers translate brilliantly between the sort of like the theory of schedules and the fact that there are actual human beings who are incredibly diverse, who respond to different situations in different ways, who have different levels of ability to cope with things like change, responsibility, all that sort of stuff is really, really very serious. So it really, really relates back to that idea of going, be careful what you give because you might have to take it away. And to sort of look for the sort of highbrow cultural reference to this, there's a great scene in Ghostbusters where Egon's experimenting on a child with a puppy, and they have this scene outside the other side of the bulletproof glass, and as it ends, Egon turns around to his assistant and says, let's see what happens when we take away the puppy. So when we're talking about empowering people and all that sort of stuff with teams, keep Egon on your head. What's going to happen when we take away that puppy? What could that do to our team? What could that do to people? It's personal because it's people investing a lot of emotion in what they do. Equally, on the sort of like the final side of that is when a team collectively drink their own Kool-Aid, you're in serious trouble. So watch for that as the flip side of it. Okay, you can kind of basically disagree with everything I say and like go, he's just whatever, he's fine. Please, this is the only one that really matters. There's 10 points here. This is actually the only one that matters. Define your gates, understand your gates, respect your gates. Don't do what virtually every single game production that I've ever known about does and go, we're at alpha, we know we're not really at alpha, let's change the definition of alpha and then we've passed it. Woo! Green bar on the spreadsheet, 2 months later you're completely screwed. So really defining those gates, really holding yourself to those gates, really understanding that is the only sort of way in which you can avoid that late game trouble. And nobody disagrees with this apart from when it actually comes down to it and then it has a horrible tendency to go out the window. Is anyone sort of running their own studio? Got anybody in the room who's doing that? Yeah. So I said this the other day, right, if you are running your own studio, if you're basically putting your own money into a project, if you don't do this, a good shortcut is to take all your money out of the bank, put it in the car park and set fire to it, and you'll just save yourself loads of time and trouble. It really is unbelievably kind of tough. And I also sort of have this bit of a sort of semi-joke caveat that I don't think people should be allowed to run studios unless they've actually put their own money up for grabs. Because I really don't like it when people it's never been their own money, they don't understand the real risk of when things go south, sort of coming in terms of going, yeah, okay, you're a month late, are you? That's fine, I'll just take your car. Should kind of go without saying, the caveat to this is that there are, of course, business models when doing exactly this is what you do. You make other people's games. It kind of feels at the moment like that's probably a very bad business model unless you are an enormous corporation. You can basically just destroy everybody else with your marketing. But what I would say to this is that there's loads of brilliant mechanics and gameplays and ways of handle things out there, and you should absolutely be magpies and steal everything you possibly can and call it a homage. Because there's nothing greater than someone making a game which is very similar to your game, particularly if they've made it a little bit better. Actually, it feels really good. So we made Dear Esther, right? And Dear Esther's like seen as quite a kind of a game that has, for better or for worse, spawned other similar games. I've never once been offended by someone making a game that's a bit like Dear Esther or has taken a bit from Dear Esther. It feels great, it's wonderful. So do that. I've stolen more shit in my career. The only tragedy of my career is that I always start off with games that have loads and loads of mechanics. As they go through the process, other people get rid of all the mechanics. And I'm like, I just want to make a game with a gun in it for once. But I don't think it's ever going to happen. So I go back to, there's a game in 2006 by a company called Human Head, who made the first Prey, not the arcane one, but the one before it. And it's really quite a poor shooter. But it's got the best game mechanics, and no one's done them since. And I was just like, can we nick that, nick that, nick that? No one's done that. So really be a magpie, it's absolutely fine. But wholesale borrowing of other people's games, it's not an ethical or moral thing even, it's just bad business these days. You're just going to go under, so there's no point in going down that road. We are being forced by necessity into actually taking more risks, and I'll return to that at the very end. I said at the beginning that sort of like I was going to be trying to be really honest and open about stuff. In the last 2 days, I've realized this is just complete garbage. This is a stupid thing to put on a screen. Rules are meant to be broken sort of time. Yeah, of course they are, but there's absolutely no way I can quantify that or give you examples of it, so it's a useless thing to say. So I'm going to say something different tonight instead, which is this. The games you like playing are not the same as the games you like making or the games you're good at making. And I always thought I'd want to make a AAA for FPS game. I made a sort of like getting towards AAA thing, and it broke me, and I left the studio. Because actually, it turns out I'm completely psychologically unhardwired for that kind of development. I'm good at making little games. I'm good at making stuff with teams up to about 30. Really great at that. Gets up to about 100. Totally bad at losing. Leading that sort of team really bothers me. I don't like it. So I kind of like, I've been telling young developers and early career developers this for years and years and years, and then in 2023 I sat there and went, oh God, could have actually listened to yourself at some point, that might have been useful. So bearing that in mind, if you really, really love a game, don't destroy it by trying to make it unless you know you're suited to making it. And I think, particularly in the early part of your career, kind of figuring that out of going, what are the games that I want to make and what is it I want to make for a long time is more important than going, I want to go and work for that company because I love that game. And I'm not going to name any names because just on the off chance I ever do want to work in the games industry again. But we know who they are. They are big studios. They treat their staff like shit. They burn through them incredibly quickly, and people go and work for them, so they go, I want to work on that game. And it's really toxic. So it's really, really, really important, that one. Okay, let's sort of wrap this up-ish. We've got 8 minutes to wrap it up. This is something when Jess and I started, so Jessica Curry, the brilliant composer and audio director who I happen to be married with, who's much, much, much smarter than me and better entrepreneur. We started TCR together, and most of the smart things that TCR did actually root back to her, but I've got a much bigger mouth, so I tend to do these talks. We'd always said when we started off, there's a way in which we want to make games. That's pretty easy when you're small. As you get bigger, keeping those kind of values are much, much, much harder. The sort of like the compromises you have to make, the complexities, the situations you have to do, they become incredibly difficult. But I think it's something that we all ought to hold within ourselves, and we ought to try our best to achieve as sort of leaders, but also as personal developers, is to keep this in mind of going, it's not just about the game we make, it's how we make the game, it's how we treat each other, how we work with the people around us, what development looks and feels like. And I wanted to end with this because, you know, this is where we dive into the ocean of effluent and come back out again. There are a significant percentage of the global workforce who have suffered as a result of an unquestioning continuation of a way in which business is done. And it's the number of people for who that really works for feels like it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller every year. The people actually benefit from a lot of those things. And the number of people who have basically been trampled under and spat out the other side seems to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So we owe it to ourselves as a community of human beings who make games to be challenging those assumptions. I'm not saying they're all shit. I'm not a disruptor. Disruptor is a word which is used by very, very rich men who want to convince you that your rights are the enemy. Right, it's not that. A lot of these things are very good, they're very necessary, they're built on a lot of received wisdom, but we have to question them all the time. We have to come back around and look at it. And there's a few things that I think we can kind of like pick up specifically, or that I would like to pick up specifically on that. The first one of them is about vertical transmission. Most people will do things the way they were told to do things, and then they'll tell the people that they are then in charge of that to do things in that way as well. And stuff is just transmitted vertically, unthinking, all the way down. And it's very, very rare that actually stuff is you stop and you go, was the way I was taught correct? Is the way that I'm teaching correct and going down? We do our best, but especially with game development, it's so high pressure. The time to stop and reflect, you get the odd management away day, but really management away days don't really do it. But sort of in terms of that sense of community stuff, it is about a personal responsibility to go, how do I adapt this? How does this change to the specific human individuals that I am sat around or I'm asking to do things? So it's really, really, really important to break that chain of unthinking vertical transmission. Cannot sort of emphasize that enough. And that means thinking about our process. That means thinking about translating very, very generic models, particularly, say, in project management, down to the specifics of not just the game we're making, but the people that are making that game. And if the studio's not huge, or if it is huge, you've probably got a sub-team within it. There is no reason why you can't do that, and it's absolutely on you. It's part of your ethical, moral, and business responsibility as a leader of people to analyze that and to do it really carefully and critically and thoughtfully, and not just to wholeheartedly put stuff from one place to another. And I think one of the ways which two examples of this which I want to end with, and the first one is something which I'm really, really have been very guilty of, is I love talking. who knew? And I love being in rooms with people. I love a whiteboard. Bam, bam, it's great. So that is. Great for design. It's what we do. We get around a whiteboard, thrash things out. There we go. We come out of it. And what happens is that the loudest voices in the room and the quickest thinkers in the room come out on top. They are not the smartest people in the room. And a designer I work with, who is a really, really lovely person, very gentle, very quiet, very methodical, came up to me after we'd been in a project for a little while and said, I'm finding this really, really difficult because I need about 2 days after a meeting to process, to think, to come back with stuff. And then I bring an idea forwards, and I'm always getting told, oh, it's too late, the decision's been made. And all of that talent and all of that brilliance that that person had was just being lost to the production because they were basically gobshites like me, steamrolling ahead going, we'll do this, yeah, we'll do this, let's go. And not only is it very excluding for a lot of people, it's also sort of unbearably macho and all that kind of crap as well, but it's so easy to fall into because, again, it's enthusiasm and passion. And you have to kind of keep that in check, particularly if you're in leadership. You can't get carried away with your own kind of sense of what you're doing. So being aware of, it's not just a question of sort of different voices, it's the pace in which different sort of minds work. The different things that people bring to it. Are we actually building that into our methodology? Or is our methodology wholeheartedly, basically, predefining that only a certain type of thinking and decision making is actually going to make into our process? Are we leaving enough time in our production for not evaluation? I'm not talking about evaluations too late, I'm talking about reflection at the point of decision making, a gentleness, a calmness, a measuredness. And there really isn't. That's something which is incredibly hard to put in. And every programmer that I know I'm with friends with always says to me, programmers are really often very quiet, very shy people. They don't want to shout, they don't want to have an argy-bargy. That's artists, that's designers. We've got to make sure that those sort of other types of voices are being heard. And to finish off with, and this is actually something that, again, I'm going to credit fully to Jess rather than me. I hadn't really thought about this very much, and she sort of said towards the end before we left TCR, she said, I used to hate the language that you used when you came home from work. And I was like, what do you mean? And she went, the language that you use when you talk about games, have you actually just stopped and thought about it? And I was like, whatever, yeah, it's a bit boys clubby, but you know. And I was like, you know, I've got diversity initiatives I'm doing. I'm really sort of careful about the stuff in the workplace. I'm absolutely been driven on it. And what I wasn't thinking is the language that we use technically in development was massively exclusionary and massively predisposed towards certain types of kind of people and ways in which looking at it. So I just wanted to like throw a couple of those examples at you just as sort of like a case in point. The first thing is that we used to have a scrum every morning. So that meant every single day we'd gather the people we were working with together and we'd have a fight. And then we'd go off and work together. The very notion, now I did a lot of cognitive science when I was doing it. I did a PhD on first-person shooters, which meant I played a hell of a lot of Halo and Quake. But I also did do some actual serious bits in it, and part of that was cognitive psychology. And the language that we use, language structures shape thought, they shape interactions, they shape the way we engage with other people. So this stuff matters. So when we're using words like Scrum, we are defining the acceptable models of thought and interaction, and we are suggesting to people how it is we should behave relative to each other. And the idea that we start each day with the people that we're supposed to trust most and nurture most and say, let's have a fucking fight, and then let's go make a game, is not just kind of exclusionary and everything else. It's kind of weird when you think about it as well. The other one Jess pointed out was burn down. She went, every time we talk about the game, you say, what's our burn down like? So she went, you're trying to build this thing, but the language you use is let's destroy it. And when we've destroyed it enough, we can ship it because there'll be nothing left to burn. And you kind of go, yeah, that's really true, isn't it? We're not working the other direction. We're not talking with positive language about the thing that we're all trying to build together. What are we telling ourselves about what we're going to do there? And the other really simple one, which we were talking about this the other night with another developer, and I mentioned stand-ups. And she said, yeah, well, that's like every wheelchair user in the room out, isn't it then? And you don't think about these things, but the language that we use defines the psychological environment that we make games in, and it's really, really important. And it comes back to the idea again of going, it's not just the games you make, it's the way you make them. We have to challenge all these things. We don't have to tear up the rule book and start again, but we have to critically, every day, think about those assumptions we're making, challenge our own psychologies, challenge our own approaches, and say, how do we make this? We all want to make games. Let's take that as read. I've met very, very few game developers who aren't bothered about the games they're making. It's remarkable how little we talk actually to ourselves about the environments we want to make them in and who we want to be as game developers. Every conversation we have, every decision we have, the ways in which we act when we're making games define us, not just as game makers, but as people. And that's hugely, hugely, hugely important. So I kind of wanted to just end with like something that, you know, we talked about a lot over the years, and it's something that I sort of really have firmly sort of like come down to either way, and it's the notion of happiness. And what we do is what we do, and it should make us happy. And the way we are with other people should make us happy, and we should try and make other people happy. No matter how hard the job is, we have to cling to that happiness. The idea of we have to be happy, we want to make other people happy, and the way in which we make games should be about that. So it's a very simple question. When you come home at the end of the night, can you look at yourself in the mirror and say, today I've increased the sum total of human happiness on this planet, even by a tiny amount. And if you've increased the sum total of human happiness on the planet at the end of the day and not taken it away, that's a good day making games. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan, for that. Proving, and if I can add an 11th rule, there truly is no such thing as a bad guy in a Cardiacs t-shirt. Thank you so much for that, everyone. And just for basically listening to all the talks today. It has been absolutely fantastic seeing you guys, and hopefully we'll be chatting to you all at the rest after this as well. But first, I think I'd like to invite Colin around for a talk. Is it raffle time?
It is raffle time, indeed, yes. But I'd just like to say another massive thank you to Dan. He came round the Northern Tour last year. It's come around all of Scotland. Thank you, Dan. It's actually because he's got a couple of days holiday hill walking up in Glencoe planned after this. That's the real reason he's come up. But we're convenient. We're on the way, so that's okay. We'll take advantage. That's fine. We'll do the raffle now. We've just added up all the raffle tickets plus the profits from the beanie sales and the pin badges. We are at a little over, and this is just this week. Today, the day before, and the day before that. Over £2,200 for Digital Extra. How amazing is that? So whether you win anything in the raffle or not, thank you so much for all your kind donations. Really appreciated. The other thing, I'm sure Digital Extra will make really good use of the money. Very appreciative of it. However, what's probably actually more useful for them is just to get in front of everyone and to meet everyone here, because hopefully we'll all go away and be a little bit more informed. We know what their work is, and we can hopefully all engage with them separately on other things going forward. So do keep in touch with Kraig and just reach out if there's anything anyone can do with or for such a great organisation. We will now get to the raffle. So, wheel of names, everyone should recognise this by now. Hands up who can see their name on the wheel. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm standing right here and I can't make out the names. They are all legit. There are, I've forgotten the exact number, there's hundreds of names there. So let's go through. If I call out the prizes, Thomas, if you can read out the winner, it would be great. So first up, we have the Devolver Digital Bundle of Steam codes for Plucky Squire, Talos Principle 2 and Children of the Sun.
And the
winner give a drum roll, please.
Jock MacDonald, congratulations!
It's like there's a Taylor Swift concert going on. Everything's shaking. Next up, we have the codes from Hooded Horse Games. So we've got two sets we can draw. These are Steam codes for Manor Lords, Heart of the Machine, and Cataclysmal. And the first set goes to...
And the winner is... Rebecca and Max Glitchers, congratulations!
And the second prize from Hooded Horse goes to...
Matthew Cormack, congratulations!
Next up, courtesy of P-Cube, we've got a PS4 bundle of Doki Doki Literature Club. No, I can't say that. Nexomon Complete Collection and Zenjin. And that goes to...
Alexander Tarvett.
And now we have 3 sets of Steam codes from PlayStack. So this is a copy of Balatro and Rise of the Golden Idol. First copy goes to...
I hope it's me. Ando, who is not me.
And the second copy goes to...
Callum Crystal, congratulations.
And the third copy goes to...
Put your hands together for the winner, who is Owen Cook.
And then we have a super rare bundle of a game and a t-shirt, and there's a choice of PC or Switch. If the winner's in the room, you can let me know afterwards. So the winner of the super rare bundle is...
John Quinn, fate smiles on you.
See, John, it was worthwhile coming up the whole week just to win the Super Rare bundle. Absolutely worthwhile. And then our final prize of the evening is this fancy headset, the Rig 600 Pro HS headset, courtesy of Nacon. So, the lucky winner of that is...
The suspense is killing me. Stuart Wilson. A hearty congratulations.
Absolutely, well done to all the winners. If you didn't win, thank you so much for the donation. It's going to a great cause, and this now takes the total we've raised to £42,200. That's an amazing amount of money for so many great causes. Thank you so much for your donations tonight and over the years. That's all we've got time for in terms of all the talks and everything. I hope everyone's enjoyed all the talks. It's been a brilliant array of talks and topics, from technical to business to very sweary and everything in between, and lots of great networking. This venue is perfect for it, just having everything so close together. So that's worked really well, and hope to see there's lots of follow-up and everyone finding ways to collaborate and work together going forward. So please, one final time, for all of our speakers today, give them another massive round of applause, please. Every single one of them made it look so easy, and it is, because it's only 10 minutes, right? So if anyone fancies talking at the next set, we usually do these every 6 months. You've got 6 months to plan it and think about it. Give me a shout when we put the call out. There is literally not a nicer, better, friendlier audience than the audience we get here, particularly in Glasgow, obviously. So come back and do a talk next time would be great. I need to ask for another bit of recognition for tonight's sponsors, because they're the ones that fund the vast majority of this. So a massive thank you to Team Terrible, Xsolla, Creative Scotland, Blazing Griffin, No Code, Ninja Kiwi, 4J Studios, Pocket Size Hands, Hyperluminal Games, Speech Graphics, UK Global Screen Fund, Rivet Games, and Johnston Carmichael. Please give all of them a massive hand. think some of them still have cakes left, so on your way out, feel free to grab a cake so that they don't go to waste. Most of all, the person that's been working hardest in the room, because I've just had my feet up at the back, I don't know if anyone's noticed. I've had a great time tonight. The person that's been working hardest in the room all night, Thomas O'Boyle. How great has he been?
Thank you so much.
Checks in the post.
Thomas, thank you so much. That was great. The bar's been great. The venue's been great. After we finish up here, the bar downstairs is still open. Feel free to hang out there and catch up with each other, follow up with any of the speakers. My WhatsApps have been going mental because Johan is out on the lash, so he's long gone. Please be careful if you go into a bar that he's in. He's not actually. He's retired to the hotel, so I'm dreading to see the hotel bar later on. I would also like to give a massive thank you to the person without whom, like I said, we literally wouldn't hear any of the speakers. So can we please all turn around and embarrass Lucy on the engineering desk?
I know you can see this, Lucy. Everyone, please clap for Lucy. She's fantastic.
And getting us all checked in and helping throughout the night on registration. We've got Katrina and Aidan. Thank you so much. Sarah has been capturing all of our best moments on video. We'll be putting together a little montage video over the coming days. So thank you so much, Sarah. He's not in the room, but Harry has been our online host tonight. I've dipped in and out, and I think he's done a brilliant job. It looks like the stream's been great tonight. I've seen tons of great chat. Thank you so much to Harry for hosting online. I don't thank her every night because it would look biased, but someone lets me come round and basically spend 3 days on the road pretending to be a rock star, even though I look the furthest thing from a rock star, but it's a little image in my head. But more than that, she actually comes round and helps and volunteers. My wife Jenny at the back, thank you so much. I always get a little bit nervous whether something's been a success or not. I mean, the vibe has felt good tonight, but can I just check, before I start thinking about doing this all again, is there any interest if we do this again in 6 months? Amazing. We'll work out dates. We'll be back October, November time, something like that. Until then, like I said, the bar downstairs will be open for a little while longer if you want to hang out. At the door on your way out, if you can recycle your badges and lanyards, we'll make use of them again in the future. Thank you so much for coming. Without anyone coming, it wouldn't be an event. So the fact that you've come here, you have made this be successful. Thank you so much for coming. Good night.
Let's give a clap for Colin, honestly. Without Colin, also this all wouldn't ever have happened, by the way. So Colin's the real one here. I am astonished by how much he is able to do. He is like the busiest man of all time. Like his work ethic and work schedule is wild. So that's it, everyone. We can see from 2 lovely camera angles, everyone's starting to leave now. Wow. Let's get our big old friend, Lo-Fi StreamYard. Yes, we've got that back in. Oh, what a day. What a day. Wow. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for staying around up until now. I won't keep you for too much longer. What an awesome day of talks. And if you want to see any more talks, we've obviously got like previous series that we did. You can see my last time I did this in November 2024. You can take a look at our other ones throughout the other like 30 ones that we've done. You can check a look at some of those on our YouTube channel. And yeah, if you want to keep in touch, I will post just for the final time the Games Talks live Discord server. Do come and say hi, or come check us out on LinkedIn. Post a little bit about it. That'll really help my ego. Oh, but honestly, I think I'm gonna call it a day here, everyone. So yeah, thank you very much for today, everyone. I suppose we really did have a lot of Games Talks live